Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing tonight? I am your host, World Citizen News. Thank you for coming. Have a seat, kick back. Hope you enjoyed your day. Hope your day was fruitful. Um, Today's topic of conversation: predators versus cougars. What's the difference? Is there a difference? The Pacific predator that we're focusing on tonight is the female predator. Now, everybody knows there are male predators. The government is overrun by male predators. The schools are overrun by male predators. But we tend to forget there's always two sides to the story. We forget about the female predator. Is there such a thing as a female predator? Do you have an opinion? Do you have an experience with a female predator? So if you would like to go ahead and hit that panel button, panel link. We have a link in the description. I believe it is pinned. So if you would like to get up here on the panel, voice your opinion, speak your mind, feel free. Let me check the chat and see who's all in the chat. My state transparency, how you doing, sir? Keebler, no All right, mic check one. Mic check two. All right, go ahead. Let me see if I got that panel link in here. My son unplugged the internet for some reason. I do not know why. So I had to switch over to my hotspot till the internet comes back on. I don't know why he sat there and unplugged it. All right, I just dropped that panel link. Go ahead and hit that panel. Get up here on this panel. How's everybody doing again? Let's start this all over again. Okay, back to the topic at hand. Like I said in the beginning, we know about the male predators. We know they exist. They're online. They're everywhere. But what we fail to realize and acknowledge is the growing numbers of the female predator. Okay, now I would like to know what the difference is between a female predator and a female cougar. Well, I don't have to put the word female in front of cougar. But do a predator become a cougar? Or does a cougar become a predator? Is there a difference? If so, what is the difference? Does anybody have an opinion? Anybody in the chat has an opinion? Keebler, do you have an opinion? I see you in the chat. Who else is in the chat? My state, what are your thoughts on this? Toe for Life, what are your thoughts on this? Go ahead and unmute yourself, fella.
I'm here. So first, let me be the one to say that I think the topic is very interesting. Cougar versus predator. First of all, do I think there's a difference? In my opinion, yes. Do I think they both exist? Of course. Um, and I also happen to think there's a double standard behind it. I think an understandable double standard, in my opinion. Of course, that's just my opinion. Um, and my opinion don't reflect nobody on the panel or in the comments, but my opinion is my opinion. But I definitely think there's a difference. But I have a double standard feeling about it.
Okay, and when you say you have a double standard feeling, what do you mean?
Well, what I mean by that is if for me it depends on the sex of the person, the individual. Because for instance, I have a 17-year-old son. And he's in high school, football kid, handsome, does the right thing and everything else. And if my son was to attract someone that was 25, 26, 27 years old, um, it wouldn't bother me as much as it would if he was my daughter and not my son. Um, because of the sex difference, because he's a male and she would be a female. Um, and I think, and that's why I say I have a double standard view on it. And for me, if I had to be honest with myself, it would simply be because she's a female, and my son is a boy. Also, knowing, I was a little boy at 17 years old at that time too. So, um, it's different, in my opinion, in my opinion alone, is different. In my opinion, for male and female, there's a difference. So at that point, to me, in that type of setting, that would be a cougar relationship to me. Now, if my son was a little bit younger and she was 8, 9, 10 years older than them, then of course that, in my opinion, would be predatory. Um, but like I said, the double standard, if it was my daughter, it would be predatory at 18. It would be predatory at 19. It would be predatory at, and be from 19, 20, even 21. If my daughter was 21 dating someone 31, 32 years old, I would want to meet him face to face in private with no witnesses, you know, and that's just my
Okay.
opinion.
All right. Now you say there's a double standard. Why is there a double standard? Can you elaborate on that a little bit? As
Yeah.
far as far as with you.
I, why? Simply because he's a boy. I can't if I um because it will be a boy versus girl thing. Uh there's things that girls do, or girls are capable of doing, or women or female in general are capable of doing, that are not looked at as the same as if a man did it. Um, if you like, for instance, for the situation I just mentioned, it's a little different if that cougar, if the person, the older person, is male or female. In my opinion, is just it will be looked at different, not only in society, um, but as a whole. You see a younger male with an older female, and in general, they don't have to be doing anything but having a conversation. And you think to yourself, okay, that's pretty normal. But if you see a younger female talking to a male a little bit older, it draws your attention. You may pay attention a little more. Does she seem uncomfortable? Is she okay with him? Is anybody around? Is anybody watching? What does he look like? We immediately jump to that. We immediately start to judge that book by its cover. Like, so it's a natural thing, and to me, I think that's why it would be a double standard. Is Society, we were conditioned to believe certain things. We were taught to believe and feel a certain way growing up. It's not okay to see an older man with a little girl. It's a little different when you see, you might have that situation where you see a little girl on a guy's lap and think to yourself, like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? But if you've seen a little boy on grandma's lap, it's not too much of a thought. You know what I mean? Like, it's not too much of a thought at
Yeah,
all. So,
yeah. Because we're prone to think and realize that men are predators from the get go.
right,
And another reason why is basically a double standard, because we don't, like you say, if you see a little boy sitting on a woman's lap, you don't see no harm in that. But if you see the same age boy, little girl sitting on a man's lap, you think twice about that. I know I do, and I wouldn't want my daughter sitting on some grown man's lap. You know what I mean? But if
right,
someone, a grown woman, called my son over and say, "Hey, come over and sit on my lap. Let me talk to you," you know, I
right.
wouldn't think nothing bad about that, because I wouldn't be thinking in my mind she's a predator. But now in this time and age, I'm considering everybody and everything a predator. I don't care if it's a fucking dog. If a dog like tell my son, "Come on over here, let me talk to you," I'm gonna say that motherfucker a predator.
Yeah,
I'm making light of the situation, but in this time and age, in this day and age, it's
because it's
becoming
so
more and more rampant of female predators. As far as the teachers in the schools, you know, and I don't know, man. It's getting. I don't know if it's always been like that, and we just now becoming more aware of it in the social media age, or if it's been like that, we just never was aware of it. What do you think? Do you think it's always been like that? I think it's always been like that. We just was
yeah,
never aware. What do you think?
yeah. I, in my opinion, it's always been. First, let me say, Miss B and Ellie, hello, because I seen you guys spoke. I didn't want you to think I didn't notice it. But I do think it's always been like that. We were always conditioned to uh think like that. we're subconsciously, whether you know it or not, we're always conditioned to think like that. Uh, to address Keebler's question, he said, should it always be like that? Are all we all know men at any age only want one thing, you know. That's the way society looks at it. You get what I'm saying? If it's an older man uh pursuing a younger female, it's he's a creep, you know, he probably only wants sex, or he wants somebody younger that could that'll keep up with his so-called drive, or whatever it is that, you know, older men seek younger women for. It's automatically looked at as something negative. There's a negative thought, a negative train of thought attached to that. We're conditioned to believe that. So, but when you see a younger male, you know, for instance, in the school thing, like you mentioned earlier, it's in the school system, right? If you see an older guy, male teacher, that's touching the shoulder of a female student all the time, frequently, it's gonna cause you to notice it. You're gonna pay more attention to it. You're gonna watch her demeanor. You're gonna watch her attitude and her character when she's around him. But if it's a female teacher that's always tapping that young boy on the shoulder, and you won't really think or look at it as much as you would if that child was a female child, you know. So we have always been conditioned to believe that. We're always been conditioned to be, you know, and that's just the way it is. It's
So
not the only thing though in life. If you think about it, we've been conditioned to believe a lot of things that, you know, you might not have believed if you weren't taught to believe it. You know what I mean?
so you
Yes,
believe
sir.
it's conditioned, that we're conditioned to believe that, or do you believe that as males we believe that because we know that we're predators, and we know that when we look at a girl, we look at a girl that we like, or whatever, we see the hunt, like we're gonna hunt them down, and that we're
Well,
smarter than them. You know what I mean? Is it
well,
is it really society conditioning us, or is it us
yeah,
personally? Everybody, every
no,
male
because
personally.
well,
I don't think it's
don't
society.
listen. I don't think for 1 minute that men are the only species that look at that opposite sex or whoever they may be attracted to, um, and don't have that moment of thought like, I'm gonna pursue. Women have the same thoughts. Don't get it confused. Women definitely have the same. They see somebody they like. They will have. Women know when they're gonna be romantically connected to you, and you know, they know. Men have to pursue and find out. Women always know, you know what I mean? Like, pretty much they know, you know. So men, I and my but for me, if it's, I think everybody's different in my opinion, because I don't desire to seek every female that that I think is attractive, or that I had an idea about. You get what I'm saying? So um I honestly think society, I think the way the world is set up, man, I think the way the world, the mentality of society is now, we're conditioned to believe certain things. We're conditioned to uh see things at a different view and only one way. Some things, you get what I'm saying? Like, we're conditioned to believe certain things are wrong no matter which way you look at it. Certain
Right.
things are right no matter which way you look at it. So I think it's a moral thing. I think people, if you think it's wrong, then you live accordingly. Just because you think it's wrong, it may not be wrong for somebody else. And
Right. But
I think it's a moral thing, a morale thing.
yeah, but I think I don't know. I think that it also, not only is it conditioned in the people, but I also believe that it's already in us as men. It's already in us to believe that, because you're not going to tell me that when you were younger that you go out with your friends, or when you were in high school you didn't go out with your friends and you seen a crowd of girls and you was like, "Ooh, check her out. I'm gonna get her number. And you always thought that you could get that. You could get her number. You could get her to talk to you, and then maybe down the road you could get her in bed." And if you tell me you've never done that, you're crazy. I'm gonna tell you you're crazy.
No, but this is my no. I'm not
So,
saying that.
so
I
know
am
what you're
saying
saying.
is
Listen, can I speak for a second? Give me the floor for 1 minute. So what I'm saying is in your mind, in the back of your mind, in your subconscious, you also have that you feel like girls are more vulnerable to men. When you were talking about how if it was your 17-year-old daughter and some 25-year-old guy was talking to her, you would look at it differently than your 17-year-old daughter, your 17-year-old son talking to a 25-year-old woman. You understand what I'm saying? You're right in your mind. You're like, oh, he's, he's smarter than that. It's whatever, because you were there, you've been there, and you were that 17-year-old boy once. You see what I'm saying? And you already feel like your daughter is going to be more vulnerable than your son because you feel like you're more, how do I want to put it? You feel like you're, as a male, not smarter, because that just sounds dumb, but you're not as naive. You know what I mean? Like a man's not as naive when it comes to what someone wants. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying
yeah,
you're wrong, but I'm saying it's also in you. It's not. It has nothing to do with what society told you or what you've seen in society. It's part of you.
no. Well, when okay, I'm gonna address the two things. The as far
Go.
as it being my son, if it was my son or if it was a daughter, it wouldn't have, it wouldn't have anything to do with the vulnerability. It would, and my truth is, it simply would be because she's a female. You get what I'm saying? Because if they were both the same age and I'm not gonna raise them differently. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna teach my daughter something that I wouldn't teach my son, and I wouldn't teach my son nothing, and I wouldn't teach my daughter. I would raise them completely the same, because I can't teach my daughter how to be a woman. You get what I'm saying? I can't teach, just like, you know, men can't be taught how to be men by a
Right,
female. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. You can't,
right,
because you
right,
can't go in there and teach them how to stand up and pee. You can't go in there and teach them certain things that men can only tell women, because women can't go through things that men go through, just like men can't go through having a period. So we can't teach her how to be a full grown 100% female. So it wouldn't, for me, for my son, if it was a boy or girl, it wouldn't have anything to do with me feeling like she may be more vulnerable, or she may be more preyed upon than he is. It would just simply because she's a female, that I would be a little bit more cautious and a little bit more aware of what she's doing and who she's around and what's going on, simply because she's a female. Like, of course, like, and like, not, and I get what you're saying when you say more vulnerable, more maybe more vulnerable, maybe more passive than my son would be. And that's a possibility. But for me, I would just be more, because that's what I've learned. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I've learned. That's what I've seen. That's what I've been around. That's been the energy in the air. When you around people, it's a learned behavior, in my opinion, to look at things a certain way, to believe certain things you're taught to believe, and you didn't have a chance to believe it on your own. You get what I'm saying? So for me, it would be simply because she's a female child, and the world is more unforgiving to women than it is for men. Women do things and the world won't forgive her for it. You get what I'm saying? A man do something is not as unforgiving for men than it is for women. Um, and the second thing, you had said about the being in a crowd of my friends in school and seeing a group of girls. And of course I had those feelings. Of course I had those emotions. Of course I've lusted after those and had plenty of thoughts. And been in private moments, and as a little boy going through puberty, thinking about those same group of girls. However, those group of girls were in my age group. I don't specifically and think about, we're talking about predators versus cougars. You know what I mean? Like, as a man, I don't seek younger women. I'm not attracted to younger women. I don't like nothing about younger looking or appearing women that attracts to me. You get what I'm saying? So of course, with the kids that were in my lunch class or in my class, the ones I had crushes on, of course, I had thoughts about them. But when you talk about something, it's totally different to have thoughts and feelings about people that are way younger than you, and that, especially in their youth. You know, that's predatory, in my opinion.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I
If
wanted to
that,
hear.
if you know, if that make any sense, you know.
No, no. I wanted to hear how you thought about it. But thank you.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
a lot of sense.
yeah, yeah,
All
yeah. And
right,
what he
so
said make a
what
lot
do
of
you?
sense too. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, both of y'all making sense. That's why we're having this panel so we can get some discussion and get some type of opinions and some some different mindsets on the subject. And if there's anybody in the chat, go ahead and get up here on the panel. Dragon It, get up here. I see you typing in the panel. Go ahead and get up here and voice your opinion, speak your
Um,
mind, because this.
Drag
Go ahead.
Dragonette. I don't know if I'm sub, but I will be if I'm not after this panel ends.
and
I
Dragonette.
wanted to answer the question because Dragonette asked me in the asked in the
Yeah,
comments, so I wanted to address that.
and
And
Dragonette Nightbot. The channel creator um makes their own commands for Nightbot. So what Chuck's commands are on Chuck's channel are commands on WCN's channel.
yeah, I don't even know how to program it yet, so it has its own
Yeah,
program for right now.
Nightbot's rogue right now. So if you get timed out, it's most likely not us. It's Nightbot because we got a rogue Nightbot.
Hey, did it time out Becky or kick her out?
I timed her out for 5 minutes, for 5 seconds, and deleted her comment.
Okay. I like Nightbot.
Right. I don't know what Becky said, but she said something that Nightbot didn't like. If Becky would come
Uh,
back in here, we could mod her, and then Nightbot wouldn't knock her out like that.
yeah. If you can text her something, tell her come on back. All right, who do we have in the chat? Miss B, come on up here on the panel. I know you have something to say about this subject. Um,
Yeah,
Predator
somebody asked if it
versus
was an
Cougar.
all man panel. Definitely not.
No, no, hell
Is there a
no.
difference?
We
What is the
need men
difference?
or females.
Do predators become cougars? Do cougars become predators? Or come up here and speak your mind. Give us a little insight. Have you ever experienced a female predator? Do you have sons?
Yeah, I have
All
sons.
right,
I
go
got
ahead.
four, all mine boys.
I have two
Um,
sons.
I never experienced I never experienced I never experienced a cougar, like nobody, a cougar pursuing me. Um, a few years ago, I called myself pursuing somebody older, a lot older than I was, but um, it was funny because she's like, okay, okay, son, run along, you know, like, you know, run along, basically get lost. It's not going there. So
Well,
it
I've
was
I've
funny.
had some experience with a predator and a cougar. When I was
Shit.
younger, I think I was probably in like the seventh grade. Me and a friend of mine, he was a white guy. He stayed maybe like two houses down from me. And I don't remember exactly what happened, but I can remember we ended up at this house. It was me and him, and it was these two girls, and they were a lot older than we were. I think they were out of school, and because we were in the seventh grade and we were real young. I think I was maybe like 12 or 13 years old. And so they started trying to take our clothes off. They started taking all his clothes off, and he wanted the action. But I was young. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And they started trying to take my clothes off. And I tried to get out the house. So I ended up running out the house with no fucking clothes on, just in my drawers, running around the house trying to get away from these goddamn two girls. I call them girls, but when I look back on it, these were two women. So these this is some crazy shit. I ended up getting away. I only stayed like maybe a block and a half away from where we were, but I don't even remember how we got there or what the situation was. But I knew I wasn't sticking around. I was outside running around in my drawers trying to get home. Now I remember that for a fact. So nothing happened to my ass, but I do remember, being young and shit like that happening. So it can happen to anybody. You just never know. So you have to be
Yeah,
careful. It could, like you say, it could be your son, it could be your daughter, and next thing you know, they in a situation where they're trying to get out of. So,
yeah, it
and
happens,
like I
man. It
said, I don't.
happens on both sides. It happens on both sides. It's just society is conditioned to point out when men do it. You know, when the
Oh,
men is the older one, and when and that's just the way it is. You know, they're conditioned to be pointed out, just like the world is conditioned, and women are pointed out for going to get pedicures. But there's been times where my lady went and got her pedicure, and there were more guys sitting in there than women. You get what I'm saying? Like, so
Hmm.
we're just conditioned to believe that you're conditioned to believe the world is conditioned to believe that women are the only ones that go and get pedicure. You get what I'm saying? Like, women are the only ones that go. And
Yeah.
I also, she's been in hair salons, and you go in there, you see men in there and their hair braided, or whatever the case may be. So women aren't the only ones that go to hair salons. They're not the only ones that go to they're not the only ones that like shopping and doing nice stuff inside the house. When you fix up stuff in the house. What's that called? Decorator. But we're
interior
conditioned to
Yeah.
believe
decorator.
one way.
I stand with you on that for sure. Um, we're we we are conditioned in our society to put the men predators out there, but it seems like all the female predators are just on the back pages of the newspaper. If you get my drift, the men predators are always on the front page. The females are always in the classified. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe the female predators get a pass. They don't
yeah,
get
yeah,
the same
exactly.
treatment as a male predator. Now, what do you guys think about the female teachers that it's like recently it's become basically an epidemic. It's like every other week there's a teacher that comes out that's been messing with a student. And now recently there was a student that came out and he went to the principal, he went to the police, and he went to his parents. The teacher had been grooming him for like a year and a half before she actually started messing with him. She would groom him, play games with him, buy him candy, and all this type of stuff. And then she ended up making her move on him, and she was molesting this boy. And it got to the point to where it was just messing with his mind and he couldn't take it no more. Normally, like you say, with a boy, to them, like getting an older woman is like it's like conquering. It's like something, it's like they done did something and they go brag about it. But in this particular case, this little boy, it was fucking with his mind. He was having psychological damage. So it got to the point to where he could have even committed suicide behind what was going on, because you never know how these type of things affect people and how they become traumatized behind stuff like that. So he got to a point at an age is able to handle that, mentally and physically, spiritually. But we got to still realize that these are still children, and they may
yeah,
not be able to handle that. And so this particular boy, he couldn't handle it. He went and told everybody. And when he went and told the school didn't do anything about it. They didn't believe it. They didn't want to believe it. You know what I mean? They don't didn't want the scandal. So he went to the police, he went to his parents, and then it all came out. And that's how it all came out. But it came out because he couldn't handle the pressure of what was happening to him. just like like a similar to when it happens to females, and then after a while they just go tell it. They just can't handle it anymore for whatever reason. They're not mentally equipped. And we would think a boy would be, because he's a boy, so he would have an advantage over a woman. But you have to, a lot of the boys, they're not developing the mind, and their mind is a lot weaker than the girls at that age. They say girls develop faster in the mind than boys do.
They do. But listen, this is how society is conditioned kids though, because think about it, right? Like when a younger male is with or have been with an older female, is glorified. Not only in music videos, but in movies, in the neighborhood, and possibly even in the household. You understand what I'm saying? So it's glorified when it happens. So is we're conditioned to feel a certain way about it. We're conditioned to believe that it's not as bad. You get what I'm saying? It's not as bad when it happens to a boy than it is when it happens to a female. And we're conditioned to believe it that way. But somebody said it in the comments earlier that the kids have to be protected. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when you hear it different ways from different people, man, it make you rethink and reevaluate some things. You know what I'm saying? Like, kids are kids. There's no whether they're male or female, they're kids. At the end of the day, they're kids, and they have to be protected, because when stuff like that happens to kids that are that young, they remember it. It's a traumatic incident. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's something that changes them. So
And
like they said, at the end of the day, they're kids. It shouldn't be looked at. We shouldn't be conditioned to believe it's okay one way or another. It should be wrong. Um, and the sentencing guidelines for when people get caught and inevitably get caught and prosecuted, it all should be the same. Men should go to jail for a very long time, and women should go to jail for a very long time when they get caught. Like, it shouldn't be no different. Men shouldn't get sentenced to 20 years, women get 5, and women, it shouldn't be no difference no way around. Because at the end of the day, you did the exact same thing, except you have different body parts and emotion.
and I hate to say it, man, and I'll be the one to bring up the elephant in the room about it, but the way it was now, my state, I don't know your age. Obviously, you got a 17-year-old son, so you're not a puppy. You probably are
No,
to
I'll
me.
be I'll
You
be
probably
40
are
in
to me
April.
in WCN, but you're not a puppy, obviously. But the elephant in the room, what I'm speaking of, is that in our generation, I feel like we were stronger. So when it came to like you said, like, let's go back to 17, since that's what you brought up, your 17-year-old son. When we were 17, it was exactly like you said. That was like a conquer, like, if we was able to bed down or have any kind of relations with a 25-year-old girl, we were the cool kids on the block. That what we conquered.
Hmm.
It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But our kids nowadays are different, and that's the elephant in the room I'm talking about. They're not as
Yes, sir.
emotionally stable and can handle that like we used to be able to handle it. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah, I mean, we have to take more care, and we have to. There has to be more consequences for the female predators than like what we talked about. That the female predators don't get the same time as the men, and things of that nature. Um, because these young boys now, because like, look at all the just think about when you were in school, how many people committed suicide. You know what I mean? Like, how many of your friends, or anybody in your school, or in other schools in your area, boys and girls commit suicide. We didn't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nowadays, these kids are committing suicide. you know, because they're all up in their feelings, you know. So
Right.
it's a whole different world than when we grew up. And I guess that's why we're in that mind state. That's, I guess, what I was trying to get to the point earlier, is that
Yeah.
we're in that mind state that when we were 17, that was a conquering thing. You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't hurt us a bit. Like, I laugh about it, and this is just a joke, so no one take it literally. But I laugh about it when I do see these teachers, these female teachers that get in trouble for messing with a 17 or 16-year-old student. I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
where was them good looking teachers when I was in school? Because I wouldn't have told nobody. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And the
you
thing
know
is, that little boy, that little boy probably, you know, kind of pursued her back a little bit, you know, feeling like, you know, I'm a guy, she's an older lady and she's pretty, you know, he probably
right,
pursued her back, you know.
right.
Of course he did.
And of course that don't make it right. Of course, we all know it don't make it right, but he probably pursued her back, you know. So when we see things like that as men, you know, when we see um the female teacher that got caught with the younger male student, it's like, shit, way to go, little guy. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? But at the
right.
end of the day, he's still a child. You know, like, so I get what you were saying 100%, and I wasn't in disagreement with what you were
No.
saying at all. I was just trying to offer an alternative way of thinking and looking at it as well.
And
So
the
you
thing is,
definitely hit it right, the nail right on the head. You know.
you could be in disagreement. I mean, and it doesn't make me right, and it doesn't make you right. You know what I mean? We're just
Right.
having a discussion. At
Right.
the end of the day, we're still, you know, you're still going to be, you know, my state, and I'm still going to talk to you. There's not going to be nothing,
Yes,
you know.
sir. Yes, sir.
But
And
yeah, I mean, this
Dragon.
is a good question. You know, it's a good question, and it piques a lot of interest in me, for the fact that, like I said, because I mean, I feel when I see that, that's what I think in my mind is like, damn, little guy, good job, but you shouldn't have told people or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you told the wrong
Yeah.
person and you got caught. You know what I mean? But it may
Yeah.
not be like that. That boy may be like what World Citizen said. That boy may be like really, because these kids nowadays are like I said, and this is just me throwing words out there, but they're in their feelings, not like we were. We weren't in our feelings like that. You know what I mean?
Because the older guys, man, you think are the grandfathers, the great grandfathers, or even the dads. Some of them are older men. Like, you know, they had this little saying back when I was a little boy. My uncles used to say, "We're built Ford tough." You know what they say about Ford? You know, they're built tough. So um, he used to always say that. You know, men are built Ford tough, and not that you know. It doesn't say that today's society is more sensitive or they're just more tapped into their emotions now. You get what I'm saying? Like, I just
Right.
think that just happened to be, you know, the way the kids are raised now. You gotta guard them. You gotta keep them in the house. You gotta hover over them. You gotta go through their devices, and it's sad, but you gotta do things like that now. It was those type of things didn't have access to that back then, and you know, neighbors and people were more trusting then than they are now. You know, you really don't want to send your child over to the neighbor's house nowadays. You
Yeah.
really don't want to send your child over to some family members nowadays. You know, so it's a little back then. People didn't think about sending your child to auntie, uncle, and to the neighbor. You know, back then the neighbor whooped your ass just like your mom did.
Yeah. And then took you home to your mom and let your mom whoop your ass or your dad
Yeah.
whoop your ass.
And Dragon that made a point. The older guys make fun of the younger guys, for telling on the younger women, or even alluding to the fact that you're not comfortable with it. You get teased. You know, a younger guy in the neighborhood now, you know, oh, this lady was trying to talk to me, and she's older than me, and I don't know, I don't want her to talk to me. You're gonna get laughed at. They're gonna laugh you off the street, and you're gonna be in the house for 2 weeks while they laugh at you for telling on them. You know,
Right.
but now if a girl did it, you know, oh, this older guy, you know, he keeps trying to talk to me. We're gonna beat the hell out of him, and we're gonna beat him out of the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So it's different. It's conditioned
Yeah.
different, and that's what happens. The boys are conditioned to believe, even though it's an older female, shut your ass up. You know what I'm saying? Be quiet. It's cool to do that. So
Right.
just get involved, be quiet, be cool, and don't tell nobody. you know, and look what happens. And when it's unwanted and that kid not pursuing that and he's not ready for that and that mental state ain't there yet, and now he's all messed up in the head and, you know, becomes that child that's not that can't be socially normal because of the things that's going on, you know.
Mm-hmm. Makes a
and
lot of sense.
right. But
Hey, Lulu, welcome to the chat. Where you at? I don't see her name in there, but I see Nightbot saying
Nightbot
something.
did something to her. Let me see. Let me go over in the chat or the YouTube side and see what happened.
All I see is a warning, but I don't see the name.
Yeah, but it must have timed her out too. Lulu, if you can hear us, that's Nightbot. We got a rogue Nightbot. Hang on a second.
uh, tell
Give
her,
it a minute.
to hit that, hit the,
Pull up.
tell her hit the what's up, Constitution? She got sacked by Nightbot. Tell her to
Yeah.
hit the panel link so I can give her the mod. I thought she was already a mod.
Oh my God. I hit her for
What it?
600 seconds. He timed her out for 10 minutes. Man,
Okay, can you see the name? I don't even see the name. Oh,
it's
let's see.
Lulu. It's Lulu Ramos. He Nightbot knocked Lulu Ramos out for 600 seconds, which is 10 minutes.
All right, let me go ahead and change that. Let me see. Let me go log into my other name. Oh, Nightbot. Yeah, we got to work with him. I got to do something about Nightbot.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Nightbot is crazy.
I don't know why. It's got to be.
I,
You turned off them emojis and all that, right?
yeah, I turned everything off, man. I turned everything off. I didn't have anything on. And Nightbot said, man, you're not cutting me off.
Nightbot
Okay, now,
name must be Homie because Homie don't play that.
yeah. I don't see I don't see her name now. Okay.
Lulu, if you're still in the chat, just hit the StreamYard link that's in the chat and get on the panel, and then Nightbot can't mess with you up on the panel. Because I think when she's timed out, I think she can still hear it and everything and all that. She just can't type nothing, so she's just like sitting idle. But I've only been timed out once in all the chats that I've been in, and it was an accident. A moderator accidentally hit my name instead of someone else's.
Yeah, when that chat be moving, that happens. You be trying to hit something, and before you know it, you done time somebody out the wrong person.
And then I messed with him for like 3 days about it.
Now I can remove Nightbot's moderator.
Oh my goodness. Do you see what Nightbot said?
What'd he say?
I am Nightbot, hear me roar.
uh,
My state.
oh shit.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Was you watching
Yeah.
last night what it did to Mexican long hair? What Nightbot did to Mexican long hair?
Yeah, I was so confused at first.
Yeah, he told Mexican long hair. Nightbot timed him out and deleted all his messages, and then Nightbot came out and said, "Mexican long hair, are you done yet?"
Yeah, I seen that. He said he was watching him. I said, "Oh hell no, Nightbot tripping. He talking to people."
That's crazy.
I better chill out. I ain't gonna say nothing negative about Nightbot. He might mute me, kick me off the panel, ban me, block me, all type of shit.
He can't do that because you're a moderator, so he can't mess with the mod.
Oh my
Nightbot
God!
might mess around, take it away, put me in a chokehold, drag me into the YouTube closet.
My state. Look what Nightbot just said.
Where is it? I ain't not throwing the gas at me. You didn't hear this believe. Let's get go here. Doesn't do this. Oh hell no!
Mhm.
Dude, MLH is
Mm.
doing his Twitch podcast for his game and shit. But I'm sure when he gets off of there, he'll be over here. That's gonna be funny when he sees that.
What's up, Epic? How you doing, man?
Say, computer love.
How's it going, Epic?
Yeah, he said that computer love. He called himself MacBot.
MacBot.
And this robot is just commenting.
That shit is hilarious.
Yeah, and then MLA said, "Fuck you, MacBot." What he said? "Fuck you, Nightbot." And
Yeah.
then Nightbot put his ass out the room. That shit was so funny. Smash that like button. How you doing, Epic? What's up, man? How you doing, sir? You got anything to
That's
add
too
to this
funny.
topic conversation, man? Predators versus cougars. Is there a difference? What's the difference? If there is a difference, spell it out
Oh,
for us. Speak your mind. I know you got something to say.
Nightbot
I'm not.
just timed Epic out.
All right, Dragonet. You can go ahead and bounce. We'll see you later.
All right,
Let
Dragon.
me go ahead. Let me go ahead and see if I can stop Nightbot for the night so he don't be timing people out. I can't have him doing that. Let me go ahead and
It timed Epic out for putting caps, dude. You got to find that. You got to find that setting and turn that off because
I
a lot
think
of
I
people use caps,
Nightbot was
yeah,
and
tripping.
that's
cause I use caps.
yeah, and
Okay.
that's why it timed out Epic for 5 seconds.
All right, Epic. Let me
Oh,
see
because
if
he
I can
used
turn.
caps?
Yeah, because he used caps.
Well, I'm gonna turn Nightbot off for a minute until I can figure it out.
Yeah, and he just deleted Nightbot or Epic for 300 because Epic put a thumbs up and a whole bunch of middle fingers up, and Nightbot timed him out for 300 seconds.
Say you're starting to bug me. That's crazy. Nightbot is tripping.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get rid of him. Let me see how to turn Nightbot off.
I ain't gonna say nothing else
All
till Nightbot turned off.
right. All right, Nightbot. I'm just trying to go to StreamYard, turn his ass off, and that's not working.
Yeah, well, we ain't gonna have no audience. Nightbot keeps bouncing people out. So
All right. I just took him. I took Nightbot off the channel for right now until I can figure out his. I just shut him down.
Cool Nightbot.
Constitution's got he's got a wrench, so it ain't gonna matter. Dragonet's got a wrench. Anybody else that's in here, if there's anybody else that's in here that doesn't have a wrench, can you put in a couple emojis and maybe some caps on and see if Nightbot still works?
He's shut off now.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. Let me see. All right. I think I shut him off, man, until I figure out how to do his settings. But I went in and I shut everything off, and he's still acting funny. Go to default settings. All right, Constitution, how you doing? Why don't you go ahead and click that link? Get up here on this panel. Give us your opinion on the subject matter. Nightbot he's been shut down. I took his battery out. Okay, I see everything is commercials enabled. iCommands. Let me disable that because I don't know what that is.
I just put the link. I just put the StreamYards link in the chat. Anybody that needs to come up, wants to come up, Miss B, if you're still in there. Ellie, Constitution Matters.
Come on up, Ellie. I know you got something to say about this subject matter,
Yeah, we need.
and I know
I mean, we need
every
female perspective. I mean, that's kind of why we did it. The whole.
and and the thing is,
Join the condo.
everybody's had experience with female predators, whether you're a female or a male, because for the same reason, everybody got that uncle or some relative that's a predator, or somebody we know from school or a teacher, that's a male predator. But what about the female predators that slips through the loops, slips through society? You know what I mean? What about them? What do y'all think about those teachers? What do y'all have to say about that? For the two people that just came up on
Yeah,
panel.
we got Epic, and I think that's Constitution Matters right there. So,
Yes, sir.
what do you think, Epic? You're in Canada. There's Lulu. Lulu's back.
Hey guys, how are you?
How's it going, TMC? TCM, I mean.
Oh, not too bad. Oh, a little
We
tired
put
today.
Nightbot in timeout.
Yeah, I saw
He's
that.
going going
He's a little
rogue.
out of control, that guy.
Yeah, I put him in
Artificial
timeout so we can
intelligence, he's going to take over
reprogram
the
him.
channel.
Yeah, he was talking shit to Mexican long hair yesterday. That shit was funny.
I was waiting for him to throw
I,
you out.
Yo, what's up with that bitch, man? That fucking bitch put my ass on timeout.
I know, man. We're trying to figure out the program. I cut all the programs off, but he still ain't acting right. So I timed him out.
He
How many
said,
people
"Did
you
you
got
see
in
what
there?
he?"
I'm not
Let's
for
see.
sure.
It
Welcome
says,
to the.
go ahead.
That
It says
night is a tyrant.
I think that's
'Cause,
wrong.
I'll go live and put out your I'll put out your link so everybody comes here instead of coming to my show.
Let's do that. Go ahead. Send them over here so we can get this conversation going and get this topic, because we need to go ahead and beat this dead horse a little bit more. How you doing, T Mash? Welcome to the. Well,
You
we'll
know that.
control it. We'll keep keep
I
it
know
down
you
to a
can control
minimum.
it.
Welcome to
You know
the.
how it is though on my
Welcome to
channel,
the
bro.
chat. Yeah, I know. I know exactly how it is. I appreciate it though.
All right, homie, I'm doing that right now. I'll be back.
All right. I appreciate it.
As a-
Anybody want to hit that link? Go ahead and hit the panel link, and get up here and speak your mind. How you doing? Cooking with Lulu. Go ahead, man.
I was just going to tell Epic that was a good show he had earlier this morning. I was watching as
Why didn't
while
you
I
come
was
up,
driving.
homie?
Oh, that early in the morning, man, I'm still drinking my coffee. My brain's all fuzzy. I was just paying attention to what you guys were doing, and then I had to jump in the van and go do a couple jobs. So I put it on the speakers in the van and was listening.
Yeah, hell yeah, you're always welcome. Everybody's welcome to my channel. It's a chilling place, you know. Sometimes it gets hot. Where sometimes it gets hot and drama-ish, but like, fuck, that's everywhere, bro. It's 2021 today, you know.
Right.
There's drama everywhere. Even if you try to avoid it, you can't. It's there.
We try to keep it chill over here.
Yeah, I know, but just wait till he grows a little bit more. You'll see the drama will be fucking flying right and left.
Hey, if you're not stepping in drama, you're not walking around enough.
Yeah, true that.
How long have you been on YouTube, my brother? This is YouTube life, man. It's totally different.
You're robot.
Yeah, these YouTube streets, man.
YouTube streets are gangsta as hell. Don't forget that.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're good now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm used to these YouTube streets, man. I got my damn Timberlands on, and I've been stepping through these YouTube streets for years. So it's it's all good, man. But I like YouTube, man. I like getting out here. I like talking to people like you guys, man, and shooting the shit and learning things and getting information. You know, it's a wealth of information out here on YouTube. You just gotta get the right information. You know, so that's why I'm on here.
Yo, good citizen. Good
Yes,
citizen, you're a
sir.
mod on my channel, right? You're a mod on my
Yes,
channel,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
So when my channel goes live, come in and
Yes,
drop
sir.
your link so I could copy it and keep posting it and sending people over.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right?
No problem. No problem.
Be right,
Yes, sir.
be right back.
Awesome. See, I like that.
Word,
He
word.
jumped up to show the love and told you to come over and put your link in his chat. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was over there one day, and the next thing you know, I was moderator. I didn't even know why. So I was like,
Yeah,
damn. Okay.
he had some good panels. He had a good panel this morning. I was listening into his panel this morning. It started off slow because it was early and people were slow to come in and jump on his panel and stuff, but he got a little conversation rolling.
Yes, sir. What happened to Constitution Matters? He came up and then he left. Get back
I'm
up
here.
here, man.
No,
Oh,
he's
okay.
still
I
there.
don't
I'm
see
here.
him on the. Oh, okay. His
Right below
avatar
you.
gone. Okay, I see it. I see it. I see the R. Yeah, I was up looking at my TV and I see a red shirt. Then I looked at my phone and I didn't see nothing. I was like, where'd he go? Playing tricks on me.
Yeah, I'm not that photogenic, so
All right, hey Lulu, why don't you get up here on this? Get up here on the panel.
yeah, I think she went somewhere. I saw her say she'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. Do you
Yeah.
got anything to add to this? And I know you come from a different time and age. Constitution matters. What is your perspective on the subject matter at hand? How did it affect you, and how did you look at it when you were growing up? Did when you were growing up, did you look at it a certain way, and do you still look at it the same way now as you did when
So
you were younger?
when I was younger, I probably would have encouraged it to happen to me. You know, like when I was a child, because you know you're thinking it. But once I became an adult, I'm against it on both sides because it's a cycle. You know, what I mean, like people once you start understanding abuse, people who get abused are likely to become abusers. So, you know, people who sit there and go like male or female. And then I had a coworker who was even older than I was, who had told me about how he was abused when he was a child, and how it, you know, like how. So I'm 60. He's probably about 68 now. So because he was about 8 years older than me, and he told me how it messed him up. So
So, how did it mess him up? Tell us the story that he told you, and if you could go into detail, just so, because we're gonna have people listening to this in the future. This is gonna be a future podcast. We're gonna have people listening to this, you know, days from now, weeks from now, a year from now. So just go into a little detail without, you know, giving up too much information about your friend, but just so we can kind of understand how it affected him psychologically, spiritually, mentally.
well, he basically told me, he said, you know, like back when it happened to him, he didn't, you know, like you were saying, he didn't think that he could tell anybody that, you know, he was almost embarrassed to be bothered by it. You know what I mean? Which I thought was an interesting perspective because, you know, it's just something like when you're, you know, like when you're like 12, 13, 14, starting to become interested in sex and stuff like that, and then you hear about it, you're wondering about it, you know, and then when you find somebody who it did happen to, and they're like, yeah, it wasn't what they thought it would be, and it messed them up. You know, it was just a different. It was just different because you know, I mean, like I never, you know, I never like would have thought it would have been a problem because you know, like when you're like 12, you're like running around hormonally charged, thinking, you know, when you're gonna become sexually active, I guess would be the word. And then, you know, to hear somebody who wasn't out, because I knocked my front teeth out when I was probably 13, right before I went into high school. And then I had a brace, kind of biological brace they called it, which it looked like they took a glue gun and just went across the front of my teeth to reimplant them. And I had that until I was 19. So I wasn't a big fan of, or I wasn't a big hit with the ladies in high school. So it was just, but you know, then when I met, you know, as I got older, and I met people who were, and then who were actually abused, I found out that I wasn't missing anything. Anyway, but yeah,
So
his issue was more on the side of that he always felt that he had to watch, that he would be a danger to somebody else. But then he said what kept him from doing it was how much it bothered him. You know, he was like, I couldn't, he's like, I couldn't do that to somebody else. But he said I could see where people would take the position of, it happened to me, so why can't I do it to somebody else? And he was just better hearted than that. You know, at least that's how he put it. I would hope that, you know, I have no indication that he was anything but that, but you never know. I mean, and then that would make me nervous around anybody. Like anybody who's been abused, you always want to wonder, will they become abusers? That would be my, that's the biggest concern I have. Is just, is it going to become a vicious cycle? Unending.
all right, Epic. I just posted the my channel link, and then I'm gonna go ahead and post the link for this particular stream also. All right. Um, who do we have in the chat? We have Josh. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the chat. Epic sent you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm over here trying to post this link. So go ahead and hit that panel link if you guys got anything to add to the conversation. And I'm pretty curious as to how do you think this affects a young male mentally and spiritually when something like this happens to him, even though we may think a male subject is able to handle this versus a female subject when placed in this particular situation. So how do you think that affects a man or a young man when this happens to him at an early age at 9, 10, 11, and 12, 15 years old? How do you think that affects them? Anybody on panel have anything to say or an opinion on that?
Um, of course I gave mine earlier, so people probably could, go back and uh, listen to that. However, I just wanted to add, if the panel becomes too full and you want people to come up, I'll move down so somebody else new could come up and give their opinion and thoughts.
Okay, that's no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
So if
I got to
anybody would
jump
like to
off
get up here
anyway
on the
'cause I got
panel,
a couple things. I'm sorry. I got a couple things I got to do, so I'm going to drop down anyway. But
okay,
Okay.
no problem.
all right, I'll
Make
be
sure you
back.
come back.
I definitely will. Thank you.
George Ward, if you want to come up and you got some insight on the question, come on up. I just posted the StreamYard's link in the chat. Josh, if you have anything to say, I would like to hear Canada, the guys from Canada, Epic, maybe Josh, here, because we don't hear about Canadian, the predators in Canada. So, I mean, is the females a problem? Do they get treated the same, the female predators, as the male predators do in Canada? Um, you know,
Yeah, Epic. We want to hear something about that. What you have anything to add about that?
I think Epic's over still on his channel. I think he's on both right now, so he probably talking on his live. Yeah, anybody Midwest, I see Midwest Transparency. I see him a lot over in Epic's channel. If you want to come up and you got something to say, we'd like to hear. Like I said, I'd like to hear about Canada. I mean, we know how it is over here. The women aren't. I don't believe the women get the same jail times and things of that nature as the men do. I think the men get railroaded compared to the female. Not saying that they all should get railroaded, because I'm not into that, but the women get away with it a lot more than the men.
They get less jail time. They get less. A lot of them get just basically a slap on the wrist compared to the males. And like you say, not taking away from what the male did, because I believe if you do something like that, whatever time they give you, you should get all the time. Now, if they're going to give a man 10 years, just throw a number. If they're going to give him 10 years for committing a certain crime or act, and a female does that certain crime or act, she should get that same time. She shouldn't get 2 years because she's a female.
Right. I'm trying to type in the damn chat here.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
All right, my bad. I had a problem with the mic because my two live streams are on, so my mic was only connected for one. So let me shout out the people in the chat real quick. George Ward, Midwest.
Okay, go ahead.
George Ward, Midwest. Toe for Life, Josh. Fuck, they're all rolling in. Angel, what's going on? C-Mac, what's good? My State Transparency. All right. So what's your question, bro? What you want me to answer?
Okay, now we have a growing epidemic of female predators. Now,
really,
you being living in Canada, do you see a growing problem with the female predator? Because like over here, it's like every other week we're starting to see teachers messing with little boys and females in different leadership or authority positions taking advantage of the younger male. Just like you hear about the men taking advantage of the younger women in basically every aspect or every platform. Like if you got a job, that's why they got the HR, because you got all these different men, so-called men, that are predators, the Me Too movement. But we also have a lot of female predators. So do you guys experience that? Have you experienced it? Do you know anybody that experienced it? Do you see it? Is it becoming more and more noticeable? We just want to know. The world wants to know.
For female predators, obviously there is some here in Canada for sure. There's some all over the world, but you don't really see them as much as male that wants little boys, or males that want little girls. But we've had a case recently that a female teacher, was touching a little boy. So, but I haven't heard back from it. But to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. Fuck, you lost me in that one, bro. Because if I was young and a hot teacher would come on to me, I wouldn't mind it. Just saying. That's my opinion. But yeah, if
Yeah.
it's little boys,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand.
That's been sort of the consensus on this since we haven't had no females up here, but that we all on my state, world citizen, me, we all said that back when we were 16, 17 years old. If a hot teacher came on to us, we'd be all for it. We'd be like, yeah, you know.
Well,
So,
of
but
course.
like I was saying earlier, is I believe it's a different, these kids are different nowadays. They're more into their feelings. So you believe it would hurt them psychologically more than it would us. Like we were more strong, I think, mentally.
Yes, you're definitely right on that. We were more strong. We were more out there in the, in the outside. I don't know about you guys, but we never had Xboxes or phones or any bullshit like that, right?
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, I personally wouldn't care if a teacher would touch me sexually. That's just my saying. A female, obviously, but yeah, I've seen a couple cases. But you hear it once and then it disappears. Boom, gone. So yeah, we don't hear much of that. We hear a lot of um, men that are diddlers that love little boys and try to pick up 14-year-old kids or even younger than 14-year-old girls.
So
We have lots of that.
so you think Canada sweeps it under the rug, kind of like the States do?
Yes, 100%. Yes, because Canada, our prime minister is a fucking pedophile. He's all the names in the book you could mention, right? So
Right.
All right, Keebler said, not many teen boys gonna tell if they get older women coming on to them except to brag in the locker room.
you're so right.
And that's true.
It's
Fucking
yeah.
right.
That's
I
true
wouldn't tell.
because a lot of boys don't see it as a problem. They see it as, hey, I done got to the next stage in life.
Yeah.
Now I got something to talk about. I got something to brag about. Um, but when it's happening to a female, I think the female at that same age becomes
Different.
more
That's a
becomes
whole different ball game. Yeah.
more attached,
Yeah.
and there's feelings involved. Because then the female, she can end up getting pregnant. And there's a whole different lot of different there's a lot of different variables when it comes to the male and female doing this. Now, I
Listen.
think it's wrong on both levels. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask quickly. Do you mind if other people jump on? Good citizen, world citizen.
No, I want people to get up here so they can voice their opinion, speak their mind. That's
Yeah.
what this is for.
All right, let me get them come
If
up
they
here.
want to
Crafty, come on up. You're welcome to come up. Hit that link. Come on up. Who else comes up?
go
Yeah.
ahead and
I
post
posted
that
it
link,
again.
and
StreamYards is in the chats.
let's get some people up here, get some different points of view, get some different, let somebody else speak.
I'd like to get some female points of view because it's all been
That's
males up here talking about it.
Yeah, we need to get some females up here on this panel because we need to get some,
Crafty.
like we said, we need to get some opinions from the different mindsets from the different sexes. And this is not battle of the sexes, it's not man against female or anything of that nature. But this is something that needs to be talked about because we all know about the male predator. Everybody knows about that. But we don't know about the female predator. Now we hear about it, but there are a lot of them out there, just as many as the male predators. And I've been
Oh, hell
saying
yeah.
this for a long time. I've been saying it for a long time. We just don't know it. We don't see it, but we're starting to see a lot more because of the day and age we're living in and the social media age. We're starting to see a lot more. People are recording things, and people are not scared to put it out on the internet. Everybody's airing their business out nowadays.
Hey,
Transparency.
Crafty.
Hi.
Can
How
we
you
get your
doing,
opinion on
Crafty?
that?
Welcome
Well,
to the panel.
how are you guys? I know I'm a
Good, good.
woman. It's just one of those things. Either way, with a kid, they're innocent. And a woman's a little bit more sneaky than a man. They can be
Hell
deviant.
yeah.
And of course, the guy would think that, oh, that's great, what have you, but still doesn't make it any more right.
No, it doesn't. You're right.
You
It doesn't.
know,
It's still the
if I
same thing.
was if I was the teacher and don't say anything and what have you, it's one of them things. You're raping their mind. They end up shaming themselves. And we see it time and time again here in Canada.
Ellie, can you come up and give us your point of view too?
They
Sorry,
suffer in silence.
Cat,
They do
Cappy, go
suffer in
ahead.
silence.
Okay, I got my state transparency said, is there, he's asking a question, is there a double standard? Now, Crafty Cat, what is your opinion on that? Is there a double standards when it comes to the male predator versus the female predator, and also the male victim versus the female victim?
No, because they're both victims.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
equal. It's very equal. Doesn't matter if it's a male or a
Okay.
female.
Now, what about the predator? Is there a double standards when it comes to the man predator or the
No,
female predator?
I think that it should be equal as well.
The same, yeah. Yeah, me too.
Same with like
Okay,
height.
yeah, but you say you think it should be equal, but my question is it equal?
Usually
Let's keep
not.
feelings out of this. We want to know true hard facts. Is it equal? Is there a double standards?
In today's,
No, I don't think I don't think it's equal. I don't think the system
it's
is
not
equal.
equal.
If you want to
The
ask
system
that,
is broken,
yeah, the
and
system's not equal.
it's more rigged for a man in those kinds of terms, and we see that time and time again too.
But yo, we
But
all know. You know what? Let's put it this way: we all know if anybody, any rapists, any men that touch kids or women that touch kids, they don't do jail time. There's no jail time. They get out. They're happy. They keep doing it
and we
again.
don't know where
Look at
they are in Canada.
look at news now. Look at news now, Houston. Look at fucking Rock City. Rock City, 3 fucking kids. Where is he? He's out on the street. You know, once you touch a kid and fuck the kid's life up, they should be charged for murder, bro. Because you know what? That kid is fucking stunned for life.
Yeah, that kid
You
wants to
literally ruin
hurt
their whole life.
themselves. Yeah, like I said, you've raped the kid of its life. And that's where you have a lot of addictions with kids. Or they cut, or they do things behind the door. They'll run away. Their emotions, sometimes they can't connect their emotions and what's going on.
Is this panel 420 friendly?
Yes.
Of
Hi,
course.
Peanut.
All right, let's smoke, man. Yeah, what's going on, Ellie? How you doing? You're quiet down there. What's your
No,
thoughts
I'm good.
on it?
How's everybody? Well, I'm just coming in, so I'm just trying to see where you guys are in the conversation.
Okay.
But I think the answer to the question is, from what I'm understanding, there is a double standard because it's harder for men to come forward if they're sexually abused by a woman, whether they're a child or whether they're an adult. People tend to either not believe them or to glorify it. I have seen where females do get prison sentences, so that statement isn't correct. There have been teachers that do, and I can't remember her name, but if you follow the story, she winded up even marrying and having children with that child that she molested.
Is that the one from the 90s? Sorry to cut you off.
Yes.
Yes,
Where
I
she was a
remember
teacher.
seeing that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she did go to jail. She was married, but she did get divorced. She did go to jail. She winded up, afterwards. Because again, I think that's Stockholder syndrome for him.
I thought they were pregnant.
Because men don't want to come forward with it for some reason. And I do think that it's not looked upon as the same thing. But I also think regardless of what the sex origin is, anybody who goes through that as a child, it not only affects them for the rest of their life, but it affects their family, and it does get passed on. Not that they will then be a predator, even though that can happen, but it affects them mentally and emotionally on how they become parents and decisions that they make, where they, are more protective, they're more stricter, and that affects their family life. So once a child goes through that experience, it is something that will never leave them. Never.
No.
So I think when you have somebody who is a child predator who goes to jail for 5 years, that does nothing. It just makes them smarter on how to get away with it the next time. And then they get caught again. And then you think putting them in jail is going to help again. And it's not. That's where, listen, there's a couple things you can do, in my opinion,
But
and only a
Ellie,
couple. Yes.
I just want to throw this in before you keep going. 5
Sure.
years, it's not even time. There's no time because you just ruin a whole kid's life.
And
so
that
5
depends on who
years.
you are. If you even get 5 years, if you're
Exactly.
a police officer, you're going to get probation.
You're right.
Or a promotion. No, that's not a lie. If you look at recently, there was about 8 months ago, there was an officer in Hawaii. He molested
The
3
chief.
children, and he got probation for 6
Yeah, the
months.
chief, eh?
Yeah, congratulations. I'm so glad that you care about the welfare of the children, that you give him probation. And I'm sure he'll have a security job or something else somewhere along the line. It's disgusting. So to me, there's either in isolation for the remainder of their life, or give back to the circle of life, because all of God's creatures need to eat, great and small. So let the sharks have at them. Because you're never going to get rid of that. To me, there's no forgiveness. They're never going to get better in any way. They use these demon excuses and they try. There's no trying. When you get to that stage, I'm sorry, it's the end of the road for me.
Yeah, there's low. That's low. Going for a child is low.
And then they tried to blame it on something else like PTSD, and that's an excuse for what you did to a child. Please. I don't even want to hear about your problems. I don't want to hear what somebody did to you, that you went and molested somebody. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. I just don't want to hear it. Well, I didn't mean to make everybody quiet on that.
No, I was reading the
It's a-
chat. I was reading the chat. Welcome, Peanut, to the chat. How you doing? Keebler,
But I don't know
Miss
what this
B,
QT story is, so can somebody fill me in on that?
I don't
on the
know.
what story?
QT, I saw that someplace else, and somebody just put something like that in chat, and I don't know what QT is. Rest in peace, QT. I don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
A person, I think.
Oh, okay.
All right, Road Dog, get back up here. There's room up here. Now I do have another question. As far as, okay, since we're talking about predators, now do predators become cougars? Now you're a predator. You're a young predator, and you get older. Do you still be? Are you still a predator? We know you're a predator, but do you become a cougar? Do predators produce cougars, or do cougars produce predators? Is there a difference? And if there is, what is the difference? Because if you reverse it and you look at it from a man, now he's a predator, and then he grows up, and then I just call him a male cougar because now all he's dating is younger women. He's tricking. He's paying these women, giving them money for some food. They bringing them plates, something to eat. I'm making a joke, but the thing is, okay, he becomes basically a male cougar, unless he becomes a pedophile. Now predators, is a predator a pedophile? Is that basically the same thing, or is it? Because it's like a real thin line. I don't know. Like a lot of predators, I would consider predators pedophile, because if a child is under a certain age, then he's a pedophile. So
Yes.
most
same
most
thing.
most pedophiles predators, and most predators pedophiles. Basically, yeah.
I think
Well,
the
I would think
predator
a
and
predator
pedophile is
is
the same, no?
different. I look at a predator as different.
Okay.
Why?
You're older because you're older. And if I'm older, then you become a predator. See, if I'm of age, then you become like a predator to
So
me.
give me an example of what you considered a predator versus what you consider a pedophile.
But then again, a predator is somebody who would be like stalking and continually harassing, right?
See, to me, a child predator and a child pedophile are the same thing. You're a child rapist. It's different than what people are calling a cougar, where you have two consenting adults. So somebody who's of age, that's 20, versus somebody who is 45. So there's, that's where, and it comes in differently. It's this man's through his midlife crisis when he's 45 dating a 21, 22-year-old versus a cougar, which would be the female equivalent that they give them. That I've never heard of a male being called a cougar. It's always referred to as a woman being a cougar.
Yeah.
And people have different views on that. I mean, I think age is a big difference, but it kind of, I look at it like this. Let's say that you're somebody that's, 45 years old and you're dating an 18-year-old. Well, to me, I'm like, okay, so when you were 20 years old, you were going by the nursery in the hospital and you said, wow, that baby is so gorgeous. One day I'm going to hook up with her. That's just plain nastiness to me.
Yeah, that's
But,
nasty.
but that's just me. You know what I mean? Like, I put it in that kind of perspective. I mean, of course, there's no age limit, but you got to see what somebody gets out of it. I mean, if somebody's 75 years old and they're dating a 25-year-old woman, or
Yes.
vice versa, listen, you're in that for the money. You know what I mean? That's where you call it the sugar daddy or your sugar mama. So to me, that there's a money aspect for that. But I'm not one that's, I mean, who am I guess, to judge? I guess you can find love in it, but I always think, how do you have something in common with somebody who's, a 22-year-old and you're, 51 years old? Where do you have something in
I
common
don't
with
know.
that?
I
Like,
don't know
listen,
where
you
the
you
common
just
is.
got to be able to be able to drink. You just passed that legal age, and the other one's already looking for the retirement home. Where's the commonality in that one?
Okay. Now I have a question. Well, basically, my state proposed a question in the chat. Um, he said, in your opinion, are there more men predators than women? So we're gonna go through everybody that's on panel. We're gonna start with Miss B. I want to hear your opinion, Miss B, on this particular question. Is there more men predators than women? And if so, why do you think that is?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Crafty. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Hello, Miss
And
B.
Ellie. Sorry, Ellie, I wasn't trying to ignore you.
It's okay,
But
honey.
okay, I was getting ready to talk. When I get ready to talk, I go. Uh, but in my opinion, they're equal. Most people that mess with people that they're they're not equally yoked to, it's because they don't know how to communicate. They looking for love, they looking for affection. And a lot of women, I'm not gonna say men is more or women is more, but I've noticed that a lot of women is getting into these relationships. A 50-year-old woman in a relationship with a 20-year-old man because she needs something to love, something to take care of. In this day and age, you find an older lady 9 out of 10 times, if she's a professional, she making money, she got everything of her own, and a real man don't want her because he don't want to be under her foot. So she have to go to the younger generation, and the young man want her because she got everything, and she's gonna make him sorry. But it's
Now,
all for about
let me
love.
let me ask you a question. Why do men not want to deal with a woman like that? If
The
if she
reason
if
why
she if she has everything and she's well established, why do men don't want to deal with a woman like that? I'm just curious.
I'm glad you asked me that. The man don't want to deal with a woman like that because he's gonna have to hang his nuts up at the door. You're not gonna walk in my house where I pay all the bills, do everything, and tell me what the hell you gonna do and not gonna do. You
Or the woman doesn't want to submit to the man and allow him to lead and be the man that he's supposed to be and be in a
Ex-
leadership position. So
ex-
that's one of the reasons men won't deal with a woman like that, because she's too headstrong and she don't want to submit. And submit doesn't mean being a doormat. It just means you have to allow that man to be a man. So that's one of the reasons, I think. Now go back to what you were saying. I just wanted to kind of touch on that a little bit.
Okay. Well, no, you're right though, because men are see a man. If I'm 50 years old and a 49, 55, 60-year-old man come to me, he's already established. He's set in his ways. If he have something, he have something. If he don't have nothing, then he's looking to use me too. So why would you go and fool with this old thing versus you got this young thing who gonna perform at the drop of a hat? See, you have to look at it. It's a sexual fantasy with people. When you find people in these type of situations, it's a sexual fantasy. And a man, a young boy, can easily be manipulated by a woman. I mean, if you're a young boy, you're 21, 22 years old, she 50 years old, she been on her job 30 years, everything is going perfect for her. She bought her house, got 2 cars in the garage, and you're a 21-year-old, you want to sit around, play video games, smoke weed all day. She gonna allow you to do that. But guess what? She's gonna get tired of it. So women are fantasizers. They fantasize. They if you're a single woman and you've been single by yourself all these years, you don't have children, you have nothing going for yourself, but your career and the stuff that accumulated through these years of life. So that's all you have. And then here come this 21-year-old. He buff. You done bought him workout stuff. Oh, he dressed to the kill. Boy, he never put on no cologne before in his life. You got him in cologne. But what he doesn't do is get up and go to work. He get up and start playing video games and smoking his weed. And you okay with that as long as he performing. But then when you get tired of him, you want to throw him to the side. And that's not right. So when you say a woman is a provocateur or predator, there are fantasizers. They fantasy. Women fantasize about sex way more than men. Because our men really want us their thing, slobbed on. And they want to go to work. A real man want to go to work. But if you own everything, and the way to make sure you hold on to that control is you get you a young guy, and I blame the mothers for that, and more than the fathers. The reason why I say I blame the mothers more, because as a woman, I have 2 sons, and the first thing I teach my sons is don't you ever depend on no woman for nothing. Don't you take nothing from no woman. So they grew up with that mind frame that, look, I don't want nothing you have. But most
Okay.
women don't raise their sons like that. They raise their sons to be beggars. They on welfare. Then so they meet a woman with something. Of course they're gonna cling to her. And it's not that they love her. They could care less about it. They love what she have. And that's the problem that we have. We're not teaching our young boys and girls, because you got the same 60-year-old man over there chasing that 18-year-old girl. It's the same thing. Because we're
Same
not
thing.
teaching them
Okay.
how to respect themselves.
Okay. Now, on that note, back to the original question. In your opinion, are there more men predators than women predators?
World citizen. Can I have a second?
Yes, sir.
I know you're doing a lot up there, and I don't know if you're seeing the chat, but it's not letting Epic back up. And
Why not?
I don't know, but and he wants to know if you'll mod him so he doesn't get booted.
Yeah. Where's he at?
Okay, he's in the chat down there.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's why I jumped back up to see if it was something with StreamYards, but obviously it's not Epic. I don't know what's going on because it let me up.
Nightbot.
All right. Let him
Nightbot's
know
been at work.
I disabled Nightbot until I can figure him out, because I didn't need him going rogue in here and kicking people out for no reason. Because Nightbot got it in for Mexican long hair. He told Mexican he got his eye on him or something.
You leave
I don't know
Nightbot
what
alone.
yeah.
Epic, go
But
ahead and type something and
Mex
see. He modded you, I think, and then try to
yeah,
come at
I
him on StreamYards.
all right. So Miss B, go ahead and answer that question real quick, and then we could go to Crafty Cat and ask her that question, and then we can go to Ellie. I just want to see what you guys think on that. Is there more male predators in your opinion, or is there more female predators in your opinion?
I'm gonna say female. I'm gonna
And
say it's more
why do
female
you
predators
and why
because
do you say that?
because men don't want a real man, a grown man that's out there doing everything. He looking for somebody to take care of, and a woman that has everything, he's not looking at her. She don't even interest him because he already know what the downplay gonna be. So she's out there on the prowl. You find these women my age out there at the bebop club. What the hell y'all ass doing at the bebop club? But she gonna come home every night with a different little boy. So I'm gonna say women from my experience and what I've been through and what I've seen. Because it's disgusting to me to see a 50-year-old woman with a 20-year-old. You depriving that child of his future. You can't have no babies no more. Let him have a chance to have a family. Let him go get a job. Let him get some education. Let him know what it's like to be a provider. Men are providers. Women are producers. But we done got mixed up along the way with the concept of a provider and a producer. And women now, you out of your prime. You 50 years old. You're not gonna have no babies at 50. You missed your opportunity because you was out there trying to be the top salesman or whatever in a job. So now all you're looking for is a good time and to ruin some kid's life. And if I catch any old woman near any one of my sons, it's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any older woman with
I
my
hear
son.
you. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. You sure did. And uh, Crafty Cat, go ahead and
Yes. In my
tell us what
opinion,
you think.
more women than men.
Okay.
I would
And
probably say
why
men.
do you say
I
that?
would say
You
men.
say men. Okay.
Hmm.
And why do you say more men?
Isn't it proven it's been more men than
I
women?
don't know it.
I mean, the
I
women
don't know it. I
are
don't.
I can see where Miss
I
B comes from because women are more sly and vindictive about it. You
I
don't get
don't
caught.
know if it's been proven or not. I know that we just have more information that men are predators, but that doesn't mean that it's been proven that men are
No, there's
that
women
there's
out
more
there
men
too.
predators. So I think it's about equal. I think there may even be more women. I could be wrong, but
You
because
could.
women get away with so much shit nowadays.
That's right.
Now you have women teaching their daughters how to be predators at a young age, and you have all of these, and just look at Instagram, look at TikTok, look at all these different social media sites where the women are taught to get that bag. Okay, this is something that my state touched on. It's like when women are taught, go girl, go get that bag, get your money, and it's acceptable. So women go out there and they do what they have to do to get ahead in life, get that money, get that bag, and it's acceptable. They'll get them a sugar daddy, they'll get them somebody, they'll fucking play video games all day, they'll take fucking Instagram pictures all day, and they'll eat pizza and all this kind of shit, and it gets that money, and nobody says nothing. But when you got the guy that's 20 years old and he's trying to get that bag and he's sleeping on the couch and he's playing video games all day, he don't got no job, he's considered a bum. Why is that? Anybody? Can anybody answer that
Oh,
question?
we're gonna
But,
have a big
but
disagreement there. But go ahead.
okay. But before we get to that, Crafty, you said that you feel there's more men, um, but you basically didn't
Visible to
say
the naked eye. Visible.
why you feel that way. Because of what you see and what the media has showed you, is that's why you feel that? I'm just
Just what I've
curious.
witnessed. Just what I have witnessed
Okay,
in my
okay.
own actual
So
personal
so
surroundings.
without going into personal details, could you kind of like give us a little bit more information to
But there's
basically
women
so we
too
can
that feel that.
understand?
There
Yeah,
is
yeah.
women too
We
that
we un-
do it. I do agree with
yeah,
that.
yeah, we
But
understand there's women
men
that
are
do it,
more
but
flamboyant about it.
yeah, you said men are more flamboyant, and then you
Mhm.
also said that from personal experience, without going into anything personal, basically, what have you seen to make you feel that way? Because now, in my experience, when I was younger, I was basically attacked by two women. Okay, me and a friend of mine, we were 13 years old in seventh grade, and they attacked us and they took all our clothes off. I ran up at the house in my tidy whities. My homeboy didn't make it. I don't know what happened to him. God save the queen, but I left his ass. I was only a block away from home, so I made it to the house because I didn't know what them motherfuckers had planned for us. You know what I mean? But
Yes, I've been
he
in those kind of
stayed. He,
situations.
he he stayed and I left. So I've had personal experience with women predators. I've never had an experience with a male predator, thank God. But even with the women predator, I knew I had enough sense to get out of there because I don't know what they would have done to me. You know what I
Right,
mean? I don't know because they could have
right.
did anything to me. So I wasn't finna stick around and
So
find
at
out. I
least,
wasn't stupid.
quite like myself, when I was younger, it was the same thing, having two kids in the park and doing whatever. All right. It's scary, as you know yourself. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't want to go back to those kinds of places anymore. So you start acting different for maybe a couple of days, and that's about it because you know what happened to you. But what about those kids that actually get further? Yet maybe your friend. Who knows what happened to your friend if you left him behind, right?
Well, he stayed two houses down from me. I saw him, and we never spoke about it. So
Right.
yeah,
Exactly my
it was
point. It's
something.
one of
Yeah,
those, I'm not
and
talking
yeah,
about it.
yeah, and I never told my mom, and I never told my brothers. It's something that I don't know if I felt ashamed or because it was
Exactly
so
my
long
point.
ago, but
You
I just know something wasn't right, and I got the hell up out of there,
you
and I
knew
never
it was
spoke about it to
wrong.
anybody.
You just knew
Yeah.
the wrong from the right, and that's exactly how majority of kids would feel, the wrong from the right. And then there's the other majority of kids, whether they're girls or boys, men or women, children, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's wrong and right. But the equality out there, in my opinion, you've seen women, I've seen men. But yeah, definitely. There's a huge problem when it affects our
Yeah.
children, and it's online as well.
And when you do experience stuff like that, and subconsciously you go into protective mode when you have children without realizing that you're being overprotective, but your kids don't understand. And your kids think, oh, mom, dad, they're just being protective. They don't understand. They don't give us no freedom. They don't let us do this. They don't let us do that. And it's nothing that we want them to be able to do everything and anything that they want to do, but we can't let them do anything and everything because the world we live in, it seems like everybody nowadays is a fucking predator.
Well, and I have a daughter, right? So you need to
You
teach
know,
them these skills. You need to make them aware that this happens. And she is aware because these things
and
have
and
happened to her.
and
So,
it
of
seems
course,
like the predators are getting younger and younger.
hmm And they'll do it wherever they feel to.
Okay. Now, Ellie, 100 words or less.
Oh shit! Why I gotta be 100 words or less?
I'm making a joke. Um, Trying to keep it interesting. Now, see, you can't get mad at me for over here flying high. Okay.
Oh no,
All
not at
right.
all. Not at all.
Now, now, I want to know, in your opinion, are there more male predators or are there more female predators? And whichever one you decide that there is more of, give us a little brief description or definition of why do you feel there's more?
Okay, well, before I can answer that question, again, I would need to be on the same page with you on what your definition of a predator is, because your definition and my definition, I believe, are two different things. So I can explain what my definition is, and I can answer both sides for you. But when I hear predator, I am talking about one person who is an adult and one person who is under the age of consent. That is a predator. Versus when you have two people who are at different ages in their life, but are both legally able consenting adults, then there are other words for them. So if you're talking about a child predator, okay, I don't know if I can say which there is more of. I can say that it is more widely known that there are more male predators than there are female predators for being a child predator. And that is just based on the facts of who comes forward. And there's several reasons on why, a male might not come forward for a female. But as far as what's known and charted, there are more male predators. And I think it's because men look at it differently. There are some men who are under the age of 18 who seem to, and again, it doesn't make it right, but want to see it as a challenge to get somebody who is older. But even if that is the case, they're underage and they have no right to legal consent, and it is rape, no matter how you look at it. If you're talking about somebody who, as an adult, I don't look at as an adult going out to be a predator when they want like a trophy or a prize, regardless of what the opposite sex is. Okay. If you're going out there searching for a specific sex so you can have sex against them, that is a rapist, not a predator. So, I just want the same definitions. But I do have a disagreement on how people look at the case versus a cougar or a sugar daddy, because it seems that there's more acceptance when a guy has a girl who's a younger age than when a woman has a guy who is a younger age, but both of legal consent. I personally don't agree with it, but again, that's just my opinion. I don't think of it as, people are being raised to do that. It's just people who want to be taken care of. They choose to be taken care of. So it's more like they go after the older person, in my opinion, again, to say, oh, wow, this is great. I don't really have to do anything. I got this guy who can take care of me, or I have this woman who can take care of me, and I can sit back and do nothing. And they like it for their own reasons. It makes them feel younger. They can relive their life again. So there's a lot of ways around it, but I don't put them in the predator category. So if you're going to speak of predators, I can only speak as in a child that is younger, who cannot consent. And I just feel that there is more recognized men child predators than there are women, but not necessarily the case that there are more men or more women out there. I have no idea what that number would be. I can only base my opinion on the number that is reported. And I don't think that people take it as seriously when a guy says that, when a child, male, says that he's been molested by a female, because it's unfortunate that people look at it that women are more nurturing. So, oh, they didn't mean to, to do you harm, or maybe you looked at it the wrong way, or, so I don't think that they're judged the same way. And I don't agree with that either. Did that make sense and answer your question?
Yes, yes, it did. It made a lot of sense. All right, welcome to the panel, Ashamed Canadian. How you doing, sir?
I'm
Hi,
all
Shane.
right. Hey, Crafty. Hey, Miss B. Ellie. How are
Hello.
you all?
I'm good. How are
Hi.
you, Shane?
Oh, stressed, but not bad. Yeah, it's been a rough week, so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, I was actually abused for years as a kid. And I kept trying to tell my dad about it. My mom left when I was super young, so I had a really tough childhood. There were 6 of us, and I was put in a foster home after group homes. And I was, sexually abused a few times. And I tried to say something, and at the end of it, my dad just didn't want to listen to it and threw me in a nut house at the age of 12 for trying to come out against sexual abuse. So I just, and
Was
like
it
I
a
said,
family member or a non-family member? And you don't have to answer that question if you don't want to.
well, yeah, there was one family member, but it was mainly people that I didn't know that my dad would stick me with. So, and it was all part of the Children's Aid Society, and we're talking like the early 70s here. So,
Oh, yeah.
and apparently it was much more acceptable, and you couldn't say anything back then. And no matter what, if an adult said that they didn't do that to a kid, it never happened. And we know from history that shit like this has been happening, and that, so.
Well, and it also goes to the same thing, even though it's a different topic, but it ties into the 70s issue that you brought up, is that at that point, there was no such thing as spousal rape. If you were married, there was no reporting if you were raped by your spouse. It didn't happen. Because you were married, they could legally do it. But just because you're married, does that mean it can't happen? Of course it can, but it wasn't recognized.
Exactly. So yeah, the 70s were really screwed up time.
Women got rights in the 70s.
What's that?
Didn't women get rights in the 70s? Ashamed in Canada?
Oh, men
Women's
get.
rights? Women's rights with Pierre Trudeau.
Well, we sort of followed right along with whatever the U.S. did for years. So if something happened in the U.S., it would happen here in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
We would follow along with those types of stuff. But like even nowadays here in Canada, like you don't hear about half the stuff that's actually happening with exactly what was it Miss B or Ellie that said about rape within the married couples,
Yeah.
it still happens to this day in Canada, but you never hear about it.
No.
And that's the sad thing. And and I understand the Privacy Act and that, because trust me, I helped change the Privacy Act in Canada. But when it comes to stuff like that, it should be brought out, not names, but it should be brought out, and it should be brought to light so that people know that it's actually happening. And maybe we might be able to start doing something about it. But if it's still being hidden, it's never going to.
They label that as domestic violence instead of what it is, which is rape.
Exactly. And domestic violence, it could be anything from rape to hitting your own kid to hitting your wife to,
An argument.
you and your brother getting into a fight. That's all domestic violence now. So
It's a
it
very
covers.
broad range. It's a very broad
Yes.
range over here. When they say domestic violence, you could have it shouting argument, and they would call it
Yes.
domestic violence. And you're like, no.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they don't call cops domestic terrorists. Just saying.
Right.
And how many cops are like, for instance, there was a cop in Colorado that arrested Eric Brandt for sidewalk chalk, and Eric Brandt got 90 days. And that same cop raped a woman in handcuffs in his car, and he only got 90 days.
There you go, expecting that the police officers would have the same accountability as a citizen. There you go, making that assumption again. Shame on you, ashamed.
I'm
Shame
sorry.
on you.
Yeah.
You need to
And
stop that. Why do you think they have qualified immunity? You need to put your big pants on and realize that the punishment for them is not the same. The child sexual database doesn't recognize any government or public official or police officer. They have their own secret society that's never held against them at all. They get probation. That's how it works.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The sooner you realize that, then, the better off you'll be.
Oh, listen, I did realize that. It's just that it's really hard to actually accept it. That's the thing. I've realized it for years. I just don't accept it. And, I keep seeing it like there was an auditor. I forget exactly what town it was in, but he caught the chief trying to meet up with a 14-year-old boy. He got fired, but I don't think he ever went to jail.
Did he get fired, or did he resign willingly and then just get placed someplace else?
Well,
No.
I was told, yeah, he was released. He's no longer the chief, is all that we
he's
know.
relieved of his duties.
Yeah.
Okay, but nobody says, nobody shows you documentation that he's terminated and can no longer work in law enforcement or be around, any children or anything like that, because that would be taboo. We can't do that. We need to protect them.
Yeah. And now the worst part of it is like that happens. And as far as I'm concerned, these guys are in law enforcement. They know that they're there to protect children first and foremost of anybody, because they're the most vulnerable. And what are they doing? They're hurting them. And what are they doing? They're getting off on it, and they should be getting double the sentence of any regular person as far as I'm concerned. But that's only my personal opinion. And I know it'll never happen. Oops, I made everybody quiet.
I'm just reading the chat. Anybody got anything to add to what Canadian was saying?
Canadian. My mom.
Heather,
My mom
go
back
ahead
in the 20s.
Go ahead, Miss B.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to tell Heather to get up here on the panel.
Oh, okay.
You're so forceful. Get up here. He would please like you to attend his panel to provide your opinion.
Oh, yes. would you please like to get up here and share your opinion?
Well, I just want to say that
Guy Fawkes
family,
is calling.
especially single parent, they think they're doing the best for their children when they really not. And your dad, he was dealing with his own anger issue. He the one need to be in the nut house, not you. First of all, so you stop carrying that burden on you. You have to accept it. That your dad did that to you. Well, you don't really have to accept it, but you just have to, work your way through it. And the best way to work your way through it is doing what you're doing right now. You're with some people that you really don't know, so you're able to speak freely about the situation. When my mom was my mom was born in 1927. She's gone on now. But when my mom was like 15, 16, she was the oldest of 9 children. Her mother had 3 men in her life. My mom's dead, another dead, and then the last dead. And the last dead, he didn't want her mama. He wanted her. So he moved her into his house. And my mama fought him. And she left walking in the middle of the night. Remember, I'm talking about 1920s and 30s, where out in the country, and her uncle and them, some kind of way, they got word that my mama was walking down that street and they went down there and they picked her up on the street and they found out why she left there and they went to kill that man. And my grandmother, my mama's mother, stood in the front of that man and protected that man and sent my mama on down the road. So
Okay.
people did a lot of things back then that's not right. It was wrong. And they have to live with that. Even in their death, they have to live with that because you did not straighten it out before you left here. So you need to straighten it out because, you know, all of us don't know when we're going to leave here. So, but don't leave here thinking that that just happened to you because it didn't just
Oh,
happen to you.
oh no, I know that. I definitely know that because I actually a lot of people, like I have talked to a few people over the years. It took me a long time to actually go and talk to somebody about it after that, but I have talked to people about it, and I have heard basically the same situation over and over and over and over again. We had residential schools here in Canada, and the
Yep.
same thing happened there.
Yeah,
Um,
some family members don't even know those stories.
yeah.
Yeah.
They kept
But,
it held in so long. So this is part
well,
of what's going on in our country too, right?
Hmm.
So it's a
well,
good thing that we're talking.
I worked on a unit and we had over 1,200 people on the unit and it was over 40% were child rapists. And so I've read some cases because if you come there, I'm gonna read your case. I need to know why you there, what you did, and all of them are there because of a family member. More so because I work with men. More so with men worming their way into a woman's house to get their child. So because I was aware of that, because my mom, she never hid the fact that this man tried to rape her. She tried to stab him. Then my uncle and them came to kill him. And my grandmother was the only reason why he's still here. And don't you know that man was in the pulpit? He called himself a preacher. And he was
Oh
trying to
yeah.
rape my mama.
He's
So
very,
Well,
very
I've
conservative.
always,
He's
my
very
mama
very
raised us
authority.
with blinders. You don't stay with no man. You don't be around no grown man. No grown. You don't see no grown man lap. You know, because she went through it, and her mom didn't protect her, so she became our protectors. And she would never. She never not told us what happened to her. And with that, because just think if she would have kept that a secret, and she was just telling us to do all this crazy stuff. We were kids. We didn't know no better, but what she was doing was instilling something in us that she didn't want to happen to nobody else. And this is a good topic because this is things that we need to talk about because there's a lot of people out there hurting, a lot of kids that is over 20 years old, but they still kids.
Yeah,
exactly.
My
Yeah.
husband,
it's
my husband,
generational
when he was
karma.
8 years old, his daddy died when he was 8 years old. And his mom was a party animal. She loved to go to the clubs and party. And she had a friend, another grown woman, who loved to stay at home and take care of her children. See, that would have been a red flag to me. Especially if I come home and my baby is still up and he ain't even got his pants on.
Yeah. Well.
You know, so he had a lot of animosity towards his mom too, because he felt like when his daddy died, she should have protected him. And she should have protected him. And that's the problem because everybody want to keep this type of conversations a secret. I talk to my children. If anybody come near you, you get away from them. Don't take nothing from no man. I had a friend try to buy my daughter soda water one time. She said, I don't take nothing from grown men. And he came to me, he said, I don't know what you're doing to her, but you taking her down the right street. He said, I tried to give her soda water. She said she don't take nothing from a grown man. You know, so it's what we instill in our children. And we can't ignore when something happens. When that happened, if anybody mess with my children, I'm going straight to them. I'm going straight to them because my child have no reason to lie on you. Because grown people will lie about doing crazy and this mischievous things to their children. It was this one guy that was in there. He thought he was the he was just a thing, the the man of the hour. And he walked around and everybody just was always on top of him. Everybody, the officers and the inmates, they just loved him to death. So I went and read his card. He was in there. He whistled his way in a woman's house who had 3 children, 2 little boys and 1 little girl. And he was raping them every night. She worked 11 to 7 at the hospital. She was a nurse. And he was raping them little children every night. He used to put hot sauce on his stuff and make each one of them suck it out for them. And they told their mama every night that she walked out that door, don't leave us with that man. And he's sitting there in the corner like, I don't know what's wrong with them. And as soon as she walked out that door, he started abusing her children. When your children tell you something, you have to listen to them. When a child don't want to be around a grown up, it's a reason why. First of all, you don't bring strangers around your children. And if your child tell you something's going on, you need to take it serious. Stop trying to act like it don't exist, because then you get the people our age who still going through that pain, which you could have helped them deal with when they were younger. You're never going to get over it, but you have to deal with it because it happened and you can't do nothing about it now, but you can heal from it and you can teach from it.
Agreed.
But don't you ever tell me that you mess with my child. My child tell me that you mess with them, and don't think I'm not gonna come to you. And I get that straight with all grown people. When they come around me and my children, I would tell them. I said, I don't normally let grown people come around my children, especially grown men. But then I found out women was worse than me. My son was 18. My oldest son was 18 years old, and it was a 36-year-old woman after him. And his dad, he didn't tell me, he told his daddy. And his daddy told me, he said, you know that 36-year-old woman trying to get your son. And guess what? It didn't happen no more. You got to take it serious. This is a serious conversation here. People are hurting. This man is hurting. Ashame is hurting right now. After all these years, he's still hurt because he still wants somebody to just believe in him. Believe that this really happened to him. And I believe you. I believe it happened to you. And that's where your healing starts, when you find people that listen to you and believe your story. So that's why
that's
we're
true.
here tonight.
100%, 100% true for my man that was just telling his story. That once you own the fact that it happened, once you start talking about it, are the among the first couple of steps to take of not being a victim no more. You become from victim to survivor. It's important, and as hard as it may sound to hear it, another fact is that forgiveness will play a big part in your healing as well. And I tell people that sort of with a grain of salt, because it's hard to hear somebody tell you you have to forgive that person. But I also include the fact that forgiveness is never for the person you're forgiving. It's always for you, because that person that you're mad at, that person you're upset with or angry with or hate or have vile feelings towards, they probably don't walk around every day feeling the same way you did, especially with what they did to you. You're probably walking around a little more hurt, a little more angry, and a little more with a chip on your shoulder because of what that person did. So that's why I always say forgiveness is not for the other person, man. To forgive that person what they did to you, to set yourself free from it. So you don't have to. Forgiveness is always for you. It's always for the person that's forgiven the person wrong to them. It's never for that other person. That person don't have to know you forgave them.
And ashamed, I think one of the biggest things, even before that, is believing.
On this live stream is a big deal, man. I commend you for that, man. And
you have to believe 100% that there is nothing that you did to deserve it or to encourage it, because you start to mess with your head and become your own worst enemy when you think, what could I have done different? Was I responsible? Especially if it happened more than once, and you can't think that way, because a lot of times people take that burden on themselves, and you can't do that.
Well, the reason why it took so long for me to say anything before was I tried again when I moved to Ontario with my mother, and I ended up going to training school, juvenile jail back then before the Young Offenders Act. And it happened again in there. You know, I was made to walk around nude. I was made literally forced to have sex with people. Some of the clients and some of the staff and that. There was a big investigation about it and that. And my mother just didn't give a shit anymore.
I had a friend like that too.
So, you know, that happened when I was 15. And I didn't say anything for 35 fucking years. I was 50 years old before I said anything. This is only a few years ago, about 5 years ago now, that I said something.
You're one of many voices that have been heard in Canada, though. Ashamed. Think about that.
Yeah.
That has come forward since then. Right? And the more you do talk about it, the more you do heal, right?
Yeah, that's true. Like I've always been very, very. I'm a shy person. Because of this, it actually fucked with my marriage and screwed with my marriage and everything. Because I have a lot of trust issues now, especially with women.
Of course, you're going to have trust issues.
And
100%,
you know,
guaranteed.
And I couldn't really tell her because at the time I didn't really trust her, and it took me so long and I was just holding it inside, and it just pretty much any little thing she did, it would screw with me, and you know, she did what she did, and we ended up splitting up. But a lot of our problems was because I was holding it back from her, and I just didn't want her to know because I was afraid that she would think that I'm some fucking piece of shit or something like that. Or that I deserve to have it done. And I know that now. It took a long time to realize that, but you know, me and my wife I haven't been with her since it's been about 8 years now. And I just don't trust anybody else, so I just live alone by myself.
Well, it's very hard and almost impossible to have a normal life and to have an acceptance when you don't deal with it and you have so many questions and nobody's there to validate your story, and you keep it inside. And the best thing you can do is to be able to talk about it. And it's still hard, and it's still going to be embarrassing for you. It's embarrassing for anybody who's gone through it. You still feel that ashamedness. You still feel responsible. And, you know, that's the biggest thing that you have to get past is the responsible of it. And, you know, you're going to go through all the emotions. You're going to be mad. You're going to think that you did something wrong. You're going to get angry. You're going to get depressed. But talking about it is the biggest key so people can learn from it, you know, and learning how to heal.
All right, Canadian, I got a question for you. Since we asked everybody this question. Do you feel? What do you think? Do you think there's more men predators or female predators? And whichever one you choose, could you give us a reason why do you feel that way?
Unfortunately, I have to say that it's about equal because of what I've seen in my life, because it was equally men and women doing it. The problem is that back then, people never heard of women doing this stuff, so it was, you know, very taboo to even say anything like that. And even if they did, like when I mentioned something about it when it happened when I was 15, people would say, "Well, you should be very, really lucky that some older chick wants to get on you and that, and you're banging older chicks and that. Good for you, type thing." And it's like you don't understand, but then I sort of tried to laugh it off while I was in there and that, but yeah, I would say that there's more. I would say that it's pretty much equal, at least what I've seen here in Canada, because I've seen a lot of women do it, but I've also, well, not literally seen, but like heard of a lot of women doing it, and I heard of a lot of men doing it, especially in the residential schools and stuff like that. There was a lot of sexual abuse there, and a lot of, people don't know
And do
about
you know why
that.
that is? You know why that is?
Well, I
Because
can.
it's a proven fact that people who are predators get jobs where they have their targets.
Yes.
It's absolutely proven. That's where they go. They go to, be Cub Scout leaders, and they go to be Girl Scout leaders, and to work in schools, and to work in daycares, and to work in
Churches.
foster care systems, because they already can tell their target. They can tell by the way that you
Yeah,
carry
and
yourself.
a
Yeah.
lot of the female predators, like when I was coming up, you have like the gym teachers for the female gym teachers. A lot of those teachers were butch. Now, a lot of those teachers, those female teachers, were grooming the female students. And that's one thing that you have to be aware, even if they don't come right out and sexualize your child or abuse your child. A lot of these predators, female and male predators, they will groom that child until they think the time is right for them to make that move. Now, one story that I was listening to and following was I believe it was a 13-year-old boy, and the female teacher, she had been grooming him for at least a year and a half before she made her move on him. And that's how calculating and cold a lot of these predators are. They get it like Ellie said, they'll put themselves in these situations or in these particular environment where they can have access to unlimited amount of children. So whether it be baseball coaches, football coaches, volleyball coaches, gym teachers, principals, school teachers, anything in authority to where they can have access to the children, those are the people that you need to be aware of.
And
Those are the
not just
people.
even the children. They know your family story, so they know
Yeah.
what your home life is like. They know what your parents think. So it's
Mm-hmm.
easy to say, okay, these are parents that aren't going to believe their child, or these are parents where they think their kid is unruly. So and maybe you did lie to your parents or whatever. So then it just helps build their confidence. So they try to befriend you, knowing that at any moment, if you said something to your parents, that your parents aren't going to believe you. It's set up to be that way. Just like in the Catholic Church, when you have, the priest with the altar boys, they start to know exactly what the family is like. They talk to the parents, they gain their confidence. Then they start to gain the child's confidence. Next thing you
Mm-hmm.
know, they're requesting that child to be the altar boy for this service or for that service. Or this wedding or that wedding. And then you think, okay, great, you might make a couple extra bucks if they're paying the altar boys. And then all of a sudden, then it's come over and do this. They are very precise at when they pick that victim. They know exactly how they're going to do it, how much time, what they have to say. They get those jobs for those reasons. That's one of the reasons why I was very specific on who was watching my children. Not anybody got to watch my kids. There were cameras. I would talk to my children constantly. I explained to my children at a very young age, but because of being a victim, it made me the parent who I am, for better or for worse. that listen, you don't rely on anybody, but you rely on yourself. You can always come to me no matter what happened. I don't care what you did. You can come to me, and I'm always going to believe my children because I know they're never going to accuse somebody of something like that because they understand how serious it is. So again, you're being put in that position, but you have to I think in some way you're surprised, but your story is so believable because of the way that it was set up. Those people that worked in those in-home schoolings where, you go because you are, considered unruly and your parents put you there. That is the prime candidate for that. Those are the people who want those jobs. Those are the people who want to work with those children. And not all of them, but a good majority of them. A good majority of them.
Okay, I have to
All
drop
right.
down. I have to drop
All
down,
right.
guys. And I'll tell you why later.
Oh, we
Okay,
already
ciao.
know. Peace.
All right, have a good one.
Why do you have to drop
Night.
out? Because I don't know. And how you doing,
What's up, brother?
ASMR? Welcome to the panel.
Man, digging your
Do
streams,
you have an
bro.
opinion? Are you? I appreciate it, man. We trying over here. We just
How you
doing what
doing,
we do.
Kat? What's up, Miss B? Hey, Ellie.
All right, I got a question for you. Um,
Yeah, smart.
Now we're talking about female predators versus cougars. Are they the same? Is there a difference? But
Yes.
see, this right here, there's a lot of different. See, this leads to a lot of different other questions. All right, and then it also leads to: are there more male predators or are there female predators? But go back to the first question, and just we want to hear your opinion on it. If you have
Man,
anything to say about it.
when I was younger, I woke up in a strange bed with a woman trying to pull my pants off. She had a bowl of ice. I realized at that moment she's trying to rape me. I ain't been right since. No, female predator is definitely different than a cougar. I don't know. I think cougars can do some predator ass shit, but I think on the all there are some
Okay, well,
just
can I just interrupt you for 1 second,
mm-hmm.
MA?
Always, Miss B,
That
you
was
get
a
a free pass
very
for life.
Okay, well, that was a very distasteful remark you made there. This man was
About what?
sitting in on this stage about uh, a woman treating you like that. Woke up with ice and all that. This man is pouring his heart out. He's looking for experienced people to talk to him and help him through a situation that he's been dealing with for over 40 years. This is not a joking matter. I
Well,
understand you want to make joke and lighten it up, but this is
well,
not a joke in that matter.
Miss
I'm
B,
not trying to jump on you or nothing. Don't get me
Miss B,
wrong,
I
but just
understand what
take
you're
it a
saying.
little
No,
serious.
well, the way I deal with it is through laughter. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying? Yeah,
well,
that's that.
everybody deals with it differently. This
It's
man was
it.
not laughing; he was
Yeah.
hurting, and he was
Well,
he was he was in tears.
I know. I hear you. Not trying to piss on anybody's Kool-Aid or in the Fruit Loops or anything, but yeah, there's some women out there that are just as predatory as men, and I can't speak really to what you went through. That's your subjective situation, not mine, and that's the only thing I can do is laugh at the situation that I was in. That had nothing to do with what he went through.
Okay, I agree with that. Your way of dealing with your problem is laughter, but he just walked off that stage because he couldn't take it no more. He
Who?
couldn't take it anymore.
Who you talking about?
The guy that just
Well,
left the
well,
stage.
You talking about Ash
well,
Cam?
well.
You talking about
Yes,
Shane the
No,
Canadian? No, he
yes.
left
yeah,
because I joined the panel. Hold on, let's get the story straight. He left because I
okay.
came up. He's been doing that for the past day or two. I don't know
Well,
why. I
you
know he's
laughing,
dealing with
you
a lot.
making jokes about a serious. We was having a serious conversation until you showed up.
I'm sorry.
Now, how does that
I
make
did.
you feel? How does that
I
make
did.
you feel?
It don't make me. It don't change how I feel, Miss B. I just walked in here. I literally saw he was live. I'm
Well, you
letting.
lucky I'm not the host because you'll walk right out.
Is it? Do I deserve to be kicked out? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you do, because this is not no
Oh.
laughing matter. What you went through, stop laughing about it because it's not funny. This is serious
Okay.
right now. We got a
Okay.
whole generation coming up. I have children, grandchildren. We trying to get to a solution to a problem, and you want to come in and make jokes about blue balls and
I
ice and
didn't
all of
say
that
anything
stuff.
about blue balls. I said a
Oh, you talking
woman.
about ice?
I said, did you not hear what I said, Miss B?
Yeah, I heard what you said, and it was
Okay,
very
when a
distasteful.
woman tries to pull your pants down and is attempting to put ice in her mouth to give you a hard on so she can fucking rape you, that's pretty fucking rapey if you ask me. I mean,
I
it
agree
don't.
with that, and it's not funny.
So, well, I mean, hey, just because I laugh about it, doesn't
Okay, well,
mean
you
that
gonna
it's
laugh
funny or
at it in
not.
your
Yeah.
bedroom. Don't come on no panel where
Well, I
people
didn't
having a serious
realize there's a.
conversation about it.
Oh, okay. I
All
didn't
right,
see
all
there
right,
was
all
a
right, all right,
taboo
all right, all right,
subject
all
on the
right.
door.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Now we both have different. Everybody has a different opinion. This is a touchy matter. Some people have different ways of dealing with it. Now he may have not have known what uh, a shame Canadian
I
was up
didn't.
here discussing, but before he came in, and let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Sorry
Let's
about
not
that.
jump. No, it's okay. Let's not jump down his throat. But at the same time, this is a serious subject. But to be fair, some people do deal with it. Now let's discuss that issue. How do people deal with it? And we know everybody's going to deal with this in a different manner. Some people deal with it to where it affects them their entire life. It's hard for them to get around, what happened to them. And some people, when it happened to them, they block it out completely. They don't even remember it happening. Now, some people may laugh it off because that's their way of dealing with it, and that's the way of desensitizing themselves or just putting it behind them. So we have to, a lot of people get traumatized behind this, so they deal with it in different ways. So if someone laughs at a situation, and that may be their only way of dealing with it, because they're laughing because they don't want to cry, and then some people cry about the situation, and that's their way of dealing with it, because if they don't cry about it, then they'll start laughing and go crazy. You know, it's just
Yeah,
everybody's mind.
Miss B, I
Yeah,
apologize if that upset you. That I was definitely not trying to come up and step all over somebody else going through some shit. Believe you me. And I'm
I'm not
sorry if it came
upset
off
about
that
it.
way.
I'm just saying it was just distasteful.
Well, I hear you.
And I understand you deal
Yeah,
with. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking you for dealing with your problem the way you
it's
deal with
okay.
it.
It ain't. Yeah,
Because
it's all
some
right.
people, Kamala Harris laugh every time somebody tell her why she not doing something about the border. She laugh and she think it's funny. So
Mm,
everybody think people have different ways of dealing with things. But when you come on somebody page like this, a panel, and they're having a serious discussion, and I know you have your way of dealing with your problems, but sit back and listen for a second and see what was going on. Because that man was hurting. That man was hurting. And I'm quite sure right now, when he hung up this phone, and he just said he was talking about people making fun of him, treating him bad, didn't want to believe him, laughing at him and doing all that stuff. And then you come right along and do the same thing. So I'm not mad at you.
yeah,
Don't
I
get me
feel you.
wrong. I
Yeah, no
love you to
worries.
death.
I know it's
But
there's
it
Well,
no
was
and
yeah,
just
there's no love lost.
he was in chat for the last half an hour. If you noticed, he did come in and say something, so he was in there, Miss B. He didn't just come in.
Yeah, I'm kind of floated, trying to get these kiddos wrangled here on a
But I do
Friday
agree
night.
with you 100% on what you said, Miss B.
Yeah, yeah. I can see where you're coming from, Miss B, and I appreciate it. If we didn't have people like you pointing these things out, some of us would be oblivious now, wouldn't we? So I'm glad you made a point.
yeah. Well, I'm not upset. Don't get me wrong. I'm really
No,
not
I know.
upset.
I know. No, I stand corrected, and I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
That's just the way
Stick.
I talk. I don't mean
No,
no
you
harm. This is
good.
just the way I
No,
talk.
you get it. Like I told you, Miss B, you get a free pass for life.
Okay.
Miss B did say, be careful. When she
Yeah.
started, she was gonna roll. I told you were a mom. If I'm gonna leave, you're a mom.
I am on 3 panels as we speak, Toe for Life, helping get them view hours up. I'm actually on 4. but they're busy doing their thing. But I am digging you doing more with your channel there, WCN.
I appreciate it, man. I just feel like it's time for grown people to have grown topics and grown conversations. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Just something different. Just trying to do a little bit of difference for the community. Give us some, give us an alternative place to hang out at. And Toe for Life, how you doing, sir? I see you down there in
Thank
the
you,
chat.
Lulu.
And you just kicking it. I see it's 4:20 time. Everybody want to take a little
Oh yeah.
break, go use the restroom, go do what you do. Let me see if I can find something to play for you guys. We're going to take a little intermission right now. We got 13 people in the chat. Everybody drop a one so we can see who's all in here so I can give everybody a shout out. All right, we got Cooking with Lulu in here. We got Nightbot. We got Crafty Cat. We got Toe for Life. We got Miss B. We got My State Transparency. We got Heather Holt. Uh, who else is in here? We got ASMR. I always get confused when I say that name. I don't know why, man. And I remember when I used to have to look it up just to see what the hell that damn word meant.
Asthma.
Yeah. So how you guys doing?
I'm okay. Thank you very much for asking.
All right. Anybody got anything they want to add? Any questions?
No, I'm good. I'm actually going to jump down off your panel. Thank you for having me. WCN, I actually subbed your channel. Ellie, Miss B, Asthma. Sure, I'll
It was
see
a
you around.
pleasure.
Everybody in chat. I'll just drop down and say goodbye.
All right. We
Have a good one.
appreciate having you here. Enjoyed your conversation, and you're welcome anytime. Feel free to
Thank
come
you.
by anytime.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody want to get up here, hit that panel link? I believe it is posted. Four Corners, how you doing, sir? If you don't mind, get up here on this panel and voice your opinion, speak your mind. My State, you still here, sir? Heather, Toe for Life. Who else is up in here? I can't really see too much going on in the chat. I think I got Nightbox under control, you guys. I believe I do. Because he's on and he hasn't timed anybody out. You got a question for the panel? And what is your question, sir? Get up here on the panel and ask that question. Welcome, 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 Four Corners. And where you been hiding at? Should there be a double-digit mandatory minimum for child predators? Should there? Okay. All right. Now, my state has proposed this question to the panel. All right. Everybody on the panel, Miss B, ASMR, Ellie.
What
What do you
up?
guys think about? What do you guys think about the question that he proposed? Should there be a double-digit mandatory minimum for child predators?
Well, I saw Colorado's gets trying to get rid of the name sexual predators, and change it to minor attracted persons. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's just yeah,
They're trying to they're trying to dumb it down.
yeah. Miss I listened to Miss B what she just said about how many were locked up, and I'm just my head's like, what the fuck?
Well, and they all got a story, and all their stories start at the same way. Most, well, not all of them, but 90% of them stories start out that I was treated that way. It happened to me first. If it happened to you, why would you do it to somebody else? I think before you go to jail, well, once you're convicted, there should be some type of mental institution situation that you go to before you serve any prison time. And the reason why I say that, because that's a mental problem. That's a mental problem. If you find attraction in a child, that's mental. And most of the mental problem came because it happened to you. And you say, well, if it happened to you, why would you do it again? It's mentally. It's so they should never, in my opinion, walk the streets again. That's just my opinion. Because if you read some of the things I've read about them, they lock children in the room. They do all kind of stuff. Drug them. Take it, kids are going through a lot. And to come out and speak about it, that takes courage. Takes a lot of courage. So I think that they should be locked up because it's a mental issue. And if you just go to jail, all you do in jail is play. Jail is a play place. It's nothing serious going on in there. There's no type of mental health going on. There's no type of physical health going on. All they do is play, watch TV, and sleep and eat.
You
And all
know,
the food they eat is unhealthy.
I was talking there's a lot of communities now when people go and ask that should child predators lose their rights, and some people immediately engage and protect the predator behavior, and they'll say things like, oh well, they've never acted on it, or they live in Germany, and I look at it as alcoholism and they're getting treatment for it, and so da 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 da, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I got kids. I got nieces
That's
and
right.
nephews. Fuck you. I'm gonna say something controversial. I remember when the gay agenda said that they weren't going after the kids. Now it's hard to say that there aren't some people who do, and I think they mess it up. I think the problem with having the group victim mentality is that a few bad apples can spoil the whole bunch.
And it's not enough talking about it. It's not enough talking about it. You have a lot of people, especially in this community here, that loves to go and throw that around about people, but they don't offer them no help.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk about them if you're not going to give them no help. If it's no more than to send them a brochure about go to this place here. And that's what I like about those guys. Y'all be watching those guys. I watch them all the time. The predator catcher guys. It's a couple of them I don't like because they're abusive. But most of them, they go there and they offer those guys help. They give them brochures.
Yeah.
They have counselors set up. This is what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
But
what about the child traffickers though?
they need to burn in hell.
Yep. And there's a few things that old Trump did that I agreed with. Number one was
Me
calling
too.
out China. Fuck you and your currency manipulating motherfuckers. And number two, even before he got in the White House, he signaled the DOJ to start going after the human traffickers, child predators, and the like. And they were releasing the numbers each week. When they got to 20,000, they stopped reporting the numbers because of the number of ongoing and concurrent investigations.
No, they was starting to get their own people. Look how many people retired out of the Congress behind Trump and his
all across the
predator
board.
catch.
Yeah, I heard what
Yeah.
you were saying about your mama earlier, and God bless her. Yeah, there's people in positions, and
Yeah. She was raped by a preacher. Her mama's husband, and he was a preacher.
Yeah, I know there's some smarmy preachers out there that ain't really abiding by what they preaching. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, the Catholic Church has now opened it up, and they're going after people who protected the predator now. So I've had some Catholic friends say that the church is doing some things to try to clean its act up, but then they got the Pope that they've got, so they're not happy with that. I always tell people, if you're going to make that type of accusation, you better have good evidence, because it distracts from the ability to go after the real ones. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah, just like
So
you
this
said.
is real people hurting. It's real people hurting behind this mess. And when we don't take it serious, then that's when they climb up and it continues. Because I'm telling you, the predators that's in jail, all they do is play basketball, watch TV, have sex with each other. They're predators.
Oh.
They gotta have that sexual contact.
Mm-hmm.
And your boy, because I used to be more scared for my daughter than I was my sons, and now I'm more scared for my sons than my daughter.
Yep.
For men and women.
Yep. We interviewed a prison warden, and down in Texas, and he worked for Poor Civic, and he was just telling all kinds of crazy stories, and I got to asking him, and dude makes over 6 figures easy, not counting his pension and stock options and such. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they're selling like a 15 or like a 82-cent stick of deodorant for $15. And I think that's one thing Biden did, very soon after he got in, was get rid of private prisons and private jails.
WCN, can you please drop the panel link?
But it's only
that's what I'm
warehouse. They're only warehousing people. They're not helping nobody. They're only
Nope, you're
warehousing
exactly
people.
right. You're exactly
It's a
right. Did
warehouse.
you said
That-
you worked for the sheriff's department? Is that right?
No, I worked for the state. I worked in the penitentiary. I
Oh,
worked in ASC, administrative segregation, lockdown, killers,
yep. You got the
rapists. I
real
work with
deal.
them every day. Mm-hmm.
So I had a sheriff tell me one time. He goes, "We just arrest everybody and let the courts figure it out."
And that's what they do.
that's
They
fucked
do.
up.
That's
They do.
that's their attitude. They just okay. They
Mhm.
don't question anything. All right, here's the
Well,
handcuffs. Come on.
but you have to understand, the one that's putting that handcuff on him probably raped more children than he did.
Probably.
They don't want, these guys. Y'all need to start watching these predator catchers. These young guys, they out there putting their life on the line. The police arrest them, beat them up, steal all their equipment and stuff because they think they trying to help them. And I keep trying to tell the guys, quit giving them your stuff. Quit calling the police. Expose them and move on because the
That's
police is not gonna help you expose these people. They're gonna beat you down. They're running you
yep.
away.
What you
They
do
don't
is you
want
send
this
it to
exposed.
internal affairs.
Well, who you
Send it.
think Internal Affairs having sex with?
You send it to a congressman.
Well,
Send
who
it
you
to
think
all
Congress
of them.
having sex with?
You just expose all of them. Oh, like you said, you just do it and move on. Don't make a big show about it. Don't try to, put your face all over it.
Mm-hmm.
That one dude, the gamer dude, the big guy, I forgot his name. Come find out, man, he was trying to groom 13-year-olds and shit. And you know what they did? They showed up. They had him. I know the predator catchers you talking about. I'm on their Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are doing God's work. Some of them are there just to throw shade. But yeah,
But,
it's just sad. I'm these poor babies. I
but
just.
yeah, but we can't make a joke out of it. We can't joke about it because every time you make a joke about it, or we make a joke about it, or the police arrest a predator behind stopping a predator, that's 10 that got away. If them guys, this guy started doing this, I think 6 or 7 months ago, he said, and he already up to 189 catches.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
imagine if we all were going out there helping him expose him, because the police
Mm-hmm.
not going to expose him. There's one guy I love him to death. His called, I think his Predator versus People or something like that is his channel. He only been on about 3 months, and that boy's so cold. The police can't stand him.
All
If
right,
he call the police,
I got a question. I got a question. I got a question. Okay. Now, we've talked about predators. I want to move on to a second topic. Let's move on to cougars. All right, because we really haven't really just dealt with the cougars. Now we're gonna leave the predators alone for a little while. Now let's go to the cougars. All right. Now what I want to know is what is a cougar and how are cougars made? How do you become a cougar? Is there like a cougar starting kit? Do
Yes.
you know what is a cougar? Okay, we're gonna start with you. What do you think a cougar is, and have you ever had an experience with a cougar?
Well, cougar is usually a woman in her formative years. Choose my words carefully. And who is it that goes around on the panel saying, "Oh, my pool boy"? Who was that? Skies or somebody said, "Oh yeah, my pool boy." That's some cougarish actions. I think that a cougar starting kit is box wine, kitty litter, and Instagram. 40 divorce. Yeah, Heather Holt says over 40 divorced or bad marriage looking to feel young again. Yep, yep, you're right. And as
Okay.
far as cougarish being attacked by a cougar, oh yeah, yeah, oh absolutely. We've all been attacked by a cougar. I think.
Well, I'm gonna tell you guys something. When I was younger, and my mom, I'll be riding with my mom, and my mom would turn to me and say, "Hey, what do you got going on with that lady right there?" I'll be like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, it's some lady she worked with, right?" And she's like, "Well,
Hmm.
this lady keeps mentioning your name." And I was like, "Well,
Oh.
I don't even know her." So she's like, "Well, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You need to watch this lady and be careful of this lady because she keeps mentioning your name. And just to let you know, she is married. So if you have anything or any inkling or trying to mess with this lady, you need to not mess with this lady. In other words, so, but didn't even have an inkling that the lady was interested in me or anything like that. I wasn't even thinking nothing like that. But so even at a young, and I was 15 years old. So, and this was somebody that my mom worked with. So that's when I first became aware of cougars. You know what I mean? So that's when I first became aware. When did you
What
become aware? When did you become aware of a cougar? My state,
Oh,
ASMARs.
when I became aware of cougars, or yeah, I think I became aware of them when I was probably about 15, 16. When I became aware of them, I never ever though had who I would consider a cougar pursue me, and I say that because, in my opinion, a cougar probably is somebody 10 plus years older than I am, 15 plus years older than I am. And it wasn't nobody of cougar that I would consider a cougar that pursued me. However, I did have my first experience on trying to pursue a cougar when I was like 24, 25. And that didn't go over too well. I got dismissed faster than a misbehaved high school student from class. So, um, but that was about it for me, man. Like I've had friends that had experiences uh, with cougars, and most of my friends are you know rode with it, and you know was cool. I guess cool with it. But I never really had an experience like that. I became aware of them very young, but my first experience was terrible, and I don't know.
All right. ASMR, same question for you, Ellie and Miss B. Do y'all know any do you know of any cougars in your neighborhood, in your family? My state ASMR, Ellie, Miss B. I'm pretty sure you guys know somebody, somebody's aunt, somebody's family member is a cougar.
Um, I don't know. All my aunts are old school, old lady Christians. So they either old and married or old and married to the Lord and single. You feel me? Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't really know any in my family. I don't doubt it though. No, you know, don't get me wrong. You never know. People, people live a different lifestyle outside of what they put on to the public or put out to the public, so you never know. I don't know of any, but people do what they want, man. Like, so
What
Well,
about you guys, Ellie, Miss B? Y'all know any cougars?
No, I personally don't know any cougars.
Well, I know a couple of them, but I don't fool with them because it's too disrespectful. See, uh, like I was telling you earlier, it was a 36-year-old woman after my 18-year-old son, and I wasn't having it. So yes, I know some personally, but I didn't associate with them. They're not no friends of mine.
Miss B, would you feel differently if he came to you and told you himself that he was interested in her and wanted to pursue her?
And I'm gonna whoop his ass and go kick her ass after I finish with him. You 18 years old. You
Man,
got a life. Take your ass to school. She need to take her ass to the goddamn old folks home. That's just my personal view. I didn't mean to use bad words on your stage, world citizen. I apologize for that. But that's just my personal opinion. That's how I would tell anybody, and that's what I would do because I have done it.
I respect it. No, everybody got, their own opinion and how they would approach it. I happen to have a 17-year-old son. Um, and I was saying earlier how, you know, for me, with my 17-year-old son, if there was somebody a little bit older than him that, a female a little bit older than him that was pursuing him, um, um, it depended on how much older that person was to my son. It would, I would almost, um, I would almost let it. And this is why I said it was a double standard before you guys got here. I said that it was a double standard for me because as a teenage, to be a father to a teenage son, 17 years old, he's growing into his
Excuse
own.
me 1 second. I'm sorry. WCN, Heather's in the basement.
Um, for my if depending on how much older that lady was to my son, it would be a double standard for me because it wouldn't get nowhere near as close to that if I had a daughter, um for my son at 17, if he dated somebody that was 23, 24, I would be okay with it to a certain extent. I would still keep my eye on her,
Right?
that's not
what
bad.
what 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 if she was 35?
Nah, hell no. You ain't coming no at 35 years old. Hell no. You old enough to be my girlfriend. I'm only 39.
Okay,
Absolutely
That's
not. No, 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 no,
I
no, no.
got one for you. I
No.
got one for y'all.
Even at 19 years old, 20 years old, 35, 36 years old. No, that's too old for my son. Like, lady, you need to
I,
keep it moving or I'm gonna beat
that,
up your son, like nah.
I've got one for you. You asked if anybody knew one.
Okay.
She was my
All right.
best friend for over 20 years. Okay. Her daughters and my sons were raised together. My oldest son and her middle daughter are 2 days apart. Okay. That's how close we were. Her youngest daughter has children, gets married, gets divorced. Next fucking thing you know, my best friend is in love with her her daughter's ex-husband.
Wow.
Turns out, mama is the reason for the divorce. That's a cougar, in my opinion, because I've seen it firsthand. Best friend, raised her girls with my boys, and having boys that are 25 and 28 now, I could never look a man that age and go, uh-huh. And actually be serious about wanting it, because that's my son's age and younger. So, some cougars, they're out just to have fun. But then you got the ones like my former best friend who are trying to get someone to take care of her because she was jealous of how he treated her daughter.
Oh wow.
Wow. Oh, damn. That's wicked.
That's worse than wicked.
Yeah, you mean to
Jealous of
tell
a
me that
kid.
she went after her daughter's boyfriend?
Husband.
Oh no. Oh. Hold on, let me go on mute.
He's cussing up a storm. You know it. You can hear it.
I have a question that's similar to this for the panel. I'm hearing everybody talk about the cougars, but how do you feel on the flip side with what they refer to as a manther, which is the opposite with the male being with
That's the
a
double
younger
standard.
female?
That's
But
the double standard.
it's the double standard. But this is about cougars.
Wait, did you just say it's a double standard? But
No, not me.
No,
I didn't
no,
say
no,
no.
that.
not you. I'm just asking
No, no, no.
WCN
When
because he's
the
okay
butt
with this.
was no. The butt was this is about cougars. That's what the butt was. Not but because it's a man. No, not that.
He's backpedaling.
No,
He
no,
is
no.
backpedaling big time.
No. I'm not
No.
backpedaling. No,
I
what I
can't.
was saying was I hear what you're saying about the what did you call it, a man cougar? How did you
A
say it,
manther.
a manther?
I've never heard it called
A
before.
manther.
Or grave
Okay.
robber,
Nah, those are
Yeah.
predators.
No. Let's say you have somebody who is 55 and they're with somebody who's 28 or 30.
That's
A
different. They're grown.
male's 55.
Anna Nicole Smith is a perfect example, and I know you guys know who
There
she
you
is.
go.
Yeah,
How do you
but
guys feel?
that's
How do you guys feel about our Playboy Mansion dude, Huey?
to me, I feel like he was grown. If a big if all of those women were women and not underage, um, then I feel like if they're grown women, you said 28, 29, 30 years old, those are women. You know what I mean? Like, I think people that age have a choice to pick. If you want to be with somebody 104 for whatever reason, then shout out to you. You know what I mean? Like, whatever your reason is, if it's mutual, if a female want to be with an older guy or a younger guy want to be with an older woman, and you're that age, I mean 25, 26, 27, you're into your young adult years, I feel like that's your choice. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that person is underage, that's when I have a problem with it. If
Well,
you if
right,
you're not underage,
absolutely.
I don't have a problem with cougars at all. I give them their shout out. Do your thing if that's what you want. But when they're underage, you're no longer a cougar, and you should know that.
See,
When
and
they're
there's the
underage, it's
difference.
different.
And that's a perfect example for tonight's panel, because that right there, what you said, is the difference between a female predator and a cougar. A cougar will not go for somebody underage. The predators do.
Right. Right. Yeah. So I mean, if they grown, then I think they grown enough to make those decisions. They could be with whoever they want, but when they underage, it's different. That's
What do
just
you
my opinion.
what do you think, WCN? What do you think about different states having different legal ages?
I think that's
Uh,
stupid.
yeah, I don't know. It's because like in some states it's what 14, 15, some
Some
states it's
shit like that.
17.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so and I think the people that's actually making those laws are predators. You know what I mean, or child molesters, or pedophiles, because yeah, well, I call them pedophiles. The people on those levels, because the people that's making those laws,
No,
the crazy.
let me
Go
tell you
ahead,
what I
go
was
ahead.
told. Let me tell you what I was told about the age thing. I was told by a judge when I was 15 and pregnant that I had to marry. I ended up marrying, but that I had to get married because I was pregnant.
Mm,
That is why those laws were on the books, so
yep.
that the women were forced to get married
Mm-hmm.
because they got pregnant. That's
Yep.
why the ages are put at 14 and 16.
Mm-hmm. There's so many people eloping. They
And
just take off. Your daughter come home, your daughter's gone. She done eloped with some old man.
and you can do it without parental consent
Yep.
because there's a baby involved.
Isn't that fucked up? That's fucked up, man. Mm-mm-mm.
I ended up losing that baby and not getting married, but I did marry him 3 years later.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry to hear about that.
But for a judge to tell you you have to
Mm-hmm.
get married and you're 15, and
How'd
to
that
tell
make you
you,
feel?
oh God, I felt dirty.
Yeah.
I was like, just because I'm pregnant, you're going to force me to marry somebody?
And you're not even my daddy.
Well, it was a female
Right.
judge.
Mm.
Or my
Well,
mama. You're not even
well,
my mama.
Miss B, you were, I think I can't remember if you were on Eliza's channel or Eliza was in one of the chats.
Oh no, I
Exiled's
don't
better
talk
half.
with her. Uh-huh.
Huh? Do
I
I?
said no, I don't talk with her. I never
Oh,
had
oh,
talk with her.
oh, okay, okay. I
Yeah.
thought y'all had. She brought up an article somewhere in Tennessee
Oh God.
where the this female judge they forced all juvenile delinquents to be picked up and processed at the jail. And so they had like it was like 70 or 80% African American kids,
Mm.
and they were saying she doing God's work and all this shit, and they just locking people up left and right. That's like, that's always bothered me. You go drive down the street and you get a $200 ticket and a day in court for busted taillighter, you go to jail for a weed stem, and then you get it on your record. Um, and it's just a revolving door, man. It's a racket. Everybody gets their money.
But the only reason why it became a racket because we became complacent. When the
Yes.
people become complacent, the government becomes tyrannical.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can't come together, that the last time people came together, which it took him a while to do it, but he did it, was Martin Luther King.
Yep. Sure enough. And now they
We have
look.
not had a leader since Martin Luther King.
And now they're getting rid of his street names on in cities. It's sad.
And they accused the man of sleeping around with
Yep.
women on his
Oh.
wife. Oh, that
Oh man. Murder.
yeah. I mean that's because the way the government controls the people is to wipe away their memory.
Yes.
So when I say, because it's people don't like me because I don't like the N word. A lot of people don't like me. And the reason why I don't like the N word, the reason why I don't go along with it is because it was not meant to be nothing productive. It
Mm-mm.
was meant to keep people down so that what the government is doing you won't see. The
Well.
government taught people how to be predators. They
Yep.
make laws to protect predators.
I'm glad you stand up for that, Miss B. I told Joe Cool that. I said I can't think of any time it's a good idea to use those words
But
because
No.
y'all sit on the
nothing.
panel with him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do too. You know, and I got love for him.
Okay, but I
But
don't. When he come around, what do? I
I
leave
know, I
because you
know,
will not use that word around me
I know.
because it's disrespectful.
It
So if
is, and
everybody did the same thing I did, he'll stop. He only
you
do
know,
it because y'all
uh,
entertaining.
it hurt me to see you have that language used around you and James was it James Winston? What's his name? And because I have a indelible respect and endearment towards both of you and others, I knew it wasn't cool. And I don't care if somebody. I mean, if you like hanging out, I'm not African American, but if I
Right.
was hanging out with some buddies and we're cutting up and we're just at somebody's house and somebody may hear it slips every once in a while, that's one thing. But to go around and like we are in public and just throw that around without any care, I think the most dangerous person is someone who doesn't realize what they're saying and doing.
No, they
I
know what
think
they
that's
saying. He
that's
said it. He said
that's
it
the
to
difference.
my face. He told me to my face. He
Oh, I know
said
he
because
did.
he want to make white people feel bad.
Yeah, and that's
I
just.
said because I want
See,
white people to feel bad. And white people sitting there listening to him say that he said to make
Hmm.
them feel bad. And I'm
Yeah,
the only one who leaves.
yeah. Well, I I mean, I'm sorry. I grew up when we all believe that Martin Luther King, when he says to judge people on the content of their character, not the color of their skin, that's an
Yeah,
ideal. It's
right.
something that I saw what they did to him once it got declassified, and when you listen to him, he makes sense. It
This
makes
okay.
sense.
This man say he 54 years old. He grew up in Chicago, one of the biggest stomping grounds of Martin Luther King. And he telling me in Chicago, the white people walked around and called the black people the N word, and they was shaking hands and buddy buddies. He's a lie. He want to
Mhm.
convince y'all that that's why he don't like me because I'm standing up to him, and I wish everybody would stand with me. If everybody would stand with me and quit. Oh, every time he come around to my, oh, how you is? Are you is this? And then when he get drunk or high or smoke whatever he on, then he really goes deep on it. And he tell, I
Okay,
mean, how you
okay,
go on
okay, okay.
somebody panel and tell
Who we
them
talking about? First of
we
all,
don't call
who you guys
names.
talking
We don't
about?
call names. We don't call
Okay,
names.
all right. Well, then let's not talk about them. I don't want to, cause I don't know who it is, and I'm lost. And let's get back to the subject matter.
This
Cougars
is the subject matter.
is
He is a cool. He's a predator. This is what
he's
we
a he's
talking
a
about.
he's a
Predatory.
he's a male predator
He's a
roaming
predator.
the you
He preys on
roaming
women,
the
and they so weak and uneducated, so they think that what the preying that he doing on them, and he ain't fooling with no 50-year-old women. He fooling with the 20-year-old girls.
Who? Miss B. Mm-mm-mm. That's why I told you get a free pass for life in my book.
I mean, I'm
Real,
just an honest person. I don't
real
mean no
talk.
harm.
I have that. No, I get it. You call it as you see it, and you have more experience than most people have in their pinky finger. You got more experience in your pinky finger. You have more experience and class in your pinky finger than most women I've ever met, and it's
But
because
I
you come
mean,
real with
yeah, just be real, yeah.
it.
You know, just because we're not calling on names, WC, I'm not trying to take over your show, please don't take it that way. But because that person's not here, so why would we call out their name? If that person
okay.
was here, I call them out. Trust me, I would. I have called them out more
I
than one
believe.
time.
Yep, I
Well,
believe.
if he was here, we're not gonna call him out on this panel because that's not what this is about. We're not here to
That's
call
right.
people out. We here to have a discussion, and so I prefer that person not to be here at all.
Not to change the
Whether
subject, not to
I know
change
or
the
I'm not.
subject, WC. And
Go
what
ahead.
I see Nightbot says, if Mexican Longhair comes back, let me know. Nightbot, don't play that. I'm dying. I'm dying. Poor old
yeah,
Mexican Longhair. He can't get a shake.
yeah, yeah. Nightbot got it in because Mexican Longhair cussed Nightbot out last night. He said,
Oh,
"Nightbot, fuck you," and then Nightbot said
Everybody except for Harry.
he put him he put him in timeout and said, Mexican Longhair, are you done yet? And boy, we just all cracked up because we didn't even know Nightbot could even think like that. You know, we had just activated him and let him loose, and he started timing people out. He targeted Mexican Longhair. He targeted him and went straight for the fucking jugular. And I had to bring Mexican Longhair up here on the panel to keep him safe because he wasn't safe down there in the chat. Because Nightbot
Hey
was waiting
man,
on him,
what's
boy.
this? What's this with you fighting with the Nightbot in old WCN's channel? You got Death Wish?
That was funny as fuck, man.
You're live on the panel. Say hello.
I'm live on the panel. What's up, everybody?
Hey,
Hello.
They said hello.
I
Come
think
on
we
up.
got,
We're having a good convo, brother.
I think we got Nightbot under control, man. Yeah, I was able to go in and figure out some shit. So hopefully I got him under control, but he's still in there eyeballing me.
All right, MLH is coming. He said, "Give him a few minutes." We lost Mrs. B.
Where Miss B go?
I
All
don't know.
right,
Maybe
who we
she.
have on the panel? Let me see. Let me remove the.
Hey, Heather.
Let's see
Ellie.
who we got
My
on.
state.
How you doing, Heather? My state, Ellie. All right, talking about cougars. Talking about cougars now. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them in schools now. It just seems like I don't know. Do y'all think the cougar situation in the schools, the female teachers, do you think that the number is growing, or do you think that it's always been like that and we just was never aware of it? What do you guys think?
I think it's always been like that, and it's just been brought to people's attention.
What do you think, Ellie?
For cougars?
For the female teachers, do you think that in the day of social media, do you think it's growing because the kids seem to be more mature than they were 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, or or
I don't understand. What does that have to do with teachers? Can
the
you
the the the, the,
rephrase it?
the teacher the cougars, the predator teachers that are having sex with the boys at school?
That's not a
Do you
cougar.
well they become cougars because they
No, a cougar is an older woman who goes after legalized, but
I
younger
understand that,
kids,
but
not kids in high
what
school.
what I'm saying is they make that transition. Those they start out as predators. They get old. They get titties start hanging to the floor. Okay, they're in their 50s now. They become cougars because no kid is gonna want them. So they got to get an adult, and the only way to get an adult is to pay for it. You know, you got to buy him clothes. You got to buy him an Xbox. You got to. You know, he's 25 years old. You got to take care of him. You got to feed him. So now you done transition from being a predator to a cougar.
So,
But
are
what
you
I
trying
want
to
to know,
say that
no, but
they
what,
go ahead?
no, what I'm trying to say, what I want to know is, the teachers. Do you think that it's the what I'm trying to say is, um, do you think there's more now than there was back in the day, or do you think that there've always been a lot of them and we're just now
All
becoming
right, all
aware
right, all
of
right.
them? Is
I
what
don't
I'm
think they're
trying
the
to say.
same. I don't think they're the same thing.
MLH
I think
needs to
there's two.
handle
No,
I think no. You don't need no panel
yeah,
link.
no, I know they're the same. They're not the same. But what I'm saying is, as far as the female predators go, are there more in this time and age, in this day and age, than there was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, or are we just becoming more aware of them?
As far as
Not
female child predators,
yes,
not
yes,
being the same as cougars, not
not
cougars,
cougars,
not cougars. As
not
far as
cougars, not cougars.
female child predators, I think it's just being made more aware now. I wouldn't say that there's more or less of them, but I think people are just finally coming forward
Can we get a
to
panel link? in
to
chat.
be able to discuss what's happening to them. I think they're starting to realize that it's not something that's healthy. It's not just a notch in a belt that says, or for guys to, sit there and joke about it saying, oh yeah, I got this older woman, or, I got Mrs. Green, I think it's different than that. I think when back then it was more of a cry for help in a way, but where they couldn't come out or didn't feel comfortable coming out saying what happened to them. But I think there's just the same amount. I just think there's more awareness. But I don't think there's enough of an awareness, if that makes sense. I don't think that there's enough of it.
I had a weird idea come to mind because, I've always said that things, and you're right, Ellie, information now, such as like the gospel, spreads further and faster than it ever has before. I think this day and age, it might not be as prevalent as it has been at times in the past. And you're right, more people do come forward, but more people also are now hopefully raised to know, what's wrong, where the line in the sand is. And I think that's a big problem with all sexual people addicted to sex is, they get riled up and they got to act on it. They have no self-control.
I
What's
would
up,
like to
Nixie
know what
Longhair?
MLH has to say about it because he actually worked in the schools as a counselor.
Well, unless he's going to say,
can you
go
guys hear me okay?
hashtag
Yeah.
Team PETA, we don't really care.
Damn, Ellie. You cold.
It's Team Tux for sure. Hashtag Team Tux.
Yeah.
Look, the only reason it's more prevalent today is because of the times, right? There are
Hey, MLH, your mic is crackling for some reason.
Oh, thank God. I thought it was my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crackling real bad.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's a little better.
No, maybe if you try to
get
start
back
out
on
with
panel,
hashtag
guys.
Team
I
PETA, you
can't
might come in
hear
clearer.
what you guys are saying. Hang tight. I'll go.
Okay.
I also don't think that, to be honest, I don't think that younger boys even understood what it was or that it was wrong.
Oh man,
It was almost like an experience as them.
Man, my babysitter when I was younger. Oh man. Woo. Actually, it was an older girl that was the first girl I kissed.
And guys are raised to do it differently than we do.
What's that, Heather?
Guys are raised to, view it differently because
Right.
if they're with an older woman, they're given a pat on the back and good
Exactly.
job.
That's exactly what I was saying. They didn't view it as a sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and girls are taught that they're nasty, they're a slut.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be
Like
doing that.
the guys
Getting a
that
lot of feedback, MLH.
All right,
Yeah, I had
You
to
just
mute him.
muted.
It's getting a lot of it's a lot of
lost you,
feedback.
bro.
It sounded like he had his YouTube open.
Where'd he go? I was gonna unmute him. Yeah, it was getting a lot of feedback. Sounded like he was driving.
Yeah.
He is.
I think he had YouTube open.
Poor
All right.
MLH.
He should know better than that. He's a streamer. He knows to close that YouTube.
I don't know, man. I've been helping MLH for a while, and he still ain't got his fucking Bitcoin going.
All right. So what do you deal with Bitcoin at? Since you brought it up.
With what?
Bitcoin.
I don't know how we transitioned from this conversation to that.
No, I was just curious since he mentioned it.
Are you talking about where to buy it and sell it?
Yeah.
About 3 seconds.
It sound like you taking a shit.
Sorry. It did sound like that.
Yeah, it did.
I'll put it in private chat for you.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ellie. Back to what you were saying. or my state. What are you over there? What are you over there? You all quiet. You just listening?
Um, yeah. What was your question about the teachers you said, right?
Yeah, I was just wondering. Do you think there's seems to be more teachers being exposed? Well, I know there's more teachers being exposed, but do you think the number of teacher predators is increasing, or do you think the number of teacher predators has always been a big number? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
I
think it's
think
been a
it's
big
always. I
number.
think it's always.
Yeah, it's always been a big number, but it's been a big number with male teachers,
Okay,
not with
my
female teachers.
all right, my state. What do you got to say on that?
I would say. I think, like she said, I think it's always been a high number. But I also think that uh that women have always been doing it as well. It's just and it goes to say when you mentioned social media made it easier for the some victims to come out. Some victims choose to pick social media to do it, or reach out to people through social media, or just simply expose the whole situation on social media. So it made it easier. Definitely made it easier to expose people, being that social media is available. Um, but I definitely think that it's always been a high number of child predators. It's just, uh, you know, um, for whatever for whatever reason, it comes to the forefront. It should, you know what I mean? Like it should, it should be talked about more often than it is. It's never enough to talk about it. So, but yeah, I
If
always think it
people
was a
can
high
talk to
number.
their
It's
kids,
just
I mean,
getting exposed more. People are being a little more brave now than we were back then. I guess.
oh, there are still parents who will not even talk about their kids what their genitalia actually is. They still call them cute names even as they're going into teenage years. And I'm like, why do you do that? Well, it's just I'm uncomfortable. Well, I'm sorry, you're uncomfortable. How do you think your child feels? And how do you think they feel when they already know and they didn't hear it from you and it's possibly wrong? Parents have got to talk to their kids.
Can you
Yeah,
guys
man,
hear me
That's
a
we
little bit
still
toxic.
better?
yeah, we still getting some background noise though, but
Yeah,
we
that's
can
me
hear you better.
driving. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Is it? If it's too bad, I'll drop and listen.
No, it's not. It's not too bad, but we can still hear it. But you sound a lot better than you did earlier.
That sounds a
Okay, yeah,
lot
I
better.
restarted my phone. I just wanted to kind of buttress off of some of you guys' points. It's a stigma, right? I mean, back in the day, the women were always, thought of as like prim and proper and innocent, and and for guys to come out and say that a woman preyed on them, I mean, it actually was the opposite. If you got with an older lady, it was, oh, that's a good thing, right? Meanwhile, the woman is definitely preying on the man, and I think it's being reported more now. I don't think it's any more prevalent than back in the day. I just think that the stigma is slowly washing away, right? And that's why I'm watching this Ghislaine Maxwell nonsense with that Epstein. She was definitely closely related to all the stuff going on with what's his face Epstein. So I'm watching that case really closely, guys.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And it seems like the world is ran by predators, man, both female and male. Now, I think there's a big number of female predators. There's a significant number of male predators, and we all know that. But I think the number of female predators are growing. I think in this time and age, in this day and age, with all of the demonic stuff that's going on, with all these different spirits that's out here, and all these different entities and organizations, and everybody is free to be whatever they want to be. You know, you wake up, and if you feel like being a cucumber, you can identify as a cucumber that day, and and can't nobody tell you different. So now you got all of this weird shit going on in the world, and from what I understand, it's like when people like the elite and they get involved in all of this satanic rituals and all these different type of things where they sacrifice babies and sacrifice people and humans and stuff. It's like after they've done it for so long that they got that fixed, that they got to do something more and more demonic in order to get that rush. It's like a drug. You start out with a mild drug, and after a while, you have to graduate to a harder drug to get that same feeling, because you don't get it no more. You don't get that rush, and that's what they're doing. They're they're doing so many different things that you couldn't even fathom what these people are out here doing. These predators that are controlling the world, and we're caught up. We're basically caught up in the predators that we can see, that's tangible. Like school predators, you know, just Boy Scout, Girl Scout, different things of that nature. But what about the predators that you don't see? Those are the people that we should be worried about. The human trafficking, you know. And why do you think they always pretend to be concerned about your kids? They're not concerned. They're not concerned at all. All they want to do is take your kids, put them in the system so they can get lost in the system. And when those kids get lost in the system, they sell them into child slavery. They may end up even experimenting on the kids. They may they may kill the kids. It's all type of things that they do with these children that come up missing. Now, anybody on the panel, does anybody have any idea or anything to add to that, as far as when the children go missing? What happens with these children? Do anybody know? Can anybody shed some light on that?
Say that again.
I was wondering about the children. I was asking a question about the missing children. Does anybody have any light to shed on that? What happens to all these missing children? What happened to all the children that were on the back of the milk carton?
Oh man,
Do y'all remember that?
I,
We used to walk. We used to
yeah,
go into Walmart. It'd be a whole wall full of missing children.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, that's the important stuff that people can't forget, man. And a lot of times, that's what happens. You see it on the Walmart wall or the milk carton, and a lot of people don't even look at the picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, or at least if you're not gonna look at the picture, at least look at the state they're from, in case they're from your state. You get what I'm saying? You might have just seen somebody or happen to run into somebody that's missing from your state. That's on that wall. If you're not going to look at everybody at the picture of the people that is missing, at least look at the state of where they're from and where they're missing from. you know and if they're from the same state you're in, you can always have that in the back of your mind, like, oh, I seen this picture. If this little boy missing, um if I happen to run across some little kid, I'll keep my eyes open and look at every little kid for the next 5 to 10 days, and may be able to spot them or whatever. You never know. But you know, don't- you know. But that's what happens with the cartons and the posters. Really, to be honest with you, and it sucks to sound like that, but if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. If you're not staring at it every day, you're not really going to cross your mind unless you're in that position, unless it's your child. You know.
Hmm.
So that's how I kind of feel about it. That's why it did a lot of it go unheard and unseen and untalked about for so long. And it becomes a cold case for so long because after a while, if it's a big case, the local media, the national media start talking about it, and then eventually the local media start talking about it, and then the neighborhood start talking about it, and it just becomes a cold case, and that's unfortunately what happens uh, to the missing children. They get forgotten about nationally. They get forgotten about. That's what happens. America fails them. We stop talking about it. Think about all the cases that used to be talked about uh, in America in general. You know what I'm saying? That you barely hear anything about anymore. You know what I mean? Like with everything going on right now, you don't think there's still little kids dying in these hospitals from cancer? You don't think there's still kids being born with full blown AIDS? You understand? Like you don't think like this type of stuff still going on? But the world is so distracted right now with a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on. That's important. COVID is important. But we got to remember that there's still stuff going on. We still got soldiers overseas. We still got a whole bunch of stuff going on right here in America that gets overlooked, and that's what happened to the kids. They get overlooked. We stop talking about it, and before you know it, it's not even a topic at home no more.
Yeah, man, this shit gets deep, man. And like you
It
say,
does.
people are distracted, and if you don't see it, it don't exist. You know, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind. And I tell you what, if you've ever, and I could speak on it because I've been in these situations a couple of times throughout my life, and I know, uh, what happens when you're around people, they love you. I love you. You my brother. You feel what I'm saying? Like I'll die for you, and when you're around me, ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Go to jail. Go
America.
to jail once in your life, and I promise you. Go to jail, and I promise you, you're gonna know exactly who love you and who's by your side for real, for real. You be surprised. I promise. Be surprised.
Yep.
Need
Yep.
alone.
Yep.
You know how it goes. Need alone.
What's up, Toe for Life?
And yeah, that's when you find
What's
out who's
up?
in your corner.
Yep. Get
All I want
forgotten
to
about.
know, ASMR, is it toke out time?
It's
It
toke
sure
out
is,
time.
brother. Let's do it.
Let's do
Go
it.
ahead. Say
Transparency.
it.
Say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your bowls, bungs, dab rigs ready. It's time for channel wide toke out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, synchronized. Fire up your dank shit.
Hell
I love it. I love
Every
it.
time I talk to Miss B, I come away
Shit.
with more and more respect for her. You know what I'm saying?
Miss B is a very passionate woman, man. She is so passionate on all
She
her points.
never fails to surprise me. People like Miss B give me hope for the future. Just saying.
Yes.
She's the kind of person that'll chap your ass, and you be saying, "I'm sorry, Miss B," and listen what she's talking about, and she'll always show you. She'll always show you another perspective you didn't think about before.
Yes, sir.
She has generations of experience
Hmm.
she's gone through. How's the world been treating you there, Toe for Life? Hadn't heard from you in a while.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's going good, man. I've just been running around, a lot of working, and then
Mm,
every night jumping up here on panel with World Citizen. And when I get off work, me and him are usually on the phone talking about what we're going to do for the panel for the night and how we're going to do it and whatnot. So just been busy. How you been?
well, I've been doing pretty good. I can't complain.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Still smoking and rolling.
What part of the world you in, ASMR?
I am in Arizona, my friend. A little old
Okay.
town called Jerome. North of Phoenix.
Damn, boy, this shit's strong. Arizona, okay. I was sitting there looking for my grinder, and the goddamn beer bottle was sitting on top of it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, if you ever find yourself in Jerome, come see
knock on your
140
door.
Main Street downtown. That's all you need
That'll
to
work.
know.
All right.
We've got a 24-day exchange policy.
All right, all right.
World, you see what TCM put?
What he put? We have a full-scale battle between a bot and Mexican. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because
MLH
MLH is down
deserves
there.
it.
Yeah, he's down there arguing with Nightbot again.
MLH deserves it because he still ain't got that damn Bitcoin set up. I've been trying for almost 2 months now to get him set up Bitcoin so I could send him some shit coins.
And I did get some information that when I dropped out, I went over and I got up on Epic's panel for a couple minutes, and me and Epic talked, and Epic told me how for you to switch for me and you to do what we were talking about with the StreamYards. He told me how to do it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Shit. Tell me how to do it.
Well, he said that you have to email me. You have to, you have to send me your email that you log into StreamYards with.
Okay.
And then there's a code that you have to give me so I can log in.
Yep.
Under that with you.
Email.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that'll put you under the same tenant.
What I'll do is yeah, I'll make a fresh email just for that purpose, so we can use it. We can all use it.
Yeah, but he was because I had to go over there because I don't think he wasn't. Well, you blocked him. I forgot to tell you, you blocked him on StreamYards. You must have.
How did I block him?
You blocked him on StreamYards. He said when he tried to come back up, it was saying he was blocked by the creator or whatever.
Damn,
so you must have when you must have muted
how do you?
You're gonna have to go into main StreamYards and go to where below broadcasts, and there's the band list is in there.
Yeah.
All right, let me go check.
Well, that's cool, man. How long you and WCN here been doing the panels?
Shit, I don't know. What, about a month? I don't know.
It's really pretty recent. Yeah, man. I'm digging it. I'm happy
pretty
for you. I
recent.
think everybody should have their own panel. There's
We
some chatters that just they're too big for their britches. They just need their own space.
We kind of came up with this idea from watching everybody else's panels and everything that, like, I mean, a lot of people are talking about some good stuff, but they become drama palaces, and we came up with let's do like serious conversations, at least for the first couple hours.
Yep.
And keep the drama at bay, and if not, we just kick the drama. We're not going to have it here. You know what I mean? It's if you got drama to bring, don't even come. You know.
Yeah.
So that's what our goal is, to just keep a serious panel.
Functional conversations.
Right. And we figured 2 hours would be like not a max, but like 2 hours.
Good
and then if the conversation starts getting, out of whack after 2 hours, then we'll switch to another like a secondary topic. But tonight, this conversation, I mean, went almost 4 hours, and it was all good stuff. So we didn't even have to switch to anything else.
Yeah, man, it's rocking, man. I'm glad. I'm happy for you guys.
It's a pretty good topic. And we got a topic coming up tomorrow. Basically, bitches with badges.
Bitches with badges, man. I want me a cop so bad. Get me a woman.
Yeah, and we and
Do
then
bad things to her.
most of it's WCN's creation. I give them a little input, and I'm just along for the ride.
That's awesome. I can dig
Shit,
it.
we all in this together.
Real talk.
We all on the same boat, so that means we all gonna get to the same spot at the same time.
Yep.
And if we on the boat, we all eating the same shit.
Yep.
Epic. I've never seen this before since I've been watching these panels, but Epic is mirroring a panel, and it is someone else's panel. I don't know whose it is, but Bow is actually on their panel.
Who's in the chat? I stepped away for a second.
I can't see because I got
Oh,
it
here,
on
I'll pull it
screen.
up on my phone.
You said we're on somebody else's panel?
No, not us. Epic.
Epic is
okay.
restreaming a panel, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
restreaming someone else's panel, but Bow don't never go up on anybody else's panel.
He was on Andrews the other day.
That maybe that's who he. I don't know whose that is.
Let me look.
Yeah, I seen Bow on somebody's panel one time. I don't know if he actually
Oh,
got
that's
on
Sugar.
panel, but he was
Swedish
he was
Sugar.
in the chat.
Oh, that's Swedish Sugar with Joe Cool up there.
Sweet
They
ass
back
Sugar's
together?
Revenge.
Oh, I thought they back together.
No, this is an old stream.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. I thought it was new. I just happened to see it out the corner of my eye. We don't have to talk about it. I was just talking.
Yeah.
Since ASMR is over there right now in Epic's panel.
Yeah, I got everybody's stream running, trying to help them get them watch hours up.
And Hippie. You've been in
I'm on
Hippie since
4.
Hippie started just about, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
she said, Keebler says Swedish Sugar is premiering that right now. So she's replaying it.
Uh-oh.
She still ain't over that. Uh-oh.
Nope. Drama.
That's a premiere of an old drama video.
Right.
So she premiering it again. That's crazy. I'm gonna try that. See if that works.
I don't know. I was over there on Epic. I was over there on Epic, man, when I was down from our panel here for a few. And
Yeah.
like I said, I talked to Epic for about the first couple of minutes I was up there, but Becky O was in there, and then she just like went 0 to 100. I was like, wow. And
About
then
what?
AC, I don't know. And then AC got on there, and then she just really started rambling on, and I couldn't even keep up with her, man. I don't even know what she was talking about. I muted my mic, and I sat there for about 5-10 minutes, and then I put in chat that told Epic thanks for having me up, and I was out of there.
I saw one of those videos, those eating videos the other day.
With Becky O.
Yeah.
What was it? The one where she was eating like the big turkey leg or whatever the hell it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. I sort of seen some of that.
Yeah, I
I
think
had
that
the
was,
sound down, but I was watching it.
I think I watched maybe like 2 seconds.
My stay sitting down there being quiet. He fall asleep.
Yeah, he probably
Nah, I'm here. I'm
He
here.
be working.
I'm here.
He be working.
I'm listening. Eating some
He be
snacks.
working hard, eating some snacks. Yeah, my state be working hard, so he's a working man like me and you, Toe. I don't know what ASMR do. What kind of work you do, ASMR? if you're still in here.
He's not talking nowhere else, as far as I know. The other two
Yeah.
that I see him in.
Yeah, I think he's dealing with the kitties at his crib. He said he had feeding somebody or something. I don't know.
I wonder how MLH
Yeah,
like Nightbot.
All right. Yeah, he don't like Nightbot. I saw him down there trying to trigger Nightbot.
Yeah.
I saw him type something he was trying to trigger, but I don't think it was working. Who's live right now, man? Who can we mirror or snipe?
You sure you want to snipe somebody?
Oh yeah, well, somebody that ain't gonna care. Not just anybody.
Keebler, you all up in everybody's.
What is
Keebler's all over the place,
That
ain't
was
he?
a panel pimp. Shit, I'm gonna have to give you the crown, girl.
Keebler be everywhere. I seen her over in Epics. I was watching her. Well, she just put something in Epics a minute ago.
She just be bouncing all over the place. No wonder Wolverine's all fucking twisted at you. He misses your chats.
Keebler be out there stomping in these YouTube streets.
Mm-hmm. Running the streams. You know how to say running the streets? She running the streams.
Running the streams. even after the stream lights come on. So what? What do you do for a living? World Citizen asked. You might have been on a different.
Man, I'm semi-retired, brother.
I like that.
I do nonprofit shit. I got a few clients to take care of, a few things I dabble in, but a lot of my time spent volunteering. I'm an ambassador for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, so a lot of my time is staying connected and available when I get a 911 out of somebody, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. There's always somebody that needs help, and there's a lot of cats that don't like calling that number, and they rather do it through a chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's tough. Some days are better than others, but
we was talking about that. Me and World was talking about that kind of people like that today. It was like there's people that just talk about it, but really ain't about it. But then there's people that talk about it and be about it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're one of them that talk about it and you're about it. You do it. You don't just talk about it just to make yourself look good to everybody.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I don't like talking about, but I somehow get wrangled into doing so. But there's like I was telling Hippie the other day, I was like, man, sometimes I ask myself, like, Lord, why do you put these people in my path, or why do you put me in theirs? And you have an opportunity. You can be cool about it and do what you can and try to help out, or you can be like a fucking vampire and just it's sad that some people their estimation of others is what they could potentially get out of them. Things like that. It's just sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably one of my greatest faults is remembering to tell people no. You try to be a people pleaser, try to help people, try to do right and right by, and sometimes it burns your ass, but that's all right.
And when you tell people yes all the time, and then when you finally say no, they look at you like you did them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Becky O's back over there on Epic's channel, and I could see by the expression on AC's face, she's rattling.
Oh my God!
Mirror Epic, go ahead and mirror Epic. He's not gonna mind. We can watch it from here.
Is that what you want to do? You want to watch a little bit of it? See what
Yeah,
Becky
might as
O was
well.
over there talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Long as it's over there and it's not over here, we can watch it. Shit, it's like
Right,
I just
right.
I have one thing to say to Becky O. Please, please, please stop letting that dog kiss you on the lips.
Oh,
Uh,
that's she be doing that.
oh,
I have a thing. I can't help but tell people don't. It's
eh,
not a good idea to let a dog lick you in the mouth.
you might have
I
been who
don't
she was
like that either.
talking about earlier then, because she was talking
Oh,
about people saying stuff about her and how she is with that dog.
oh
So you
no,
might
that's
be.
different. No, that's
Oh,
totally different. There's some shit. Something about somebody raping their dog or some shit. I don't know about all
yeah.
that. I'm just, you know, it's been said before, not just by me.
Let's see. See if I can share Epic over here.
They're
Share
talking about
audio.
Joe Cool
Man,
and
a
Swedish
damn
Sugar.
pizza, a damn pizza would be really, really good right about now.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, let me tell my son to order a pizza.
sounds like a winner.
Might if it's
What do you mean I gotta help you?
Epic. Yeah. What's going on, Becky?
Epic. This is epic, yo. This is fucking epic. The Swedish Sugar is not Swedish Sugar. That bitch is, she needs to change her fucking name, okay? She is sour and she's salt and sour. Salt, sweet. She ain't sweet. She's sour and salt. That bitch
So
is straight up saucy. She's a fucking demonic little bitch that's mad right now because she don't like that Joe Cool. The thing is, she wasn't
You
prepared for this. No,
blew
listen, epic. Listen, epic. She was not prepared for the attention that Joe Cool got. Joe Cool's famous. We all know that in this community. He is famous. We know that. Is he
That's my
not?
wife.
Yes or no? By everybody. Is he famous?
Yeah, of course. She's good, yeah.
Yes. And she was not, she was not prepared for that. Bitches, okay, and let's say you're mainstream and when you're doing music, you're gonna be a superstar, right? So you're gonna deal with a lot of bullshit, right? Correct? So she wasn't dealt with the hand. Like in her mindset, she felt like, okay, it's just like all the community, it's gonna be nothing, it's gonna be this, that, and third, blah, blah, blah. But the bitch needs to fall the fuck back. Do a backflip, bitch. Sit down, okay?
Yeah.
Stick your finger in your mouth or your fucking vagina and just shut the fuck up. That bitch don't
hey,
understand.
why we getting
No,
two sounds? We get two feedbacks.
Hold on, Becky.
Where?
Any comments? Anybody? ASMR? Authority
From
check?
when Becky was talking, it's getting like an echo.
Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Becky, I love you, but I was in the middle of telling a fucking story.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I did not mean to interrupt you, baby.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
did.
I just had to speak my piece when it came to her because she left negative comments on my fucking channel, and the thing is, and she was on I don't think it's PDF or some other fucking channel. She was running her fucking mouth. No, I think it was like either PDF or Hippie's channel, running her fucking
Push mute for a second. I want to say something.
PDF. It was Hippie's channel or running his fucking mouth because I was on there and blah 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 doing me, and she got pissed off about it, so she had to speak her fucking little piece.
All right, I just want to say something. That's why I don't want just anybody coming up on the fucking panel because they'll come in and do that shit right there, and then you can't get them motherfuckers to be quiet. All right, go ahead and finish playing. I just want to say that.
I mean, if you don't want to watch it,
Who
we
is
don't
that?
have to watch it.
No. I want to watch it because I want to see what's happening. But I'm saying
Who is
how
that?
they'll come in and disrupt your panel. Like AC said, man, I was trying to say something and you just came in and went all the way to the left. That's Becky O.
Yeah. Becky O, my
Damn, homie.
state.
Oh,
And I'm
all
gonna
right.
turn
Go
back
ahead,
up,
play it.
and I'll mute my mic.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Listen. I'm keeping it
Becky,
real.
shut the fuck up for a second. Hold on, motherfucker.
All right.
ASMR. What'd you say, brother? He's gone. AC, go ahead, bro. Finish that story. I want to hear it.
I actually forgot where I was at.
Coming up next on the main stage is the sweetest ass on YouTube. This is Becky O.
Did you watch the
Good night. You guys, man, I love you, man. I love all of y'all, man. I support everybody in this community for real. But I'm gonna mute myself so y'all can talk. Go ahead, do your thing, Chicken Wang.
premiere?
All right. I don't remember where I was at, but
That's why you got to write this shit down, AC.
this is why this is part of what I was telling you. Like, I lose my train of thought. I think if, say, I had a co-host and I sat here and was able to write, that's what I need to do. I need a notebook for when I do my shows. I need a notebook so I can write down what the plan is, what I'm writing about, or what the show's about. Kind of have a format of what I have going on. So this part of the show we're doing this part of the show we're doing that. Every so often, Asmar's coming in with commercial, I'll just put a little star by the little like in between sentences, so I know this is where a commercial break belongs.
Commercial break.
Coca-Cola is a proud sponsor of this show.
Authority Check presents live.
If you like to, I can see. I can't fucking do all that shit. I can't do it on the fucking whim. I can't do that. That's not me. That's more other people's style. Like you can fucking come up with that shit across like that. I don't. I have to plan that shit out. That I'm not witty like that. Anyways, besides the fucking point. What are we talking about?
Boring. La, 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 la.
Damn, what about throwing salt? She didn't throw some fucking sand in your eyes.
Oh my God, AC.
AC just got Becky O'd.
AC. No.
AC look pissed.
AC just got
He look
Becky.
bad.
He loves my lizard.
Is that your cougar call?
He loves my lizard. Yo, AZ loves my lizard.
Fucking cougar call.
I know you love my lizard. I'm gonna shut up. Woo! Love it. I love it. I love it, my nigga. I love it. AC, man. I want to grab your fucking face and just like.
Hey, Becky, would you sit on AC's face?
Absolutely. I will smother his ass with a lot of sauce. How about that?
We watching
AC, let me ask you a question.
we spying on somebody. What's up, Harry Nuts? Hey, Harry Nuts, type in nuts. Just type nuts in.
That girl is off the chains over there, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I think AC was pissed like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that motherfucker was though.
She made him forget what he was about to say.
When I was over there in Epic's on Al Epic's panel, and she was just talking, and she was like yelling at AC and shit. Epic, I was texting AC. I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with that girl?" And he was like, "I don't know, man." And then I just see him look at the camera and just start shaking his head.
That was bizarre as hell.
Yeah, Becky O, she says she's 30% deaf in one ear or something. That's why I don't know.
Hold on, Harry. I thought it was gonna work. Let me go check it out.
You want to keep hearing this drama, or you want?
Yeah, shit. I don't care. Shit, we done did our show. Now we just hanging out. See what's going on.
That's not an insult. If your tongue is longer than my dick, God bless you. But I will still swallow your shit down to my fucking neck. How about that? I take 9, 10 inches. So I'm not worried. I ain't worried about shit. Becky O ain't worried about nothing.
You feeling frisky, homie?
Oh no, that's who I am. That's who I am. That's natural.
No, I'm asking authority check. Is authority?
Authority. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me. What's up? What's up, baby?
He's been
What's
on the
up?
market for a while.
What's up, baby? Oh, really? Oh,
I'm taking. Yeah, I'm taking.
Since when?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Since when? Since when?
Well, you know what? You take it. I can still smash you from behind if you want to. You know.
Should come up from
behind. I got a great tongue and I got a nice hammer. $400 hammer.
What about a fist?
A fist. My fist is really big. I got a man hand. How about that?
There you go, AC.
My hand.
From one leg to the other one is
What the fuck does that mean?
My hand.
Goddamn man hand.
Listen. My hand. If I extend my hand from my thumb to my thumb to my pinky is over 11 inches. So I have a really big hand. Damn. And I'll be gentle. I'll be gentle with you, baby.
I wouldn't tell nobody that shit. AC gonna be her. AC gonna be her bitch. She said she gonna be gentle with him.
And she said that. I looked down at my hand and I went from my thumb to my pinky and I was like, 11 inches. No. I'm like, that bitch got bigger hands than me, man.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is that about?
That shit crazy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. AC better run.
No ASMR strikes on us. I better run. I shut that down. No one no copyright shit.
Okay.
I don't know what he's gonna play.
That music.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going on over there, so that's why I shut it down. Cause
man, it's getting pretty fucking pretty deep. She's talking about she got slaves and whoo shit. What the fuck?
And you over there stirring the pot, getting her going. What you talking about?
I'm just trying to hook authority check up, man. He needs to pop one off, man.
Authority check scared of her.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm taking.
What are you talking about? I'm scared of him just by hearing her talk. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll roll down the block and I'll hang $20 out the window. That's what I'll do. I'll pick me up something.
Oh shit. She going after him aggressively.
Oh yeah.
She got his ass flustered. He done forgot what he was about to say. What's up, Harry Nuts? How you doing, man?
Harry Nuts, we still got 2 open spots on our panel. Let me go ahead.
Get on up here, sir.
Let me go ahead and copy.
Drop that link.
I'm dropping that link here. Hang on a second. It's coming. Video starts overtime tonight again. And the chat ain't coming up over there on YouTube. I should probably turn off at least one of my YouTube tabs. There we go. All right. And paste. There
All right,
you go.
Harry. Go ahead and try it one more time. Type in nuts. Let's see if it works this time, sir. So all you got to do when you come in the room, just type in nuts. I'm just trying to see if it's so. Toe, all you got to do now. Anybody that types your name, Toe, your shit's gonna pop up. My state transparency. All you got to do is type in K, and it'll come up. See now, if your name was like all ran together, I could type in just the one word, my state trans. But since it's broken up to my state, so it won't
What's
go
up,
that way.
bro? Say that again.
So what I was saying, like the reason I put K for it is because if I did my state transparency, it wouldn't work because it has to be like all the letters has to be together. So I just figured K for
Yeah,
King.
no problem. No
So when you
problem, no
run
problem.
in,
That work.
you just type in K, and then it automatically post your stuff. But I got your stuff on the timer also. So every 15 minutes it'll post all our links and shit. You know what I mean by itself.
Oh, word,
But if
word.
you want to, if you want to post it yourself, just come in and just type K every time, and it'll post it periodically. And then anytime, I wish I could do it where they could type your name, but see with like Toe for Life's name, all his is ran together. So when they come in and type Toe for Life, it's gonna automatically pull his shit up because it's automatically
Right.
one word. Yeah. So now Harry Nuts, I just put nuts on his, and it should pull his up.
I'm trying to see right
Yeah,
now.
man,
I
that's
just
cool.
I just did it.
Yeah. So
Hey,
I'm
Harry
gonna do
Nuts,
some.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate it.
I just hit nuts and it didn't come up. Did you put a Z at the end of it, World?
Yeah. Let me go double check it. All right. Just try with lowercase. Let's see if
I
that'll
did.
work.
I did lowercase. It didn't come up. How you doing, Harry Nuts? Harry Nuts. We got to do one for ASMR, but I'll tell you what I want you to put when you do his.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No.
Well, yeah, we'll have Nightbot say that. All right.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
All right.
It'd be funny if you could make them talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have
That's a
them
lot
saying
of
all
nuts.
kind of shit. Yeah, I'd have them saying all kind of shit.
That's a lot of nuts. Yeah. It's not working. The Nightbot's not bringing up Nuts' channel.
All right,
I've said
take it.
Harry Nuts
I
said it.
think
I've said
I got the Let me take the nuts out. Let me see if that'll work. I got a
If you
bunch
take
of nuts in here.
If you take the nuts out, we're all going to just have to drop off panel because that's where all the nuts are at.
All right, let me try it now. All right, just type in nuts. See what happens. It should come up with his link. You went to the Grant Pass. What did it say? Oh, Grant's Pass. Oregon to kick back on the Rogue River. All right. It's not working for some reason.
Yeah.
Let me see. That's. Let me go check the make sure the link is working. That's maybe the reason it's not working because of the link. Make sure I got your link.
Well, it keeps saying the alias you set this command to be of food does not exist. Every time you go in there and mess with it, that's what it just keeps saying. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, I guess that's supposed to be the food channel. I don't know. I didn't type food.
oh geez, AC.
All right, let me go.
Go ahead.
No, I was finna say let me go check Harry's link again. What is AC doing?
He dropped out over there at Epic, so he must have got sick of Becky O because she's still on this panel.
Still jibber jabbering.
She's still talking.
God.
What's she talking about now?
She's just
What is she talking about now?
She's talking about when she had Benzes and her Lexus.
Oh, she's the strip.
I don't know. I was gonna ask her, but I didn't.
She did. She did. I heard her say it.
I didn't want. I figured as much.
She said it the other day on one of her.
Yeah.
That's when she had sugar daddies. Because when you're a stripper, that's what you get is sugar daddies.
Oh yeah.
So she had a bunch of predators. Well, not predators, but what did shit, what did Ellie call them?
Sugar
daddies.
daddies.
She said a manager.
Manthers.
A manther.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn manther.
Yeah, right.
When she said that reminded me of when they call a dude a Mitch instead of a bitch. They call him a male bitch, a Mitch.
A Mitch.
You ain't nothing but a Mitch. So when I call somebody a Mitch, y'all gonna know what that means. Nightbox gonna be in there calling people Mitches.
Yeah. Hey, I do know how to stir Becky. I did learn how to stir Becky up though, watching her over there on Epic's panel.
What happened? How you stir?
All you gotta do is call her a Karen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she gets all riled up about that.
Yeah, go in there and type and say, "Who called Becky O a Karen?"
I'm not getting in that, man. I'm not having Becky O turn on me.
Harry, you go do it. I double dare you, Harry.
Do it. You can send poor old Harry over there.
I double dare you, Harry. We'll send you over there. We'll give you a pitchfork and some a torch.
Hey,
we'll tie a rope to you. You about to break out?
No. I was gonna tell you I'm about to post ASMR's links. I don't know if you or his link. I don't know if you got it, but if you wanna, you put it on the Nightbot. I don't know. It's up to you, but
yeah.
I'm about
put
to
it
post
in the private. Yeah, post it and then put it in the private chat so I can cut and paste it.
Yeah, that's it right there. The one that I put in.
Harry, we'll tie a rope to you, and if it gets too bad, we'll pull you back in. Yeah, we'll pull him back in and shit. With 4 of us, we'll all pull you back in, Harry. Yeah, so you'll be in good hands. You'll just make sure you tie the rope on real tight.
Well, so we need to tell ASMR just to do it. Just call her Karen on the panel, and if he does, then we can we'll snipe the screen.
He ain't gonna do it. I don't think he'll do it. He'd already had Miss B on him tonight. He don't need Becky on him.
Yeah, what? Boy, Miss B.
Miss B dropping them truth bombs. I always love when I get to cross paths with Miss B.
Man,
I'm actually glad she got in my ass tonight. I feel special. I learned something new. She gave me a good reminder. I am
What's
there,
up, authority
glad.
check?
there you go.
What's
There you
up?
go, world.
What's up, AC?
Becky
What's
O,
up,
thank
AC?
you for tonight, because I have something to look forward to the next time I talk to Authority Check.
AC. All I wanted
She
to
gonna
say
hunt
is
you down.
I wanted to chit chat with you earlier, but I just couldn't get in a word in edgewise, so I had to get the hell out of there.
Nah, I get it.
So, well,
She gonna
so
she
how do
gonna
you feel?
she gonna hunt you down, AC.
Yep.
Her hand
She
is
got it out
11
for you.
inches. Her hand is
I
11
know.
inches.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care if she sees this later. I know Becky's got a fucking good heart. I know she's got the right intentions, but the fucking chick don't know when to shut the fuck up. And anytime she steps in a room and she gets like that, it's the fucking Becky O show. And
Yep.
I'm just not in the mood for it today. I really am not in the fucking mood for it today. So I'm just like, I try to give it a minute because I'm thinking, okay, maybe she'll shut up at some point. No.
Nope.
No. So I just,
Oh,
I had
Lord,
to.
it's Authority Check. You got another fan in here. Heather Holt says, "What's up, Authority Check?"
Hey, Heather.
You got all the ladies after you now. 11-inch hand.
You ever see the
Shit. God damn. That will freak me out.
That was the shit right there.
You ever see the episode of Seinfeld where she's
Yeah.
dating some chick and she's got man hands? No.
That was you, homie. That happened to you. We watched it over here. We were watching it.
Yeah.
We saw every
We
second.
was over here watching that shit.
Laughing our asses off.
Ooh,
Everybody's got the clips now.
I said, AC look mad, the motherfucker.
Yep.
I said, damn. I said, AC left.
Yep, he
We saw
bounced.
you
He just
leave.
said that too. She's like, Authority Check done bounced.
Yeah.
It's your ass, Mr. Postman.
What's up, kid?
She gonna get that fucking strap on out up to you, AC.
I can't.
You know she's got one.
Look, I can't believe AC stood up. I can't believe AC stayed up there that long.
I'm surprised he did too.
Oh, shit.
That was some shit, boy.
I'm telling you, you guys missed the rant earlier. She was ranting on when it was just me, Epic, and AC up there, and she was just ranting on, and I'm just sitting back, and I muted my mic, and AC got his camera on, and I'm just looking at him, and he's just rolling his eyes and making faces. So I start texting him, talking about what the fuck is this bitch talking about, man?
Talking about you. And that
we didn't even know. That's the thing. We couldn't even understand what she was talking about. She was just
11-inch fist. I'm just gonna say 11-inch fist, and no.
First off, I think there's a delay.
Given.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Go ahead. I'm done.
I think there's a delay on our text messages because I seem to get that, and like I don't know, it seems like when I respond, it's
CIA
like 10 minutes
phone.
after I fucking get the text message when I only had it for like a minute or so. But anyways,
it's because the CIA has your phone number.
It could be that too.
Yeah.
It's going through NTIC and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't pissed off. I was in the middle of telling a story and she completely threw me off. And
she fucked you up, homie. You got Becky O'd.
Yeah.
Oh shit! And you got Becky O. That's a thing on YouTube, huh?
It is. It is. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You got your.
She broke your programming, AC. AC said, "I forgot what the fuck I was saying."
And he did right now too. Oh, he's got a fight. He's starting to get calls about an 11-inch fist.
Oh yeah. That dude gets, like, I'll text him, man. I'll text him about something, like something. I'll see someone talking about him. We're talking shit,
Yeah.
And I'll text him and I'll be like, "Hey man, such and such is talking shit about you," and it just happened. And then he sometimes I think there is a delay between our text messages, but sometimes he gets right back to me and he'd be like, "I already heard," and I'm like, "Damn man, like you must have like 10 people texting telling
I'm telling you, the word is spreading now about him getting Becky O'd. Hashtag 11-inch fist.
Look, it is too. It is too.
Live on World Citizen News, WCN. Reactions from Authority Check for being Becky O'd.
God damn. Ooh, shit, they
bro,
say,
we laughing with you, man. We laughing with
yeah,
you. We ain't laughing at
we're
you.
not laughing at you now, man, because we feel it. We feel your pain, bro. Because, see, we had a conversation over here, and our whole thing tonight was predators versus predators versus cougars
You
and
got
shit.
cougar.
Yeah.
She's a prime example of a cougar, just running around, sniffing everybody's
So-
ass, waiting to pounce. Am I right? I'm right, ain't I?
Oh shit!
You
That
ever get
shit
attacked by a
crazy.
cougar? WCN. How many cougar
Yeah,
strikes have you survived?
Hey,
shit,
ASMR,
a whole bunch of them.
you know those Delgado stream boxes or whatever they call them.
Yes, yes.
Look,
Yeah.
so World Citizen is talking about getting one of them when he finally gets a PC. And
You mean a stream deck?
Yeah,
You don't
Yeah,
need.
Stream
You don't
Deck.
need one. They could just
Yeah.
get a fucking app.
But anyways,
Yeah,
he
but
was
I
gonna-
want the big one
Yeah, but I mean, what?
because
What do you
the
really
app
need
the
it
app
for?
is limited. 'Cause shit, I'm gonna blow up in
mean,
this bitch.
You
But
trying to?
listen,
What are you trying to do though?
just like
Shit,
just like they have like little still, shit where you can push a button and say stuff.
See,
And I was,
I'm into broadcasting and stuff, man. That's what I like doing, broadcasting.
Well, what I mean is that you can get an Android or iOS app that does the exact same thing.
Yeah, but it's limited. It's limited.
No,
And one thing,
I've set up a lot of setups, and what's the one thing that you?
one thing
that
about
you
me,
want?
once I get started, and it's limited, and it only gives you so many buttons. I'm gonna want the big boy, so I'm gonna go ahead and
Now,
just buy the
I got an
$250 Stream
iPad.
Deck.
I got an iPad just for my buttons and hotkeys and macros and shit.
And how many buttons you have on it?
Oh, do as many as I want. Pages and pages.
Do you have to
There's
put them
over
in folders
32.
or?
No, you can make it. I mean, it depends on the app I'm running. If I'm running Premiere or Streamlabs or OBS or something, I have different layouts. I was going to get a hardware Stream Deck XL, and then I looked into custom options and shit, the software options, and I said, fuck it, I got an iPad, I mean, it's nice. It looks cool. It makes it's definitely something you can brag about. But I just found it to be redundant, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? I like being able to push it. I like being able to swipe up and go to other apps and then come back into my here, I'll send you a couple of the apps I use.
Okay. What about how do you like what is it, OSB and
OBS.
yeah, OBS. AC, you use OBS? And how do you like it?
He's on the
on the phone. He's on his phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they got Stream Deck Mobile on the iPhone. It's like 15 buttons. Let's see, what was that other one?
The point I was getting to, ASMR, is when we were talking about it, I told him we needed to get with you. I told him I had your number. I said we'll get with him, and we'll have him do some voiceover stuff so you can put it on the button. So when you want to say something, you can just have ASMR's voice. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, definitely. We can do that. Be happy to.
Thank you.
Anything to help.
Yeah, because all of us, everybody that's on this panel right now is into basically the same thing when it comes to broadcasting and streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know for a fact Toe for Life is into it. My State Transparency. I know you are
Mm-hmm.
ASMR, and I know AC is. So shit. When it come to stuff like that, that's what we got in common.
Yep, we got it on lock. That's for sure. Who's taking a piss?
Because I love doing this type of shit, man. And I love gadgets. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
And shit, I just love it.
So,
I fucking
you
love
use
it.
OBS? Which OBS are you
No,
using?
I don't use it, but I'm getting ready to start using it. I'm getting ready. I'm gonna clean out my computer tomorrow. I got a
Yeah,
laptop. I'm gonna go ahead and clean it out, set up another little monitor on it, and
yeah,
then I'm gonna go ahead and download OBS. Do you download it, or is it just like you go to the
yeah. You
.com?
download it. You
Okay.
Just go
download
to
it.
the website. Go to the website. You'll download the app. Or I mean, sorry, the program. Also, once you get the program going, there's actually like extensions and add-ons you can do. You got to go through the forum, and you just go through and see all the different stuff that people have created to go with OBS.
Now, Streamlabs is going to drop OBS out of their name because they got called out.
Yep,
OBS
they
is an
sure
open
did.
source app. Streamlabs OBS was kind of a ripoff, and now OBS can be, it's got a the difference. One's OBS and the other one's Slobs. Streamlabs OBS, and they asked them to take it out of the name. They and so I would say the OBS project, you can, watch a couple videos and it shows you click here, click here, click here. Once you build your overlays, the way I had it set up for my old show was we met on Discord. I would stream record the desktop, the Discord in streamer mode, but I used Restream.io, and I had the OBS go out to YouTube, Twitch, and DLive, and it would combine chats, and a few other little bells and whistles. There's a few ways you can go about setting it up. It just depends on what you're trying to get out of it. You know what I'm saying? If you just want to put a couple videos up and shit like we do, just use OBS. But if you're trying to get like the tips and the overlays, and when people donate and shit to do the shout outs and text to speech and stuff like that, there's a couple ways to skin that cat.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to go all the way with it.
The way that I understood Streamlabs, OBS, and OBS Studio, OBS Studio is like the base, the fucking table without anything on it, and Streamlabs OBS is the cloth that goes over it with the little plates for the it's an overlay. Like they took basically the OBS and they put paint on it and they made it look nice and all the other stuff, and then
There's a lot of shit with it that comes out of the box with Streamlabs OBS, but there's some caveats. You're kind of locked into their platform, right? Depends on what you're going to output to. I mean, OBS Studio is much more lightweight than Streamlabs OBS, like in terms of CPU usage. So I don't know what kind of setup you got. But personally, I mean, some people prefer Slobs because its auto optimizer is better than the one OBS is trying to implement. But OBS has made a lot of progressions, So to be honest with you, I haven't loaded up Slobs in a while. Most of my streamers have gone over to just straight OBS, but they go in and they like he was saying, they kind of tailor their own setup instead of using the Streamlabs shit out of the box.
All right. My state is taking off, y'all. I'll see you later, man. Enjoy the rest of your night, sir. Thank you for coming.
Easy, homie.
Go ahead, AC. Sorry about that.
What was I going to say?
It's your floor, AC.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
You were saying
Go
something
ahead.
about the OBS.
I forgot. Don't worry about it. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, I mean, the couple of reasons, the features, literally everything you can do to Streamlabs, you can do in OBS Studio. No slobs needed. Period. There's even an option to import your slob scene collections into OBS streamlessly. It's a dramatically more customization. You can do the general layout, and it's a little bit more minimalistic. But slobs is just a CPU and RAM hog, right? Plugins. Now, it kind of ties, but primary force for me switching with the sheer amount of plugins you can download for OBS Studio that aren't available on slobs is ridiculous. And if you don't know what what was it like Leorin board is, that alone is worth the strict. It's basically free. That's the free virtual stream deck, and it has more features and outperforms the Elgato.
So the Streamlabs OBS is or not Streamlabs, but the OBS Studio is the program you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I have that. Someone told me to download it when I was first trying to do some voiceover stuff. Someone said download that. It's the easiest one to record some voiceovers on. And then, so I have it in my computer. I just didn't know you could do that with it.
Yeah. Hey, look up this LIORAN board.
All right.
Leorin board. LIORAN BOARD.
Well, all right.
It's the most powerful stream deck I could find.
Free Stream Deck Animator OBS Forums.
Mm-hmm. Takes a little bit of work to set up, but fucking you can hook everything into it. Spotify, Philips Hue lights, Discord, if this then that, Twitch, DLive, all of it. OBS.
Huh. I save that. Yeah. I bookmarked it.
Yeah, I mean, if you got $300 to throw down, you just want to go buy something, plug in, and hit it and get it. Definitely the Elgato. But if you like to poke around and customize shit, and tweak with it, go through that.
Yeah.
Shit, I quit streaming January 6th, Tommy.
We're gonna have to World Citizen, man, we're gonna have to get us you're gonna have to nightbot something about AC.
11-inch fist.
That's I was thinking something about that, and all we have to do is type in 11 and then it'll pop up.
You got Mickey Ode.
Yeah, you got Becky Ode. Hey, authority check, you got Becky Ode. You're on mute. You're muted, AC.
I'm over here fucking talking to myself. The chick didn't make me mad, and I know she's gonna see this later at some point. She didn't make me mad. She just
she tried to put it on you, homie. She's wanting to treat your balls with care.
Look, he wanted to say something and he couldn't even say it. He started laughing.
He had to leave the room. He's lost in the ether.
I think he made him spit his drink out.
Get a little bit of dribble in your pants there, AC.
Damn, I wasn't ready for that one.
I had to sneeze. Anywho, yeah. So like I said, she didn't piss me off. It's more frustrating than anything, because I'm in. One, I was in the middle of a story when she stopped me the second time, and then the first time, just I don't know, just wasn't in the mood. I wasn't in the mood for that, and I don't know. This day's been fucked up.
You have them.
think she was.
They come and
I
go.
think she was I think she was looking for you. She probably knew where you was hanging out at. She came looking for your ass. She came in there and said, "I'm gonna beat these bitches up." Hey, AC, I got an 11-inch for you.
Yeah, no.
I'm just wondering, did anybody else, when she said that about from her thumb to her pinky was 11-inch? Did you not look at your hand? Because I looked at mine. I was like, damn, dude.
Yeah, I looked at my hand. My hand, shit, 11-inch make my shit look little. Let me measure my shit. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit! Is she still over there talking shit over there?
No, Epic
probably
went off. I think Epic went off.
He shut it down, or he went off on her?
No, I think he just shut it down.
Well,
so why was she going off on
the words? The words spreading.
Because we were talking about Swedish Sugar.
Oh.
And how Swedish Sugar was Swedish Sugar dropped a video tonight about Joe Cool. And we were talking about how she just can't let the shit go. She keeps saying, like, we understand, like, she was in love and she got hurt by it. And I think it goes partly on both sides there.
Did you see
but
the
none
stream?
of us. Did I see the stream? Which stream?
Rebel City Dorks was restreaming her premiere of that old video with her and Bao and Joe Cool, and he says all the money went through her, and if he got any money, he had to borrow it. She may have got like $50 until payday, and then he'd still have to pay her back.
Yep.
And yeah, they're going ham.
Ham and cheese. Ham and cheese. With some lettuce and tomatoes.
11-inch fist. The memes are coming.
I guess that's why they say you don't. Guess that's why they say you don't make business with pleasure.
Oh shit. That shit funny as hell.
They're talking about it over in Lady Loves FTP now. Everybody's talking about the end of Epic Cop Watch Ottawa stream. You're fucking celebrity now, homie.
I'm not subscribed to Lady Love.
Yeah,
Hey,
Lady
drop
Love
the link to her
FTP.
video. Huh?
Lady Love FTP.
Who is that?
That's her channel?
Yeah, I've never even seen that one.
Lady
That's a
Love
new one for
FTP.
me.
I'll put it in the chat.
Lady Love FTP.
That's
Okay.
what's his
Oh
name?
yeah. That's that chick that goes over to PDF's channel for every once in a while.
Here, you'll have to I'll put it in private
Yeah, I
chat.
wasn't subscribed to
Y'all
her.
can put
Okay,
it
I got
in,
that now.
Main channel.
Yeah, Toe, World Citizen, man. I go to all these different channels. I'm fucking intrigued by this shit, right? All these different communities for all these. I mean, like even the auditors that are in Europe or in Australia, in other parts of the world. Like I'm interested in the shit that goes on, and the shit they talk about. But you got Drama Dome. That's Andrew and Tonic and fucking Pooh Handler. Fucking, I mean, there's a bunch of the Bones. That's a different group of YouTube. Like that's a different community. And I go over there just like Joe Cool does, and I fucking hang out in those rooms. And I mean, some of the shit that you see or they talk about, like, it's crazy. Like, they're
Y'all about to get raided.
Uh-oh.
Lady Love FTP, I just dropped y'all's channel link in a chat. Y'all pop in there and say hello.
I gotta jump. There we go. There we go.
Heather just put it up in the regular chat too.
But anyway, so but yeah, I mean I mean discussions about people's relationships. There's people that are in relationships that in real life that are also on YouTube. And then you've got the truth community, which is a fucking another crazy community to fucking deal with. Because like Drama and the trolls, like those guys kind of hang out, and so a lot of them know each other. And those guys can go at it. They'll fight, throw fucking personal shit at one another. But then you have the fucking truth community that are like the people that are like flat earthers and they're conspiracy theorists and shit, and they're all about the truth. And some of the shit that they fucking believe is true is the craziest fucking shit. For example, Tony is part of that truth community. There's a girl. There's a dude. Urban Disciple, and Urban Disciple is a fucking trip. He's just like Tony in so many ways, but he's got his own following. He's got his own way of fucking going about his channel. I would say he's a little bit of bow because he doesn't give a shit. Like, he tells people, like, you come in here because you want to fucking know about what's going on with me, but I could give a shit about any of you motherfuckers. And so he talks to his fucking his supporters that way. And then at the same time, he believes that, this, that, and the other about, the people that are going on, like they're doing, like whether they follow Tony or Urban Disciple or any of these other fucking truth people, like he just like, talks shit about them, but then at the same time, like they're not important to him, but then he talks shit about them. So it's like it's a constant back and forth, like all these different communities, and it's just
cool.
I think it's interesting, huh?
Oh, we got 15 in the chat. Sorry, I thought I was muted.
But yeah, so like it's all these different communities, and it's interesting, and so if y'all ever get a chance to like get out of the 1A community and venture out other places, I recommend it. I think it's interesting. You get to meet different people, just like we get different people to come in here and meet us. Hi, Lady Love, by the way. I'm over here fucking, chatting away.
Tell us a little bit more about those communities, AC.
Hold on.
Yeah, snitch on some more groups, AC. I'm just playing.
Sorry about that.
See if you're still awake.
Hey, welcome to the room. Welcome to the chat.
Right.
Lady Love, how you doing? Appreciate you. Banana.
Yeah, cool. What's up, Nana?
How you doing, Banana?
banana banner.
We're just chilling out, guys. We're just
trying to help AC cope with his recent Bakio attack.
Look, Heather, that shit that oh my God, she's already ran that shit into the ground. I don't know how else to put it. You know, that bitch is crazy. I know fucking crazy bitches, and that bitch is fucking crazy. I don't mind fucking saying that shit either. Put me on the fucking stand. I'm still gonna call that bitch crazy. I don't fucking care. Bitch is fucking crazy.
She's over there with what's that group?
But
with Rebel City Dorks and
yes,
Tony and the others that are.
I don't, and I forgot who was mentioning this the other day. You know what? It was fucking Andrew. Andrew was fucking mentioning this shit the other day. And look at the people that she's surrounding herself with, right? She's surrounding herself with the likes of Rebel, Rick Crude, and there was one more person. I can't think of who the other person was. But you think about that community or our community or the 1A community or the drama community, whatever. Think about the fucking outcast people from those communities. And these are the people that she's fucking hanging with. It's the craziest shit. Craziest fucking shit. I don't know. I thought she was cool when I first met her, but the moment that you fucking said anything about, I thought Joe was a cool person. As soon as you mentioned anything like that, she started going at you. I even shut her down one time. I was just like, she was trying to tell me like that she was trying I said something about Joe. And she was like, well, you don't really know him like the way I know him. And then, like, look, I'm not in between y'all stuff. Like, I'm cool with you. I'm cool with him. Like, I don't have any problems. And then one day she had to run her fucking mouth because I was like chilling with Joe. Okay, run your fucking mouth. Now I'm going to run my fucking mouth. Crazy bitch. I can't help it, man. I know crazy when I see it. Anyways.
You got that off your chest, buddy?
No, I'm not done yet, but I'm good for the moment.
Okay.
I mean, really, I know I cannot be the only one that's had a crazy bitch in his life, right? I can't be the only one.
I think we all have probably had crazy bitches in our lives.
I'm just saying, right? I mean, so I hope people can relate, and it goes vice versa. It doesn't have to be a male or female thing. Like, there's been some fucking crazy dudes in, like, you know, a chick's life or whatever. So I'm hoping chicks can understand when I sit here and say a crazy bitch, like, that shit can go the other way. But this fucking chick, man, I don't know.
Well, tell us how you really feel.
Fuck that bitch.
That's why I try not to be around people like that, man. I don't need people bringing me down, bro.
Yeah.
I like my my drama-free life.
I don't mind the drama. I don't know. Maybe it's just today because we found out QT passed. I think that plays a part of the role. Why I'm probably feeling the way I'm feeling. I don't know. Just today feels off, man. It feels off for some reason. I don't even know how to explain it. I just feel like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been seeing that. Few people have come in there to chat in the chat and said "rip QT" or whatever. I didn't know who that was, so I mean, but anybody that knew him, sorry and my condolences.
Yeah. He had been missing offline for a little while. I had checked on him. I had checked on him like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, and I had talked to the guy, and he was saying everything was good, and I can't even remember the full conversation we had. I just remember he was good, and he couldn't talk for long, so and it was like a quick, like, I don't know, minute thing. All right, man, I just want to check on you, blah 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 blah. And then once again, I didn't. He wasn't online for a while, so I remember asking PDF about it, and I was like, man, I'm gonna fucking give the guy a call. I gave him a call. He didn't answer the phone. Left him a voicemail. Just wanted to check on the dude. The dude was cool with me. I thought he was a cool dude. So when you meet people like that, whether it's in real life or the internet, you just sometimes people need to know that they're thought of, and
Right.
so.
Yeah, I mean, even though this is the internet and we're all out here just chatting along in people's chats and doing our things, I mean, we're still all real people, man.
Yeah.
We're still human beings. We might be behind a microphone, behind the camera, or behind an avatar, whatever you want to say, but we're still real people.
Yeah.
I heard something. I heard something that the guy used to be an auditor, used to go out and audit or cop watch or one or the other.
If I remember correctly, he was disabled, and he did a lot more of the supporting, because he. I want to say I had a conversation about his PTSD or whatever, and it was one of the reasons like he didn't want to do it. So he was like real big about supporting people and vets, because he's a vet himself, and I remember because so News Now Permian Basin, before we found out who he really was, he was somebody that had tried to reach out to other people before and said, hey, I'm looking for help. I'm wanting to do this. I'm wanting to go cop watch. My equipment sucks. I want to get better at this. And the more and more that we like were hanging around this guy, or we would go into his chats, the more we would want to help the guy, because he kept like saying, man, I need to be able to do this. Well, I I'm disabled. I don't work anymore. And so QT, man, he made it a point like to try to help the guy, and he didn't even really know the guy that well. He's like, man, he ended up buying him what do you call it, a monopod. So I had a monopod, right, that I bought, and I really liked the style of it. And so I sent QT a text message with the model or the link to the very specific one that I bought. So then he turned around, and he bought it for him, and he sent it to the guy's house. Didn't really, never met the guy in real life. Met him through the internet. Made it a point to help the guy out anyways. I mean, I started doing shit like that too. Like I would buy like the little Z grips. You know what I mean when I say the Z grips? That's that little C stabilizer that people have that people carry. Here, I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about now.
One of these.
Yeah.
So I made it a point now that when like I meet new auditors and I see they don't have like the best equipment, they're just shooting with their phone, walking around doing this. I'll make it a point to, and I have a couple extra. One is a couple extra of these. I'll carry a couple extra with me, and like a phone holder, and I'll hand these out to them. Be like, hey, dude, man, you don't have this? Oh, this is gonna make your life a hell of a lot better. And I'll hand them out. They can buy the light later on. They can buy a mic later on, but it's gonna make their videos more stable, so that they can record and you know it all kind of starts with QT doing that. I don't know. I just think that it's cool that the guy reached out. Didn't know people. Still fucking try to help anyways. So.
Well, I mean that's why we're sitting here able to talk about him today, and everybody's jumping in chats and saying rip, QT, because he was known as a supporter and doing good things for the people in this so-called community, so that's great. I'm glad that people remember him and everybody's remembering him, But I guess we'll get off that. I don't want to get off that subject because he does need to be talked about with respect. But I don't want to bring everybody down and bring you down anymore. I know it's been on you. So another question, and this one is not a drama question since Nightbot already. I don't know if you see Nightbot through this is a drama-free zone. No drama in this channel up, so we won't talk about the other thing that we were talking about. Well, so let's talk about funny, not really drama, but funny stuff. How about what's up with your WWE career?
Oh, fuck you.
I haven't had a chance to ask you about it, but I seen some things and I heard some things about you were that you didn't remember a certain somebody. I won't even say their name, but you didn't remember them from back in the day. And then he brought some pictures out and then you remembered.
He brought back the memories.
Yeah. So, and that kind of squashed your beef to a certain extent with him a little bit.
I wouldn't say like, okay, so I think it's Rick is Rick. And he's going to continue to be Rick.
Right.
So I think it's important to say that. I, for one, I grew up in Houston. I'm born and raised, and that's my town. Rick is from Houston. My neighborhood and his neighborhood are separated by like 7 or 8 miles. Some bullshit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, for Rick, in his own way, he's trying to trigger people. And he's going to say and do the craziest shit he can do to get that reaction. And I get that because that's something we do in that fucking town. If y'all hadn't noticed it, I do similar shit. I just don't take it to the extreme he does. I don't sit here and I don't scream out the whole, in this, in that, in, with the hard R's. No, I don't do that. I don't need to. But the guy gets so triggered sometimes he has to.
Okay.
You know,
Well,
he has to fucking bust out the he has to bust out the
well, you
fucking
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll wait.
you know, he's got to bust out the KKK fucking outfit behind him. You know, he's got to show the fucking Ku Klux Klan crap, and so that's all his way of getting people to react. And so to a degree, I know what he's doing. When he brings up my daughter's name, you know, I had a, you know, I know, how do I put this? I know that's his way of trying to fucking trigger me. Is it going to work? No, because my daughter's old enough. She knows how to take care of herself. You know, one of the things that we do, or one of the things that we support in this house, is we're gun supporters. Second Amendment, being able to protect ourselves, not having to worry about waiting 10 minutes for an officer to show up to our house when it's being broken into while we're home, because we're able to protect ourselves. Lord knows in 10 minutes the damage that somebody can do to another person waiting on an officer to get there. We're not going to fucking wait on that. So Rick Rude, like I said, he's going to do things, he's going to say things, try to trigger people, and that's just who he's going to be. I didn't have a problem talking to him the other day. Now, it's not to say that I don't forget who he is. I know who he is. I know as soon as I fucking stop talking to the guy on that stream, he was going to go right back to being Rick Crude. So.
Okay. So we got that. Now let's talk about the SmackDown that you got laid on you, that you remembered. No pun intended, WWE. Because I like to hear about that shit, because, you know, I get into wrestling a little bit, so I like to hear about that. Something that if I wish I could go back when I was younger, I would have probably try to give it a shot.
So I should emphasize, I should emphasize probably two things. One, the pictures that were shown, I have those pictures now. Thank you, Rick Crude, for that.
That's cool.
I was 16. I was somewhere between 15 and 17, around there. I don't know if I just turned 16, if I was. I remember. I have a better picture. It's not on my computer. I have a better picture that Rick showed me, where I'm pinning Rick, and you can plainly see my face. You can see it very clearly. It's me. There's no doubt that it's me. But yeah, I was 16 at the time. I don't fucking it took me a minute to remember all that shit. I remember having those matches there at that flea market. I remembered all that crap. But to say who I remembered wrestling, I had over 30 matches. That was at that place, at another place. There was how do I put this? To remember every single person I had a match against, it'd be crazy for me to remember all that.
Right. Yeah. But once you seen the pictures, everybody said that once you seen the pictures, you were like, oh yeah, I guess that was me. And that's what happened. Yeah.
So I saw where Joe Cool went on Tonic's panel later on that night, and he was talking about it a little bit, and he was saying that I wanted to deny it, like that everybody was trying to tell me like, well, why it was almost as if I was embarrassed. I wasn't embarrassed.
You just
I
didn't
wanted to be
remember.
100% truthful and saying, yes, that is me. I wanted to, because the very first picture, now one of the things we have to remember is Rick Cruz got his phone, right? He's got his other phone, and he's like, hey, this is your picture. This is you right here. And he's showing it on a screen that's pixelated.
Mm-hmm. I seen a little bit of that.
Yeah. And so he's showing the video of it through his phone, through a camera that goes through StreamYards, that downgrades the quality, and then gets streamed out to us. And I'm over here trying to view this when it's not the best quality. So I'm like, okay, I'm about 50% sure that's me. Let me see some more. Okay, I'm about 80% sure this is me. Okay, all right, this is starting to get crazy. I think this is me. I'm sitting here having these thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a process. Like I'm trying to remember. I'm having flashbacks now. Oh shit, this is what I did this. Oh, I remember this now,
Yeah. Someone had told me, I don't know who it was, but someone had told me that once you got more into remembering what it was, you asked him something about what move did you do before I clotheslined you or before you clotheslined me or something. And then he said the move, and they said you were like, "Yep, I remember now," or something. That's what I was told. I don't know.
Yeah. So, the match that we had, if you don't know wrestling, or if you're a fan, you know that a lot of the matches are predetermined,
Right.
or maybe they determine them in the ring. But one way or the other, it's not it's entertainment. It's a form of entertainment. We're there to put on a show. We're there to it's part soap opera, it's part a magic show, it's part theater, and it's part sport. So we're doing everything we can to put on a great show. So the what we ended up having was it was a best 2 out of 3 counts, right? Which means it's one match, or it's 3 matches in one. We have like a time limit, so 30 minutes max is what we need to go. The referee's going to tells us, hey, we need to start wrapping it up, or this, that, the other. But there's key words there.
Right.
For instance, if a referee starts telling you, or if another wrestler tells you, go home, that means we're finishing this match now, as quickly as we need to. Like, it's time to wrap it up. All right. So there's key things there. So our match, the first match, or the first count, was supposed to go to him. The first part of the match shouldn't take more than 8 minutes. We had already worked out certain details of the match. All right, on this part of the match, what are we doing here? Oh, we got this, and this. All right, this is how I'm winning this part of the match then. Bam, I win the second part. Because the third part, that's where the crowd's finally into it now. We've already done our show. We've already done the theater part. Here we're now putting on the physical part and the soap opera part. We're tied up 1-1. Who's gonna win the match? Well, it's 1-on-1. Who's the better man? It's not like one person had owned the match the entire way. So now we're trying to bring the audience into it. So the roll up thing, or the question that I was asking Rick was, when he showed the picture of me clotheslining him, or no, him clotheslining me. I'm sorry. When he showed the picture of me getting clotheslined by him, he was trying to say, what I was trying to ask was, what did you do before that move? Because it was very specific. When we finished the third part of that match, there was a WCW wrestler or a WWE or an ECW wrestler that when he wrestled, he would hit the rope, he would roll on the ground like he did a little tumble, and when he popped out of that tumble, it was like he got it was like a slingshot into a clothesline. And it almost looked like it looked like a slight version of JBL's Clothesline from Hell. That's what it looked like. And so that's why I asked him that, because I wanted to know very specifically. There was that roll he did right before he fucking clotheslined me.
Right. I know someone that does.
And
I can't think of who does that.
And that was, huh?
Well, there's a wrestler out there right now that does that same thing. They do the roll and then they come up and clothesline. Rated all one move, like.
Yeah. And so, like I said, when I asked him that, it was very specific because I knew, I want to say it was Conan or, I could be wrong, but anyways, I have to go look up the guy's name again. But when we discussed it, that's what we had discussed and how we were finishing the third part of that match. I would hit the other rope, like I was getting ready to do something. He would hit the other rope, roll up, clothesline, done. That's the end of the third match, or the third part of that match.
Right.
And that's how we ended it. So when he was like, "Well, I'm not telling you that. Why do you want to? Why are you saying that?" Well, it's very specific. I remember this part of the match. Now everything else is starting to come back to me as far as this, that, the other, what we did here. So when me, like I said, when me and Rick, we talked about it the next day, I said, "Hey man, look, I'm not gonna lie. That I just needed to see the pictures. Once I saw the pictures, all the memories started coming back. I can tell you what this move we did here in the turnbuckle. I fucked up. You turned it into a power bomb. You covered you covered me there. Shit like that." And he was like, "Oh shit, that's right. I fucking forgot about that." He even forgot parts of the match, and it got like refreshed in his memory. So, what's up, Mexican long hair? Everyone.
Hey, watch AC. Watch the chat because Nightbot and Mexican Long Hair are gonna get into it. Nightbot don't like him.
Hey, by the way, I appreciate everybody sticking around for the fucking wrestling talk with Authority Check.
Yeah.
I know that I know wrestling's not for everybody, so I'm not the one to gossip it, and you didn't hear that from me. Mexican long hair doesn't know that this is that's fucking awesome. Oh my god, that is awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, man. Like I said, that's why I asked him that very specific question, and why I wanted to know that. So I just once we were able to have a conversation the next day, and I could see the picture. Here, I'll even show the y'all guys. Let me turn this off. All right. So this is what Rick sent me. This is me pinning him for the second part of that match.
That's what a young AC looks like, huh?
Yep. I was 16 for that picture, by the way. I mean, I'd say 16. I'm assuming 16. I wrestled backyard wrestling from the age of 14 to I was 18. The last match I got paid for, I was like 24, 25. I was somewhere around there. I had a buddy of mine who was putting on a show, made a phone call to me and said, "Hey man, do you want to do this?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'll do it." We put together a show. We had 100 and something people there. Wasn't big. It was just a fucking show, and I always saw it as fun. And I always loved having my family around. My family was the main reason for wanting to do it, because we were wrestling fans. And the fact that I could say I got into a wrestling ring and I wrestled with other people was the coolest shit. Wasn't about being WWE. I'm too small for that. Wasn't about being at WCW. I didn't have the right connections. I was too young. It was just about getting out there and having fun.
Yeah, you went out there and did it, though.
Your heroes do.
Right. You did it, though. I mean, that's cool, man. And you got pictures to prove that you did it, so that's even cooler.
And the craziest shit? I didn't have any pictures before this. When I would tell people I used to do backyard wrestling, and I had a couple of matches here and there, nobody believed me.
No, they were like, "Oh, you were just a couple of kids in the backyard just tumbling around, right?"
Yeah.
And then you actually went and had a match in the ring, and maybe even got paid a couple of dollars for it, and now you have pictures to prove it.
The most I ever made was like $40 or $50 on a show, which was a fucking miracle to make that much. I did plenty of matches that I did for free. The same ring that's in that picture, we wrestled at that flea market, and we wrestled at that flea market, and it was me and a high school friend of mine, and we had been doing the backyard thing for 2 years by that point. When we finally got them to say, "Okay, y'all can come and have a match here." It wasn't until then that they were like actually looking at us. They just thought we were a bunch of dumb kids that just, did just watch TV and wanted to be in the ring and look stupid. The match that we put on for that show that we did for free, we had more people cheering for us than the main event. Fucking awesome.
Right. So did you ever get to meet, did you ever see any superstars in the crowd, or that may have just stopped by just to check you guys out or anything, or no?
I used to go to whenever WWE would come to town or WCW would come to town, me and my friends, we always made our way to the shows. And so I can tell you, I've shook hands with Mankind. I've shook hands with Mick Foley. I've got autographs from certain people. I'd have to go and look for all this shit because a lot of it was lost from over the years, just moving and this, that, the other. I remember meeting Farouk and Bradshaw, and they're fucking jerks to be honest. Just trying to say, "Hey, you're this little bitty kid, and there's these fucking tall ass fucking wrestlers and fucking are buffed as fuck."
What was
and
that? API security or what?
Yeah,
the
the APA.
APA, that's it.
Yeah. JBL's always been a fucking jerk. He's always been that way. It's not just a persona. Like, the dude's a jerk in real life.
Do you see the chat, AC? Some people are asking you questions over there in chat.
No, I'm not paying attention to it.
Game Over 2 said, what was the worst injury you acquired during wrestling?
Concussions. I got 2 of them. I got one of them wasn't even in the ring. One of them was I got DDT'd on cafeteria fucking floor.
Ow.
Yeah. I was hanging out with friends. They wanted to do the pretend fucking wrestling, and it was like, all right, let's just fuck around. And so we were partially practicing moves and then partially, acting like our heroes. And one thing led to another, and somehow I got DDT'd on a fucking cafeteria floor, ended up with a fucking concussion.
Yeah, I think that was the only question someone had asked about it. That's cool though, man. I'm like, this is intriguing to me because like I said, I'm a wrestling fan. I've been a wrestling fan for years. So I wish I would have found some people or hung out with some people when I was younger that were into that, and I might have tried to do the whole backyard thing and maybe put on, try to do something. I don't know. Hell.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't a small kid. I was short, but I wasn't small, but I wasn't fat either. I was more athletic when I was younger. Now I'm just fat.
Yeah. I'm not big person. I think the time that I took that picture, I was 5'5", 150 pounds, give or take.
Yeah,
I might have been less than that. And then, which is funny because like I was 16 at the time. So you look at the opponent, Rick Crude. Rick Crude was probably in his 30s at that time. I think he's 53 now, or something like that.
So he had some year. He had some years on you, at least 10 years on you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I wrestled a guy. He was I swear I cannot remember this guy's name. I can't remember a lot of these guys' names. But the guy was a wrestler from AAA. AAA is the wrestling organization in Mexico. And he was what the hell was he? The guy was 52 at the time. I was 16. The dude was 52.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and the dude was schooling me. I mean, it was like watching Ric Flair versus fucking what's that? Rey Mysterio's kids, right?
Dominic
Mysterio.
Dominic.
You had young Dominic Mysterio, who's fucking this young kid, and then you got Ric Flair on the other side of that. That's what it looked like to me. I'm this fucking young ass kid, and you got this 52-year-old wrestler from Mexico, and dude didn't fucking act like he was 52. I wrestled a kid that was and I say kid, he was young. He was a couple years older than me, so I want to say he was like 21 at the time. And the kid was 6'3", 285. Threw me around the ring like a little fucking rag doll. But we played that storyline to be like a David and Goliath thing. I'm the young kid and I'm fast and I'm gonna go jumping in and out of the ring as quick as I can. But when he gets his hands on me, he's gonna clobber me like the Big Show would. Fucking big ass fucking chops and shit.
Right. That's awesome, man. That's a good story to tell, man. I like that. I'm glad that I'm glad you were able to experience that and then share it with us, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had fun, man. I always wish I could get back in the ring just to have something on video. I always wanted my kids to see that. That was something that never really happened. Not saying that I couldn't still have a chance to do it now. I've talked about it before. I actually had a friend that next month was wanting to put on a show. And me and him, this is the guy that I was talking about earlier, where he was my first we did the backyard wrestling for 2 years. Me and him, that was our first match. We put that first match on together at that flea market. That was like our first professional fight or match. And but he called me up a couple months back and was just wanting to do it. And I'm like, dude, man, I got a busted knee, I got a bad back, I got a fucking, I got a fucking pot belly. You want me to fucking get in a goddamn ring right now?
You're like, you realize what 20 years has done to me? Not being in the ring.
Especially the last fucking 10. I mean, the last 4. The last 4 years, I've put on some weight. Just because, I'm fucking being dad or I'm, whatever.
It happens. I know how you feel, man. I put on weight in the last 5 years. I couldn't believe I got down here to Texas and started eating too many damn tacos. That's what happened.
I got injured somehow. I don't even know how it happened, but I tore my MCL. And at the time, I was the job that I was doing was a physical job, so I couldn't just stop what I was doing. So what they did was they gave me some medication, they gave me a knee brace to wear, but it wasn't a severe enough tear where it needed surgery. So they were hoping that it would heal on its own, but it never healed correctly. So I'm walking around on a like half of a fucking MCL still.
So you need the surgery now because it didn't heal right.
Well, pretty much.
And that's one of those.
I can get around, but if I have to like reach down and fucking put one knee to the ground or anything like that, it can't be that knee that touches the ground. It doesn't. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, you definitely could do my job if you can't get down on the ground. Because I'm an electrician and I'm always having to get down on the ground for messing with outlets and shit. So,
yeah, no, I get that. Or even like attics and shit, right?
Oh yeah, I've climbed through attics on my knees, right on the studs and all that. So
yeah.
But I got some big knee pads, man. I have knee pads I got to put on because I'm the same way. If I put my bare knees on the ground or on them studs and them attics, it's just nothing but pain. And it's not knee pain. It's just it seems like I don't have enough skin or something or fat on top of my knee. So it's just automatic pain when my knee's on hard surfaces like that. So I got to wear knee pads. And not in a funny way. I wear them to work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
for
feel
all those people thinking out there, you ain't getting no special treatment. Bitch.
someone said, did ASMR go to sleep? I don't know. Are you sleep, ASMR?
He's probably on another panel right now.
Yeah, he's on another panel somewhere.
Yeah.
I wear knee pads, man, when I'm doing tile work or flooring work. So yeah, 'cause that damn, you got to take care of your knees, man.
Well,
Did I
You
do
don't
that?
you don't do a physical work like that no more, AC? 'Cause I know you said you did something. You did a lot of driving. You told me before.
Yeah. I don't mind telling this part of it. I don't tell people what my main job is because
Right.
when with the whole cop watching thing and going around and recording the government, that type of shit. The people that don't like what we do, those are the ones that are going after our jobs, trying to get us fired.
Yeah, I get it.
Fuck
So
up
I
our
don't.
business.
Yeah. So I don't go intentionally in trying to fucking give that information out. But like the rideshare thing, like what the fuck are they gonna do? Say I'm a bad driver? Okay, show the receipts.
Say
They
you
don't
ran
know
a
when I
stop
drive.
sign.
They don't know any of that. They can call Uber and Lyft all they want. They're gonna get fucking some. Hello, thank you for calling Uber. We're customer service in this number first. Like you're gonna get some foreigner, that's gonna laugh at them when they're telling them that I'm a bad
Would you
driver.
like a Slurpee? Oh, wrong job.
Oh, it's so racist. I love it.
Why is that racist? That's not racist.
Because I started it. That and I probably look like I'm fucking Indian anyway. Show me the dot. Show me the dot.
Yeah.
I'm more instead of thank you, come again. I'm just saying, I'm more that.
What link are you talking about, Heather? She said drop the link. I don't know what link. Are you talking about the
Probably the
StreamYards
to the
link?
channel.
She's probably talking about StreamYards. Let me do it real quick.
It looks like Mexican Longhair was to come up.
AC, what I wanted to ask you, since you brought up about people following you or whatnot, did you see Chuck Bronson go live the other night and the guy following him around, stalking him?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so there's a guy. I don't know. Have you watched Chuck Bronson? Do you know where he's at right now?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, he's down in Florida.
I'm subscribed to him, but as far as like following him, know what town he's in,
right?
What area he's no, I'm not following it.
So he's in Florida right now, down in Fort Myers, Florida, and he's been, he goes live just about every night, But there's a guy, Gary Snow is his name. Heather just put it up there.
Oh, no, I know of Gary Snow. I know who he is. Yeah.
Well, he's following Chuck around Fort Myers now, just stalking him and
really?
giving him shit. Oh yeah,
that's the same guy that's the same guy that PDF got into it with.
Yeah, he's following Chuck around and giving Chuck shit, dude. It's pretty damn funny, man. But the dude's an idiot.
He is.
Chuck's got one of those flashlights, one of them real fucking bright ones that everybody's carrying around now. And Chuck had it in the guy's fucking face, dude. It was fucking hilarious. Good shit. But since you brought up about, not, people following you around or going to your job, I thought about Chuck and that guy stalking him like that.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, right on. Hey, you guys were talking about wrestling earlier. Any of you guys have a chance to check out AEW wrestling by chance?
Yes.
I like AEW wrestling, man. I think it's like way better than WWE now. It's like
they're getting there. They've got a lot to work on.
It's like to me, it's like a more athletic attitude era wrestling, like a more, I don't know, kind of like gymnastic type wrestling, and those fools be doing a lot of crazy dives.
Yeah. But if you watch it and if you watch their storylines though, and you know anything about the WWE and everything they went through, they cater a lot of their storylines right around the same storylines WWE had
Oh
or
hell no,
having
man!
right now.
Their storylines are way better, man. I mean, Raw is junk.
I'm not
I watch
talking about
SmackDown.
I'm not talking about what's going on now. I'm talking about some of their old storylines.
Oh,
They
yeah,
they they follow some of their old storylines. It seems like I mean, I like AEW. Don't get me wrong. I watch it and I like it. I actually, I've talked to, Dustin Rhodes a few times. Dustin Rhodes lives right around here,
yeah.
and I've seen him and talked to him a couple times. So, I mean, I watch it and stuff like that, but I
I
don't
think
know.
I don't know. Right now, I just think it's a better product. I mean, WWE back in the day, especially Attitude Era, and obviously '80s, like old school WWE. But like, it's almost unwatchable. Like Raw to me right now is like, I can't even watch it, man. There's a couple of cool matches here and there, but I mean, the storylines are just whack, man. I mean, I don't know. I can't even watch Raw, and SmackDown's hit or miss, but I kind of do like SmackDown when I can watch it. But then now it's competing kind of with AEW Rampage. I like
Yeah,
AEW Rampage because it's just like an hour long. You know, you get like 3-4 matches, maybe a couple of promos, and then it's over. You know, and then it leaves you kind of wanting more. Like Raw's what, 3 hours, and you're like, ah, man. And most of it's just like filler junk. You know.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I've always been a fan of WWE, or I should say WWF. Their product is, you know, they're in the mode of making money now, and they don't cater to the fans the way they should.
Yeah.
And it goes back to even when John Cena was wrestling and people would boo him. There's a point at some, there's a, um, there is a point in which you need to listen to your fans, and your fans are sitting here telling you when it's time for somebody to turn heel, when it's time for somebody to go and turn face, and you don't listen to it. That becomes a problem. They've lost so many fans over the years from them just not listening to the people that buy their product. It's about the money. It's about the
right.
money now. You know, what kind of profits can they make? I follow a YouTube channel that because I don't have time to sit here and watch the shows all the time. I watch them I probably watch AEW more than anything, and I catch an episode maybe once a month. So most of my news I actually get from, or like a recap of the show, I get it from WrestleLamia. If y'all check it out on YouTube, they have a channel. They do stories of like recaps, and then they do they do like top 10 lists and shit like that. So to me, they're kind of cool to follow. And this is part of one of the episodes they did. They did it it's like a 15-minute video. They discuss where WWE started to lose their fans and how they're not listening. So, and how much money they fucking make now. Like, the ratings are way down from what they were back in the Attitude Era. Partially because of the platforms that have come about since then.
Yeah.
But even with that, they should have more fans watching their product every fucking week, and they don't. And year by year, it just continues to drop off.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when Vince came out with like Stephanie and what's his name? Shane O'Mac, his son. And they made a big deal how everything was going to change, and, you know, we're going to listen to the fans and all this nonsense, you know, and they didn't do it. They screwed that whole deal up, man. But you're right, man. They make money hand over fist, and they're releasing wrestlers left and right. Like just what was it today? They released
Today.
a kind of a cool wrestler named John Morrison who was kick ass.
Oh, they got rid of John Morrison?
Yeah, and I'm like,
Yep.
that dude should have had the belt years ago.
Yeah, but if you notice what they're doing, though, they are trying to shuffle. They are trying to shuffle in some of the older names out, which John Morrison has been around for a long time.
Yeah, but what I'm
They're
saying,
trying
that
to
guy's
they're trying to bring in that new talent from NXT, and there's a lot of good new talent coming up from NXT.
Well,
Like,
here's
go ahead.
here's a couple of things, right? So they brought up this rap group, right? And they brought it onto SmackDown. It's 3 guys and a chick.
yeah, they let them go.
They let the last what is it? They let the chick go about 2 weeks ago when they did that other release, and then today they released one of the guys, which was Isaiah Swerve Scott and Top Dollar Ashante. So they got rid of 2 more guys out of that group. I think there's one guy that's still signed to WWE, but they got him from NXT. They spent all this money getting these guys trained, getting them into the most top physical position they can be in. Not position, but
Condition.
physique that they can be in. And then they bring them up and start doing vignettes about them and start getting them on camera to getting the SmackDown audience used to them. And then 2 weeks later, you're going to release them. What kind of fucking shit is that?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, man. Like they've been doing that left and right.
Vince just did that with Keith Lee. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Oh God, Keith Lee is awesome, man.
Well, Keith Lee came out. He didn't have a big showing then, so he went on the back burner for a while. Then he came back out and they rebranded him. And they rebranded him for like a week and a half, and then they got rid of him and his wife.
Yeah, I know. That was messed up, man. I was like,
yeah,
golly.
Because he's married to that. He was married to that Mia Kim.
Yeah, and she's really good too. Very talented. Yeah, she was part of that whole stupid retribution. Angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Mustafa Ali.
And that could have been wicked, man. That I was intrigued by that whole storyline where Mustafa was behind all those cameras and all that type of stuff. All it is like male soap opera nonsense, right? But
right.
I mean,
it's entertainment,
right? But it was really fucking cool, man. I was kind of digging that, man. I was like, and if they just let Mustafa Ali wrestle, I mean, the guy's amazing. He can, man. That dude can wrestle with the best of them, man. Like if you're talking like just wrestlers, I'd put Mustafa up there, probably top 15, top 20, man.
Honestly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say he's really good. Go ahead, man.
Honestly, the 2 that in the recent months that Vince got rid of that really blew my mind, was Braun Strowman. I couldn't believe that he got rid of Braun Strowman and
Bray Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt, the Fiend.
Yeah.
Like that the Fiend character was one of the best I've seen, I think.
I love the Fiend, man. I can't wait to see Wyndham Rotunda is his real name. Wrestle again, man. Yeah. That guy's really, really good, and he can do almost anything with any character. I mean, look what WWE did to him, and he made everything work. I mean, Vince tried to bury him like way back in the day, like with that whole swamp character shit, but he made that work, man.
Oh, that was awesome too.
Yeah. He, no matter what Vince made him do, he ran with it. I mean, that's a sign of a really good wrestler. I mean, he can wrestle in the ring for sure, but he can cut a good promo, and he can, I mean, that dude. I mean, whoever signs him, whether it's Impact or AEW's got a gem on their hand, man. Like that's money right there.
Mm-hmm. He's like third generation or something because he is Rotunda. So
Yeah, yeah. And he's really good, man. I mean that Fiend character was my favorite. That was the best thing that they had going, man. I mean,
but
and then to get rid of him, I mean, half the time, what the fuck is Vince McMahon thinking? Like Keith Lee was another man. He was tearing it up in NXT. It was awesome.
yeah. And then he just got rid of one of the Rock's family members the other day. Did you see
Oh
that?
yeah, Nia Jax.
Nia
Yeah,
Jax, yeah.
yeah. Well, Nia Jax was notorious for like injuring other women. Man, she was like bad for the other
I was
wrestlers,
fixing to
man.
say
I could
just
see
that
that
right now.
release just for that fact. Fairly good wrestler. I mean, nothing extraordinary. I mean, she wasn't like, like on the level of like Becky Lynch or Charlotte Flair or even Sasha Banks or what's that other one? Bailey. Bailey's really good too. Is Bailey injured? Do you know, AC?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
she's
She's
injured.
injured.
Okay.
My
Oh yeah.
my favorite up and comer right now when it comes to the women's division is Rhea Ripley.
Oh,
That
I
girl
like
right
Rhea
there has
Ripley.
got talent.
They're squandering her too, though, man. Big time. They're, I can't believe what they're doing with her, man. I guess it's cool that she's got a belt,
Yeah.
but they don't care about tag team wrestling. That's another thing that I think AEW does way better than WWE's the tag team division. I keep waiting for them to come out with like a three-man tag, championship. That would be kind of cool.
Well, I don't know though. The WWE, their biggest draw right now is a tag team.
Oh, the Usos or who?
No, RK Bro.
Oh, RK Bro. Yeah, but they're gonna screw that up real soon. Are you catching the undertones of that? It's just
Well, yeah,
matter.
because Randy Orton doesn't work well with nobody, so
No.
it's just
Randy
a
Orton's
matter of
better.
time before they have him turn on Riddle, and
Yeah.
then it'll be over.
Yeah.
But they're making so much money off of the merchandise and stuff from RK Bro, you wouldn't believe. Believe it or not,
Oh
I
yeah.
have
No
I have
question.
an RK Bro coffee cup.
Yeah, I like RK Bro a lot, man. I mean, that's a cool team. I mean, but see, that's what they do. They build up these teams, and then you're all into them. Like I like them too. But I learned my lesson a long time ago with WWE and tag team wrestlers. If you like a tag team in WWE, just wait about 2 minutes and they'll be broken up into singles competition and that's
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And both wrestlers will be thrown to obscurity after that.
Mm-hmm. But I
Same
don't know,
thing.
man. The way I look at all these people getting rid of these people and everything that's going on though is who am I to sit back here and judge? Vince McMahon's a billionaire. He took
Yeah,
that
but that
he
doesn't
took
mean
that
he's right.
wrestling, but he took that wrestling from nothing and made it to what it is, and it's still the largest wrestling. Even though you like AEW better right now, it's still bigger than AEW. It still gets
Oh
better
yeah,
ratings
but
than AEW.
make no
So
mistake, it's the biggest in the world right
but
now. But
what I'm saying, I guess, is how you know he doesn't have a plan. Like how you know this ain't all his plan. That he's
well,
got something
I mean,
big up and coming.
I've waited.
I'm just saying.
I've waited for it for like what now 3-4 years, and I'm still waiting till for. I mean,
Well, yeah.
you know what I mean? I mean,
Well, I
that's
mean, you got to think
Here's the
too, or
only
you got to look at like what he did during the pandemic when they weren't allowed to have people in the stands.
yeah,
When he put all those TVs up there,
yeah,
and,
that was kind of
and
cool.
that was like revolutionary. Like, who would have thought to do that? Put all those TVs so it looked all them people were still in the crowd, but they weren't in the crowd. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. No, that was kind of cool, man. I mean,
And
I
he
guess
charged for that too. I don't know if you know that. He charged
yeah, it
for
was
you to
like
be on
ten
one of
bucks
them
to
screens.
get in. It was like a huge lottery or something, and I
Mhm.
mean, that's shit I did not like. I mean, you're paying $10 just so you could have your picture there. I mean, that was like
Right.
here in Denver with the Denver Broncos. They were selling these cutouts of you that they put in the stands, and I was like, really? You're gonna pay? I think it was like 50 or $75 that that you paid to have this cutout of you. Like they took your picture and they put a cutout of you in the stands. It was the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen, man. But you're right, man. That was actually a really good move, and actually, it looked cool on TV for sure. I
I
did
think
like
that's
that
I
quite a
think
bit.
that's the only thing that kept him in business because he's
Hmm.
got a lot. You got to think though. His overhead, man. I mean, look at what he's paying people like Brock Lesnar to be there. Come on, man. That
I mean,
Brock
that's
Lesnar's
another
making
thing
like
that I don't.
$4 million a year, dude.
I know, man. He wrestles like what 3-4 times a year and makes like like at least what 2-3-4-5 million a match
Yeah.
or some shit.
Well,
I mean,
and Goldberg, he's wrestling. He's only contracted to wrestle twice a year. Actually, wrestle twice a year under contract, and he's making like $2 million.
yeah, it's crazy, man. Hey guys, I gotta run, man. I'm watching Bernie B now, and we're about ready to take off. But have a great panel, WCN. It was nice to talk talk wrestling with you guys.
You got to
Where's my
show
wrench?
you got to show her that Nightbot.
Hey, where's my wrench?
What are you talking about? Get out of here, AC, man.
Where's my wrench? I want my fucking wrench.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, AC. You're kind of breaking up there. Is AC talking right now? I mean, I really can't. I mean, I'm kind of breaking up, guys. Sorry.
I give him shit about it every time.
Anyways, I just turned WCN's panel into a wrestling panel. You see that?
I did. My bad, bro. My bad.
Man, there's nothing wrong with that shit. This is a free for all. Smackdown.
Yeah, I did. Since I moved down here, though, AC, I did. There was a couple events that happened around here that I went to, and I ran into Dustin Rhodes a couple times. Man, got to talk to him. Man, he's a pretty cool guy, man.
Yeah.
I used to be big on wrestling when I was younger, man. But as time got older, I just got away from him. But my dad, man, he'll go over there. You tell him wrestling fake. Shit, he get the hell out my house.
MLH.
He can't tell him that, boy.
MLH said there's a wrench.
I saw that. Fucking dick.
There you go, MLA. Show that to Bernie. Nightbot wants Bernie to know.
I need to set up a Nightbot, man. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Look, if you don't, just WCN's been working on this for like a week now, and that thing goes rogue on him, dude, and it start timing people out for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it the first day it said something to MLH. He did something, and it told him, it said, "You had enough yet, MLH?" Because I guess it had timed him out, and then it asked him, "Did he have enough?" Is that what it said to him?
No, it said, "Are you done yet?"
Oh yeah, it said, "Are you done yet?" We was tripping, and then they started timing people out. So I had to go and make people mods just so they could be safe from his ass. We was all hiding up in the panel because we were scared to get checked. That shit was funny.
Keebler said you don't need no wrench. You got a whole bunch of spoons.
This
A
is
ton
true.
of spoons.
That is very true. Oh man.
Where do you plan on going live tomorrow, AC?
I don't know, man. I'm if I get a chance, I think I'll go live tomorrow. I've been putting it off. I don't know. I guess partially I've been getting some kickback from all the drama I've been a part of, I guess. and then also I've been getting a little pushback from people saying, "Well, why aren't you doing any more audits? Why aren't you fucking going out there and recording anymore?" It's been a little while since I put together some video packages. it takes time to put those videos together.
Shit, you ain't telling me nothing.
Right now, I've been enjoying like not being like. To me, it's a little stressful because you're trying to make like I don't know. I'm not a perfectionist, but at the same way, I'm kind of that way. Like so, I play Monday morning quarterback. So I fucking put together a video and I put it out, and then I look at it and I'm just like, man, I don't know if I even should have put this out. This is crap. You know, I look at the video and I'm just like, this is shit. But I mean, this is just me being hard on myself, I guess.
Yeah.
I've done some cop watches and stuff. I just hadn't really posted anything. So.
Yeah, I think the last thing I seen from you, you went live, just on a whim or something in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And that was probably a month ago, at least.
So I mean, I'm still recording. The last cop watch I did was like 2 weeks ago. I didn't go live for that one. You know, just I don't know. I'm not in the, like, how do I put this? I don't have like writer's block. I think that's the best reference I can make. I don't have like writer's block, but I was enjoying the time away for a little bit because it was like, you know, sometimes you just need to get away. I went on that trip to Laredo. There's all those videos from Laredo I haven't posted. I've got videos from San Antonio I haven't posted. I got videos from Houston I haven't posted. I have a couple of videos that I didn't post from Houston for a specific reason. Because my case isn't done with the Laporte thing. Yeah. Oh, and then I'm trying to work on fucking my man cave, man. My fucking command center.
Yeah. How's that coming?
I just, it's not. I haven't been out there. I seem to get caught up in some drama here and there the days that I fucking plan on doing it. Like, I'll be driving home and there'll be like some fucking shit that pops off. And I'm just like, I got to be a part of this somehow. So.
Every time you think you're out, they pull you back in.
Yes. That's good fucking analogy right there. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I still got those 2 videos of yours sitting in my editor, and I pull them up and I try to clip them down and all that and do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And then I sit back and I rewatch everything that I did to it. And I go, oh, that sucks. And I just scrap it and I start over. I'm having trouble with the editor. I'm not savvy enough, I guess, but I'm learning more as I keep going with it. So I just keep messing with it.
Yeah.
And I've been working on putting a camera rig together, like a tripod and all that, because I got bad shoulders. So I can't stand there and hold a camera for, you know, an hour or half an hour on a like, let's just say a traffic stop or something like that.
Yeah.
My shoulder, you know, I'll start having trouble. So I'm getting a tripod and things like that together. And then I'm thinking about taking a trip to DFW area and meet up with a friend of mine up there named World Citizen, and maybe go out and do a little bit of cop watching and get some content together, some videos.
There's people up there. You got David Boren. You've got CFW. You got Cody High Roller. You've got there's quite a few people up there actually. Of course, I know Dallas and Fort Worth are 2 different cities. So on the Fort Worth side, that's where you got Carolina and Cody, and David Boren. They're more on that side.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I've been asked to come to Arkansas and do it with Road Dogs Media and auditing Arkansas.
Hold on a second.
Oh yes. I think
it's
you're
that
right.
time, man. It's that time. I gotta get some sleep anyways myself. Anybody in the chat want to wrap it up? You got anything else y'all want to ask real quick before we get off of here?
Yeah.
The best video is the rare and uncut. Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, you're not gonna please everybody, so I say it's what you think it is. If you like the raw and uncut shit, the hour-long video, I would say just take a small clip from where the juicy part is on that video, throw it at the very beginning of the video, just so people get a taste of it, and then they have to watch the rest of the video for that juicy part and how everything played out. That would be my opinion on that. I like to cut my stuff up a little bit. I like the editing part of it. I don't like to do the editing part, but I do like that it gets cut up because I'll cut down an hour and a half video to like 15 minutes. And so I get to cut out a lot of boring parts that people don't want to sit through. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
It's always what works best for you.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do with that.
By all means.
That's what I'm trying to do with that 2-part video of yours. I mean, you think about it, both those parts are like an hour and 45 minutes when you combine them together.
And there's so many good parts of it too.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, pretty much
what do you
pretty much the timeline, the time that you were in the back of the cop car.
Oh yeah.
But the time leading up to that, and then the time after you got out the cop car, then we're pretty good.
Yeah.
But the time in between there, that was just News Now Ninja running around yelling at everybody.
I enjoyed it, by the way. I did enjoy that. I'm just saying. Just throw it out there. Working with that guy is fucking awesome. For me, I've always said it, like I did things ass backwards. I did not learn all my laws before I went out there and started recording. So I always love it when I work with somebody that knows the laws slightly better than me or a lot better than me, like HBO Matt. He's fucking awesome with the laws because I can turn to him and say, hey, can we do this? And he goes, no, it's legal. We're good. And there's no question about it. So, teach their own. I'd say just try to take every day as a learning experience. Go with it.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, we also, I mean, once you get off of your sabbatical or whatever you want to call it, maybe I'll take a weekend and drive to the coast and catch some time down there with you. Maybe you can show me a few things.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that's about like me driving to Dallas, about the same distance. So,
well, to everybody in chat, everybody on the panel, I will bid y'all a good night. I'm about to go find some drama real quick so I can wrap up my night.
Right on. I'm glad we were able to calm you down a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I love Becky. I wasn't in the right place at the time. So
right on. Yeah, she was a little overboard tonight anyway. I could tell. As you see, I didn't last long in that. I was like, gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. Well,
all right, brother.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Later.
All right, AC. Bye. ASMR, are you still there? Are you out too? Because WCN is, I think, knocked the F out up there. And if that's the case, I am going to get out of here. So, who's all in chat? Anybody left in the chat? It says we have 7 people watching. Everybody in the chats, I am going to make like a tree and leave, or however the hell they say that. WCN is sleeping at this point. So I thank y'all for being here, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Did you fall asleep, homie? Yo,
Yo.
still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Fading fast, aren't you?
Yo. But I am about to shut it down.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. I appreciate y'all
Yes.
coming.
Yep. Good job. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one.
All right.
Peace.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, homie. Peace out.